Hello and welcome everybody to the CTF2 Grand Finals 2025 Penn State against Virginia Tech here. I'm not a Valve game, joined by N17, and I'm pretty excited for this matchup, man. How are you feeling about it?
I am pretty excited as well. I've seen a few of these players, but I haven't seen too much. I casted the last collegiate season's grand finals as well, and I think, one or two other people, yeah, from the same team. It looks like this is a similar team on one side, but I am curious to see what these players can bring out here tonight.
Well, the first map we have here is Bagel, and I was talking about it before. I'm not too familiar with this map. Is there going to be anything weird, or are we just going to see the standard, 6v6 composition, the scouts, the soldiers, the one demo, one medic, or are we going to see some off-classing? Or is that, players like off-classing on this map?
Not too often. I'd say this is probably one of the least common maps for off-classing, but never know with how the teams like to play or their styles. We could potentially see a pyro or sniper, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a standard 6v6 composition for the entire map. And by the way, the other maps are, we have map 2 is Process, map 3 is Snakewater, and then maps 4 and 5, if we need them, are Providuct or Product and Sunshine, respectively.
Yeah, so we've got the first map being a King of the Hill map, followed by, I believe the rest of them are 5 CP?
Map 4 is going to be a Koth map, but yeah, the rest of the other three are all 5 CP.
Yeah, so that's gonna be we got a bit of a breather if you're not a Koth fan, but I believe the first pick went Virginia Tech picked this map, right?
Yeah, looking at it, it looks like Virginia Tech picked Bagel, then Penn State picked Process, then Virginia Tech picked Snakewater, then Penn State picked Product, and then the last map, which is the decider, is Sunshine, if we need it, of course.
All right, so Virginia Tech having the proverbial home field advantage on this one, but it is the first map is always kind of a tempo setter, at least how I think of it. You always see if it's a dominant performance by one team, then you've got to really come back for the other team. Or if it's like super, super even, it's super tense for the next map. I always see it as kind of a tempo setter. Are you on the you do you agree with that, or are you more of a it's kind of testing the waters?
I mean, it definitely can be a tempo setter. It very much also depends on the teams. Some teams are really good at bringing it back mentality-wise, and some teams might not have enough experience doing big comebacks, but comebacks can definitely happen. But I'd say it very much depends on the team. And it can also vary between, if there's any pauses or anything like that, or if there's any just like serious changes to the gameplay. It really depends on what teams are going to feel comfortable with, which, speaking of, we probably should get to these rosters over here.
Yeah, the rosters here, I'm not too familiar. You said you're familiar with some of these players, but on one side, we've got Phoned Leak, Paypor, Eat 'em Up, Natty, Bolt, and Jones. Are you familiar with any of these players? Again, I'm not too familiar on them.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with these people. I think I've heard of Paper before, but besides that, I don't really know any of these people. But that's for the Penn State roster. On the Virginia Tech side, I'm more familiar with a couple of these other people. Pocket Scout for Virginia Tech is Q Apples. Baron is the Flank Scout. Pocket Soldier is Rapid Squirrel. Roamer is Ham. Demo is Cow. And Medic is Murph, which I'm definitely familiar with Cow, Ham, Q Apples. So, and I'm pretty sure I've seen Rapid Squirrel before as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have a bit more experience. But, just because I don't really recognize these other people on the on the Penn State side, it doesn't mean they're not going to play well. I mean, they're in grand finals after all.
I'm sorry, I saw the chat. I believe one of the teams is trying to get a group photo, which is absolutely fantastic. Hopes are high, spirits are high, trying to get a group photo before the match starts. So obviously a needed delay for that. But you're talking about these players. Have they played together before, or were they on separate teams, or was it just that pre-built synergy?
I think a little bit is pre-built synergy, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Ham, Cow, and Q Apples were all on the Virginia Tech team that I believe lost in grand finals last collegiate TF2 season. So I believe they already have some synergy, and I think maybe Cow and Q Apples have played together before. Don't 100% remember. It's been a while, but There should be some synergy going on between that Virginia Tech team. I don't know as much about the Penn State team, but we will see.
So it's a redemption arc almost here with the Virginia team because they lost last time. They're second place last time, so they want to get that crown for themselves this time. This is grand final, so winner takes it all, takes the title for themselves. Again, we are still waiting for I think the group photo, which is still hysterical to me. But yeah, we have Penn State on the other side. Both of us said we're not too familiar with them, but I mean, to make it this far, they've got to be, they got to at least have some, button pushers,
Oh yeah, I mean they have to have something. I mean I wouldn't expect to see some like I don't think it's going to be like clearly because they made it to grand finals. They're going to have some sort of coordination as well. I mean, you sort of just develop that after you play enough, and more and more you can get more coordinated with different plays and stuff. And on Bagel, there's going to be a lot of use your soldiers using the control of the various houses to help pressure and fight over the point. But what's important to note is that the point still caps really quickly, so teams can oftentimes on this map on Bagel get a lot of can just let the cap time or let the cap go, excuse me, and then potentially get an advantage with the player pick, and then use that to quickly recap. And even though you lost a couple of seconds, you potentially have just more time go off the clock for yourself because you got a player pick. So there's a lot of different. I'm assuming we'll see a lot of back and forth of this cap, and I'm curious to see what else we'll see. But it's going to be a lot of back and forth between the cap, and there should be some house pressure, some flanks through there, that kind of thing.
It does look like there's a lot of space on this point for cap, at least with the outline of it. Like I said before, I'm not too familiar with this map. You don't have to stand on that center circle to start capping, unless I'm wrong with that, because it looks like the outline on it. So there's a lot of space on this point.
Oh yeah, this is a large point. It might seem you can stand on top of the circle, or you can stand in this big rectangle here, but it's a little more clumped up than you might think because of the way that the demo often plays, and the soldiers having some nice access to the point if you have house control. So it's going to be, you can oftentimes get spammed on point, especially, I mean, just like on any point, even though the point is larger than it might seem, because there's a little, like there's walls on all the sides, and the kind of roof area is kind of jutting out a little bit. It's a lot more clumped up than it might at first appear. And just like on other points, whenever you're playing, remembering that standing on a point with more than one or two people, unless it's like completely safe, which you wouldn't do this at all on Koth normally, but normally more than one or two people is kind of asking for disaster to get destroyed by clumped up by projectiles destroying clumped up players, as we are going to go live here.
We are going live, which means Penn State on the blue side, and red side we have Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech on the redemption arc, looking to get this one for themselves after losing the last one. Rollouts coming through now, and we're going to see how this first midpoint goes. See if we can get that spam out you were mentioning before. It looks like a little passes back and forth, a little bit of trade, but on the bright side, we've got Ham going down already. A little back and forth here. Nobody's going in a bit too hard yet, but a lot of damage going back and forth. Not too much action after Ham falling down. Looks like we're given a lot of space.
Yeah, I think even with that one player down, it looks like they've just given up the point. There's still a bit of spam going on, but the red team on the side of Virginia Tech, they're very clumped up on their own concrete. They're going to have to work their way out on the other side and avoid getting killed too much. Cal looks like he's isolated. He is going to go down as well, and there's a lot more fighting here happening. I wonder if there's anything crazy going to happen, but right now the point still seems securely in favor of, of Penn State, at least for now.
Look at House, though. We've got on the scout running up on the red house here. But the point going fast cap right here as the scouts jump in. But Penn State's not giving it up so easily. You see, jumping onto the point there. But it goes over to the side of Virginia Tech as jump comes in from Ham. He's looking for something here, but he isn't going to get much. Going to have to back up before getting picked, but he's diving in. He's waiting on this corner. Trying to see if he can pick anybody off, but doesn't look like he's going to go any further than that. Penn State forced off.
Yeah, importantly, the demo kill was able
Look at the trap!
The demo kill and the scout kill were able to force, Penn State away. There was the standard trap on the left side, but luckily for Penn State, they're just able to back up. Paper and Natty both got a kill. Cow does get the kill onto the demo, which is going to help, but that's 3 down. This is looking really bad for Virginia Tech.
It is looking horrible for Virginia Tech now as Penn State takes the point for themselves. The Met is still alive, and they're going to have to run out, but no, he's not anymore. It is a drop. No pop this time, meaning the Virginia Tech's going to have to take a reset. Okay? Going over to Penn State.
Yeah, oftentimes you might even want to potentially use while your team still has the point there and your players are still alive to just try to delay and get even more time off this clock while making the other team use as well in what's called an Uber exchange. But here they just, Virginia Tech just lost players way too early, and that meant going for that Uber exchange was already a lot less ideal. Cal is going aggressive, and he actually gets the drop onto the med. This is a standard 4-man sack that you often see from players. A little late death here on the side of Rapid Squirrel, but definitely a nice big Uber ad for, for the side of Virginia Tech. They're going to get their respawns faster because the other team has the point. Although Ham is taking a fight with Jones, you got to be very careful that you don't get picked because you don't want to then make it harder for your team to hold or push, but Q Apples is able to get in, get that quick pick, and now it's the 6v5 with that big Uber ad that Virginia Tech is going to use to walk in.
Bomb in, though, from Eat 'em Up, and Eat 'em Up gonna get eaten up right there. A bomb in from the other soldier. Natty takes one down, but will go down himself. 4 drop for Penn State and only 2 alive. The medic gone. Bolt and Paper had a sliver of HP. Point going back over to Virginia Tech, and, it's such a back and forth kind of spam fest here from both sides.
Yeah, really interesting there. They, on the side of Penn State, they were just a lot less coordinated in terms of their, attempted sack. The soldiers kind of went in at separate times, and then also Ham was able to get in behind, catch off the Meds X. So that's going to be pretty good. Here comes the attempted 4-man sack, although as we say that, it's also a little bit miscoordinated. The demo died really early. The Med is going to try to get his way out to a pack. The picks are, as we expect, going in favor of... Oh my goodness!
Oh, that air shot
from Eat 'em Up onto Ham. The picks are still going to go in favor of Virginia Tech because they're defending, and the other team is only expecting to lose 4 in that sack because you get the quicker respawns. But no med force, which
here comes the push
definitely
in, though.
Not that bad for Virginia Tech.
Bone Leak looking for the push in with this Uber. They want to hold it for a little bit longer. Want to make sure they don't get it popped too soon, but they're looking to push in. 1 goes down, 2 goes down for the side of Virginia Tech. And it looks like Ham is stuck in the back, but will make Bone Leak drop! Which means this push, while still successful, means no Uber, no med. Allows the push back in. Uber advantage. 100% from Virginia Tech. This push will probably come in quickly.
Oh yeah, because on the side of Penn State capped, they denied their medic from getting an earlier spawn, and they allowed the enemy team to get a much quicker spawn in return. So there's going to be a much faster cap. Natty's going to get picked off in the house on the left side. There's a quick fight here. Rapid Squirrel has to be careful that he doesn't get isolated by himself. He's going to get killed. But there was a quick cap here, so this is definitely still looking pretty even, I would say, because there's still that 30-second time advantage.
Paper in danger right there, taken down by Baron. He's got to be careful. This Uber is still up, by the way. So Ham looking to maybe take down the med, but he picks one. Jones goes down, and this is looking very, very grim for Penn State. They'll get this med, but enough pressure on him makes med back up. This Uber advantage is slowly closing. It looks like Quapples is trying to get Natty down, but Natty is going to get put down by 1. No, he will not. Barely living.
There's a crazy aggressive sack from Paper. Paper trades and gets the force. 2 scouts down now. A 3rd player down because of the scout being the spawner. This is really bad now for Virginia Tech. Even though they do have a time advantage, this is now pretty bad for them. Rapid Squirrel is behind. He does a bit of damage, but he does just go down. Baron did get a kill into Natty. Here comes the bomb from Piika. Trying to get something. Does not get the kill, and this is actually going to be potentially favorable on the side of, Virginia Tech, but actually
Virginia
Penn
Tech's
State has Uber.
Penn State does have Uber, which means he can push them away. Popping it on Jones means Jones looking for this medic, and we're going to have to see if the medic can get out. You got to call a doctor for him because he's getting disintegrated right there. Jones has to rack around to try to help Ham on the point. Ham going to capture the point, and Virginia Tech taking for themselves, preventing themselves from losing just yet.
Yeah, that was a little aggressive. When the med was so not close to Uber there, the med actually wasn't probably the best pick here because now you've given them maybe a chance of holding this. Although, as I say that, there's just too many players on the side of Penn State who respawned after the side of Virginia Tech cap. They probably should have delayed for their spawners, but because of that, it's going to be a down-to-the-wire round, but the first round is going to go in favor of Penn State. Even though there was more coordination on the side of, Virginia Tech, it just looked like they were just losing too many players too often in those houses.
Yeah, it was kind of a back and forth that they were a bit too discoordinated on. You know, but we got another round, another fight. The scouts already looking at paper, but it's again this bit of a spam fest you mentioned, and the scouts taking quite a bit of damage back and forth again, but it's a bit reserved. Both scouts on Virginia Tech, but Ham is the first to go down. Paper very, very low here. Jones also very low, and Jones will fall down. Ham for Jones. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but Crapples is so low, and so is Baron. And this is such a dangerous back and forth. Almost tagging Baron to take him down, but Paper needs some help right now. And Paper finally getting the heals he needs. But it looks like Penn State's going to take the point.
Yeah, but since Virginia Tech took the point earlier, they have a time advantage. It is 5-on-5 now. It's going to be even Ubers. We'll expect Virginia Tech to try to retake this shortly, although the scout on Virginia Tech is very low, so I think they're going to try to wait. Cow is already trying to contest this point, taking a lot of heals and fighting this a lot himself. He's getting some cap time, an aggressive bomb from Ham, but it looks like, yeah, Virginia Tech is just trying to retake this point. That battle of the back and forth caps is going to be happening, and it's about even here now. Time and Uber advantage. Paper goes down to Q Apples, which is a really big pick.
That is horrible for the side of Penn State right there. Paper was kind of core to the push back in, getting a ton of damage out, but Eat 'em Up is looking to eat up a ton of damage and will eat up what is left of him. And that he is long gone right there. And Natty, no longer Natty, he is gone. It is absolutely a slaughter right now for Virginia Tech.
Okay, it's now going to be still a player ad here for Virginia Tech, so not only do they have the point, this is going to be definitely in favor of them. It's a 6-on-5, but, you know, here comes the push from Penn State. Only about 40 seconds down on time, so we're expecting them to try to do something aggressive, maybe take an Uber exchange, but they actually get an early pick.
It does seem like it, but Ham goes down, which means they might have to concede this point. It's a lot of threat here, now in a 6v4. It is even Uber, but they don't want to just give up the point or the push. But it looks like they're going a bit deeper, Penn State, but behind them, they're looking for a pick on the demo or the med, but neither of them go down, and that is Rabid going down.
Well, importantly, they got the force, which means that Virginia Tech, even though they lost one, they're going to be able to push back out. They get 2 picks, including a drop on the med with the trap. Very well done from Cal. Eat 'em Up is going to get a kill, but going to go down, and that's not going to be great from the side of Penn State. This is now very much in favor of Virginia Tech. They did deny their player. Do they know about the 2 players sacking in? Here comes Paper with the bomb. Not going to get the kill, and Jones also goes down. And they have all 3 explosives alive on the side of Virginia Tech, so they might try to get a strong forward hold setup. Although Naughty is trying to break through that, make sure they don't get a setup down, but Naughty's just by himself, so nothing he can really do there, and it's still going to be an Uber ad on the side of Virginia Tech and about a 40-second time advantage, which will keep getting larger.
It's difficult to push in now if you're Penn State. You're going to have to buy yourself some time, but it looks like they're using that Boston Bash to build themselves, and Paper comes around the corner and gets shredded like Paper right there, getting popped, but the pop is forced by one of the scouts there. That was Jones, able to pick that up for himself, making so that the Uber advantage is on phone. They're looking to force something. Naughty goes down, but trading with Quapples. No, Quapples actually lived.
Yeah, Crapples did live. Ham is hiding here. It looks like he's trying to go for the demo pick. I think he was maybe a little early. They hadn't spotted. He could have potentially gone for the med pick there. That's now 2 down on the side of Virginia Tech, and they're at disad. Here's the aggressive Uber from the side of Penn State. The medic from Virginia Tech is trying to get out. He gets juggled, and then also multiple picks going down in the side of Penn State. Yeah, Virginia Tech completely wiping. They just were not respecting that Uber at all. And then they just, they should have been more prepared for that 4-man sack, which was kind of inevitable. And I thought it wasn't going to be great, but, you know, it looks like Virginia Tech just were not expecting the 4-man sack, and now they're going to have to try to break through.
This is a difficult breakthrough, too, because now you're in these tight corridors with all these explosives coming your way. But it looks like Quapples was not deterred, but Quapples will be deterred after being put down, but 2 will get picked as well by Cal throwing in those stickies. Rabbit Squirrel, Cow on the right in-house. Cow throwing out a bit of damage, but looking for phone leak, but will get everybody else looking to force the Uber, and will get the Uber. Ham is with the escape plan, trying to avoid as much as he can. He's left, right, and he will get away, not able to find him, but the med will get away.
That was a massive play from Ham. He saw that there was nobody pressuring that right side. He was able to get a flank and get 2 cleanup kills on low players and get the force and somehow live. That was really good from him. He does eventually go down, but this is now 5 seconds left on the side of Virginia Tech. This is going to be very difficult for Penn State.
They got to hop on this point now, and it looks like they're stalling it. They're able to get in. Jones is on the top point. looking to take down Quapples, but he's the only one left, the only one preventing Virginia Tech from taking this round. He's hopping off, hopping back on, waiting for his boys to come back in. Bolt looking to get on it now, and so is Paper, but Paper disintegrates immediately as he jumps on the top here. And now the rest of Virginia Tech has arrived. The Uber is popped, which means their fate is likely sealed. Phone Leak looking to try to get in, but Phone Leak is forced away, and Virginia Tech take one back.
Yeah, definitely some interesting style here. There's a lot of, I think because Cal is probably the most experienced player in the server, it makes sense that Cal is, it looks like Cal's kind of leading his team. He's taking a lot of heals from his medic, and, you know, his scout is not getting as much as you might normally see from a higher level play, but I think with that experience, he's getting so much kills and so many kills and so much damage. As we're going into this third mid, I'm going to expect to see, you know, more of the same from the side of Virginia Tech.
A big sticky already tagged the medic, which separates him from his entire team. The scout wrapping back around, but Quapples goes down, so does Bolt. Scout for scout, traded out. But they're gonna have to see if anything goes further from it. The demo gets picked, Paper's down, and Phone Leak is in danger. Phone Leak needs to find a way to become the danger, otherwise he goes down and pop. Now he is down, and it is a huge swing for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, this is going to be good for them. They don't want to lose any more players. Virginia Tech wants to set up a nice, strong forward hold if they can. There were only 2 up, so they really should have enough time to ideally for them get this forward hold. But Penn State does not want to let them, because then you have to break out, find that path that is the most open. But oftentimes there's not too many doors, so it's going to be very difficult to find some opening. It looks like Penn State is trying to bust their combo through this left side.
Naughty goes down on the right side, but they're looking to come in, and the Paper jumps to bomb in to distract for Jones, possibly? But Jones gets popped into the air. This is a huge advantage now. It's the 4-man dive you've been mentioning, but the 4-man gets absolutely nothing. More time on the point for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, this time Virginia Tech was a lot more ready, and they had their med very far away, which allowed their med to kite and give just make it so much harder for that 4-man to happen. Now there's about a minute time advantage on the side of Virginia Tech, and even though it's even Ubers, this is definitely not looking amazing for Penn State. They actually have 5 people coming through this left door. This is going to be very sketchy for them.
Dangerous here. Eat 'em up goes down, eating the dirt. Looks like they're trying to get in through House here. House is what they're looking for with this Uber, but Phone Leak able to pop it before he goes down, not before Naughty goes down, and he's stuck in the corner now. The sign comes out, and he takes one down. Ham meeting the sign. And now they're chasing through, and if Phone Leak was completely stuffed into that corner, meaning his team couldn't push anywhere close to the point. The entirety of it was Virginia Tech was just there blocking that corridor perfectly.
Yeah, that was just a big misplay from Penn State. They had all 5, like pretty much 5 people all clumped up, and the explosive classes on the side of Virginia Tech really punished them. Virginia Tech did end up overextending a bit, because they could have had a lot better of a hold here, but they're still at a 2-minute time advantage, and they have a 60% Uber. This is going to be very tough for Penn State to break through. They're going to have to get this force probably, but this time, since there's no forward hold, they don't have to break through that.
Phone Leak was just alone by himself, nobody there, and he just gets picked right there. And they're looking for this desperate play right now. It's scrappy, and it's looking not too great. Naughty's alone, and Naughty will likely go down soon. Jones is able to pick up 1 and try to get some time on the point. Looking for this medic, but will not get it. Gets sniped by the crossbow. And the soldier's in, not able to find the medic. This medic is staying alive, and he will not go down just yet. Able to heal up for himself.
That was a very good, dodge, excuse me, from the medic on the side of Virginia Tech. Cal with some nice pipes onto Naughty, getting that kill. Rabbit Squirrel is in. There's a big collapse here from Ham and Rabbit Squirrel, but they don't have enough of a cleanup here, and it looks like it's, you know, it's actually going to be more favored on the side of Penn State.
Well, Virginia Tech able to get the point back immediately, but Penn State is able to get back onto it and force them away. Finally, Penn State able to get themselves a footing. As the rest of Virginia Tech is looking to respawn, they're going to group back up and try to push back in. Something I've noticed a lot is Paper seems to be very independent in these rounds.
Yeah, he's going for a lot of crazy aggressive plays. That's an early trap kill there, and it looks like it was an attempted 4-man sack here, or maybe not. It looks like it was an attempted push, but just losing 2 players early, both scouts on the side of Virginia Tech, that's going to cancel or spell their retreat. They're going to wait for their scouts to respawn, but they have such a big time advantage. They have plenty of time. The big thing they're looking to do is ideally get an early Uber exchange so that they can already start fighting.
Uber popped, though, from Virginia Tech, meaning they got to go in, while Phone Leak is able to back up, finally popping the Uber for himself and chasing them in. The team is on the way, and their medic goes down. Virginia Tech, now in the desperate state that Penn State was in, as their team is chased away. Disintegrated is the soldier as we chase down Baron. Baron gets put down. The medic is on the run himself. Phoned Leak, phoning some friends here for the help, and Ham on the side getting forced away.
Yeah, definitely a big swing there in favor of Penn State. Still about a minute time advantage for Virginia Tech, which means they definitely have some time, and they did manage to at least get the Uber out, so there's not going to be anything huge there. Ham is going to go for an early pick, but a little bit separated with his team. He's going to go down. Now the picks are definitely favoring Penn State here.
Penn State, but both soldiers are down for Penn State, meaning they got a bit of a difficult time to hold. The spammy nature of this map really favors the soldiers being up here, as they've got all 5 up, but one just respawned. Baron is just coming back from the spawn. Jones trying to hold this point by himself as Paper walks onto it. It is dangerous here if you are Penn State. You're trying to keep them from getting the point because of how little time they have left, but Phoned is in such low health right now. You can't play too far up if you're Phoned. Phoned knows it, and Phone's playing back. 91%, 95%, we're looking for it, and we cap it back again. Their med is down on Virginia Tech, which means we can use this Uber for our advantage here. We're safe until we got to pop. We don't pop just yet, and we're going to hold this point for a little bit longer. We've got 35 seconds before we win this round.
Yeah, huge milk there from Phone Leak. That's going to be incredibly important for them. And a late death there on Baron. That's going to be very tough for Virginia Tech, excuse me. They had such a big lead in this round, and it's evaporated with just some miscoordinations. They just haven't been able to just get this final execution down. Let's see what they do.
They're looking again for this. A desperate push from Virginia Tech as the 10-second timers meet each other. Cow looking to put some damage in, lead his charge of a team. Going in now, but the Uber is popped. Naughty the one to take it as Bolt follows up on a Cow, and Cow goes down, and so does Virginia Tech. 2-1 to Penn State.
Yeah, it looks like Virginia Tech just was not ready. They did not have like a solid enough plan for just using that time advantage. They were playing so well, and then their strats like went out the window. It's like they just completely stopped like playing together as a team. We'll see if they can improve that for this next round as we're going into round 4. Big comeback win there from Penn State.
We'll have to see how Paper and Cow play. It seems to be how that's like been deciding it. Some picks from the soldiers have been back and forth, but Ham goes down. I say picks from the soldiers. No, the soldiers getting picked, but that time Cow goes down to Paper. Cow and Paper. Paper setting the momentum this time around as the cap point goes to Penn State. And looks like Virginia Tech had taken their loss and back it up.
Yeah, it looks like they're still going to try to push in, I would assume here. Naughty might get caught. He actually is able to just trade a kill, which is definitely going to be better than nothing, but one down might be a little bit tough. But Ham gets caught by himself on the right side. He's going to get picked off. There's a low player on the side of Jones. Eat him up is kind of low too, so we'll see how Virginia Tech elects to take this. It's not going to be, I was going to say even Ubers, but it looks like on the side of, Penn State has not been pushing very well. This time the flank pushes from Penn State don't go as well. Virginia Tech was ready for them. That's a 2-player ad, and even though they're down 30 seconds, they're going to be able to retake this point pretty safely here, as long as they can keep their med safe. Got to be careful with that aggressive Uber. Here comes that aggressive Uber.
Uber popped, and now the Uber popped in response. A couple of glowing guys just staring at each other, trying to stall a bit of time. Naughty is in, and Naughty looking to put some damage on the Cow, but Cow now under threat from Jones. Penn State forced him away. Bolt and Quapples having a 1v1 on the side, and Bolt bops him in the head with that Boston Basher. They call him the Basher for a reason. Get bashed into the dirt right now as Virginia Tech's chased out. The med almost going down with a sliver of HP left, and it looks like we're trying to bomb after him, but Eat him up is not going to eat this time around. But Phoned goes down to 1. Rabbit Squirrel able to find a pick.
Yeah, on that push, they had such a good 2 early picks, but it just turned into them getting forced late after they lost players in the Uber, which was really bad for them. Quapples was able to get a demo pick onto Paper. That's really good. There's multiple players here pushing this flank on the side of Penn State, but they're only going to get a trade kill, which is going to mean Virginia Tech is going to be okay with this. Even though they're down a minute, they have about an 80% time advantage, and Ham is already going to grab a quick kill into Naughty, who was low, trying to
That
get
is
healthy.
big.
And he's getting some space. Oh my goodness, huge rocket from Ham onto Jones, and that's going to clean up that kill. And now that's 6 up on the side of Virginia Tech, and I'm assuming they're trying to set up this forward hold. Yes, they are. Looks like they're a little unsure. Okay, they finally are trying to set up this forward hold.
60% Uber advantage closing in now. If they want to get a pick on the mid, they're going to have to push soon. But you see, Bolt is already stacking up with that Boston Basher. A bit of a dive in, trying to get something down, trying to force the Uber early, but not successful this time around. 3 go down. They're waiting for the respawn to come up before they go in as a full 6.
Yeah, but that was such a weird the weird four-man on the side of Penn State. They just keep going for these like four-mans no matter where the med location is, and it doesn't feel like it's, as optimal as it really should be, as we actually are going to pause here. But yeah, like if Penn State wants to get more with these four-mans, and if Virginia Tech is just going to keep playing like this, Penn State really has to be more careful, not be super like quick to just commit as soon as they see a couple players, because you want to figure out where the med is, and if the med is playing close, then you want to form in. But if the med's not that close, you don't want to just go in for the foreman, because the med has a ton of space to just run away and give time for his teammates to clean the people going for the foreman sack.
I feel like these mid fights have been really determined by Cow and Paper, right? How they've been playing two very different styles of demo, right? You said Cow was the leader, leading his team with the experience he has. And I very much agree with that. But Paper seems a lot more like a solo agent. He's been getting less heals than Cow has been eating, right? But do you feel like it's showing an advantage for one side or the other, or is it just kind of, evening out? Because this game seems pretty even.
I mean, one thing about not having a scout aggressive is that scout is oftentimes one of the best classes to really make use of heals. Scout is just such a good class at cleaning up damage and being able to chase kills without potentially getting themselves, like, overextending themselves sometimes. And so just being oftentimes putting like more heals into your scout can really be important, even if you have Cal taking a lot more of the fight. So I think one thing that would be better for Virginia Tech is if they could get at least a bit more heals into their scout, even if Cal is still leading, just a little bit more into their scouts, especially just to make sure they're able to clean up on these kills. And then the players don't want to die on the flanks. Whereas on the side of Penn State, they want to make sure that they are a lot more coordinated, focusing a little bit more on how Virginia Tech is playing and trying to adapt to how they're playing, because I think they have their game plan, which is working pretty well for them. But if Virginia Tech is actually able to execute their game plan, I'd be a little cautious for Penn State, because I think the game plan on Virginia Tech is a little bit better when they're not, doing crazy things like completely forgetting about the fact that they just need to, get an Uber exchange with a big time advantage on that third round.
Something that you mentioned, the heels going to scout. I feel like whenever Quapples has gone in, there has been value from his push in, right? He's always gotten something. He's either gotten a pick, he's forced an Uber, he's gotten something done. Whereas I feel like Jones is a name we're saying a lot as well. Both of them getting stuff done. And I feel like Jones is getting a lot more healing than Quapples is, which means Jones is going to be a name I'm saying much more often because he's just able to go in so much more.
I think it's actually just Jones being more aggressive. I'm taking a look at the logs currently for the current score, and actually in his first 3 rounds, Bolt had double the healing of Jones and actually had, the same percentage as Cow did on, I believe, Combo Scout. So I think it's just Bolt is a very passive Combo Scout and Jones is just a lot more aggressive. So I'm surprised that Phone Bleak keeps getting picked off with Bolt being so safe, but I guess it makes sense in the rest of the logs in the sense that Cow is, both at top of dealing damage, and I believe he's also for his team at the top of taking damage, which makes sense considering he's getting beamed a lot and taking a lot of the fights. And the scouts on the side of Virginia Tech are just playing it a bit safer. I wonder if we'll see any adjustments here. Hopefully, this is not like a med disconnecting at a random time or something like that. Hopefully, it's a tactical decision. One of the teams lost a round and they want to figure out what's going on. How can we improve it? What can we do better?
A tactical pauses or something I feel like is underused a lot of the time in different, competitive scenes, right? Tactical pauses, being able to discuss what exactly we want to do while the timer we've got time, we've got time we could use it to discuss right now. Does look like they're looking to come through this main house building right here. into this left side again, but the trap is there. But Jones has been really good at spotting these traps. Do you think this is the move, or do you think they should be going through another means?
I mean, it very much depends. When you're trying to break through a forward hold, you're oftentimes trying to find what I like to call the path of least resistance. You're trying to find what's held least by enemies, because if there's 5 players on one side, you don't want to try to walk through that choke point. Choke points are like doorways, and you can get really clumped up, take a lot of explosive damage, and just get juggled. It can be very annoying for you. So finding the path that's most open is oftentimes your best job, but it's also important to not just pressure from one doorway, even if you find that doorway is the most open, because the enemy team can rotate around and adjust to how you're pushing. So oftentimes having your flank members, once your combo decides which way they want to go, your flank members want to be passive, but paying attention to the enemies that are watching their side and listening to what their teammates are saying so that they know when it's their time to get in through their various doors and pressure from a different side, kind of like water breaking through the dam, trying to find the cracks, find the openings that they can use to break through. And currently, I mean, based on the hold, I would say maybe it would be Virginia Tech's right side, the left side of Penn State. But it very much depends on how the soldier in main decides to play. If he's a lot more willing to just walk in on the center, then you probably just want to, maybe go to the right. But you also have to be careful of those traps, like you said. But it's not like traps are the end of the world. You also can use rockets to shoot, even if you're not able to shoot through a wall and curve your rocket. You can just shoot this little ceiling above, and that can, with the splash damage, with the splash from the rocket, move the traps onto the ground, which can allow either your soldier to move them further with the rocket, or your scout to just delete the stickies with the scatter gun. And that's oftentimes the way you clear stickies. But I mean, even if you're clearing stickies, it's not like an easy job, because the demo can reset stickies just directly in the door, and they can start throwing pipes at you, especially if you're standing still. So you have to be careful about what you're doing. It's a very delicate thing pushing out, but you can oftentimes potentially just take an Uber exchange if the enemy team has decided they're going to play close. You have multiple different options of what you want to do when you push out, but you really have to kind of adapt it. Oftentimes, even if you have something you feel comfortable with, you have to adapt it to what the enemy team is doing and how they're holding.
Something I was very intrigued about was the soldiers. I seen a distinct lack of, shotguns on the soldier. Both of them. Both the pocket soldiers on both teams. Now, you could refresh me on the meta here, but I believe everybody has gunboats. Um, is that just standard procedures now, or is that just, unique to this set?
Oh no, for sure that's standard. That's been standard for at least 5 or 6, or maybe more like 7 years, maybe 7 or 8. It's been pretty standard.
All
Ever
right.
since the changes to both how frequently the crossbow is used and the medic being able to gain the scout speed upon healing scouts. That has kind of changed the game into being your combo scout is actually your big protector most of the time, and oftentimes in infight you'll see the combo scout has a lot of jobs and is really the protector, is oftentimes the leader of the team, because they have so many jobs of clearing for different traps, hiders when they're pushing through, oftentimes taking space, taking a lot of beam, being comfortable, getting aggressive. And your soldiers are oftentimes more on the sides. Your pocket soldier kind of plays as a hybrid more or less now between a second roamer who supports the flank, or just as a soldier who's supporting the combo there to potentially bomb in through a doorway to help out if needed, or to just be there as a second person to just bomb and help support when your combo needs the help, just because of how powerful scout is, especially once you get higher and higher level. As you get better at this game, scout is just so strong in those 1v1s, and that fast movement allowing the scout to just dodge damage is very very important. And
Oh,
here's the unpause.
we are finally back into it now, as we're going back in, a push in from this left side from Penn State. Means that we're going to get in with this Uber. Both sides having Uber. It's back and forth span here. Bolt is dangerously low, and so is Jones, but they're looking to cover the option of this double soldier push from the backside of Blue. But Paper in danger. Paper almost going down. It looks like they're trying to go up through house. Didn't this go poorly for them last time? Am I seeing, it again? Macau takes one down. Ham takes down another. And it's dangerous here. Are they going to keep going, though? Bolt takes down one. And It is, a back and forth here. There's only 3 or 4 alive for the side of Penn State while it's 5, but the med drops! Eat 'em up, eats that Uber up, meaning it's going into the grave, no use to anybody. So the push comes through from Penn State, and Penn State are going to take the point.
That was they started out so well on the side of Virginia Tech, they were punishing, and then what happened is like the players on the right side, just like the scouts and the soldier on the right for Virginia Tech, they just way overextended, and they were like thinking, oh, we could just keep chasing the combo rather than just taking your time, spreading out and pincering slowly but surely. But they forgot the fact that they had a 2-player ad. They should have been able to take that and win that fight without using, but they just went way too aggressive here. And there was some late deaths. This means here comes the push out from Virginia Tech. Oh, I think what happened, yeah, paper lagged out, it looks like, and that's probably, yep, that was the pause, and here we're back into the game.
Does look like it. Well, it is, Virginia Tech able to take the point back because of that unfortunate situation. But we are, able to get back into it. It is, that momentum reset is really, really rough, to be completely honest with you. But we're going to have to, you got to recover back. You still have a bit of a time lead if you are Virginia Tech, so you're trying to get that even further. But Jones takes down Barron, which means that's a really big step to come in. Paper, gonna be arriving shortly. Bolt had swapped to demo to cover for that, while Paper is gonna come in as a scout. It is a adapt, improvise, overcome. Uber comes through, and we're looking to overcome here. Both Ubers popped, and the jump in from Eat 'em Up. Looking to eat 'em up right now. It is a back and forth here. Natty gets gone down, but so does Cow. It is so much back and forth, but Penn State take the point, and Penn State force out Virginia Tech.
Yeah, but they've actually lost more players, so Virginia Tech just gets healthy with the bow. They're now refighting here. Jones is very low. He's doing a lot of damage and a lot of distraction. Rabbit Sword goes down, but Ham gets the kill into Jones, but now it's like only a few seconds left. Penn State has to push right back into this.
Yeah, they really do have to push right back into this. It is not, it's just done.
Yeah, that was really interesting because even there, like, it just looked like Virginia Tech had a much better game plan. They took the aggressive Uber exchange in, which delayed so much time, and then they backed up because they knew they had a slightly worse Uber because they used first. But because they were able to kite away, they got that extra pick, worked it back, and then, worked back that extra pick to just taking the point and securing themselves the round. That was really well played at the end there from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it was really well played by Virginia Tech. They were able to push in, and I love how Penn State tried to adapt to that. They lost their demo, unfortunately, but they were able to switch it around and able to get it. But now Bolt is staying on the demo. It is Paper still on the scout here, so it is a role swap this time around. They're waiting for a death on both of them to swap back.
We still have Bolt on the scout and Paper on the demo. I think that was just a very, very temporary switch. But right now we have still just a fight going on here. There's a big Uber out on the side of Penn State. And even with that, Virginia Tech is still trying to fight. There's some picks being traded out. But Virginia Tech has to be careful with their medic because they are at an Uber disad here. Cupojo is very aggressive. He's going to go down. And this is going to be very chaotic, but Penn State also has an Uber ad. A lot of players trying to sack and get the medic, and there's the drop. Very well done from Rapid Squirrel.
Dangerous right there, dangerous. And it is, we still have control for Penn State now. It is, we're looking for a bit of a setup now if we're the demo on the side of Penn State, but we're looking to be set up, but we're set up for our own demise. Bolt goes down, Naughty goes down, and this is a back away from Penn State.
Yeah, this looks really good on the side of Virginia Tech. Even though they are down about 30 seconds in that time, they have an 80% Uber and they have a player up, which means they're going to be able to set up a nice, strong forward hold here. There's not much spam on this left side. Naughty just walks through and is very low, doesn't die to the trap, does eventually go down, but there is a 4-man coming in here.
Bolt looked for something, but Bolt didn't get anything. Eat 'em up, trying to get something done, but Eat 'em up gets eaten up. And that is that. Paper running away with his tail between his legs. There's nothing, no pick, and that is more time going the way of Virginia Tech. This point control is firm.
Yeah, that was, again, the same kind of thing from Virginia Tech, where they had their medic far enough back, and so the 4-man attempt, they did change up the doors a bit, but it's like, they're still just not able to catch up the med with anything, which means Virginia Tech now solidly has an advantage as Penn State is trying to bust through this left side, but they lose a player early, and there's aggressive pushes and a drop onto Phone League.
That is horrible for the momentum of Penn State here, but Penn State is trying to find something. It is trying to buy some time with the demo, but the demo trying to drop down some damage, but gets a little bit, but not enough. Virginia Tech keep the point, holding strong.
Yeah, that was interesting there because I think Penn State were like, okay, we're just going to all in because we know we're going to spawn pretty close to when our medic is going to spawn, so they tried to all in to get the force, but they already had enough spam, so Umurf just used aggressively and sort of got forced, so he didn't really lose too many players, and that's going to allow another mostly solid forward hold from Virginia Tech to be set up, and it's going to be hard for them to break through. Here comes another big bomb from Paper.
They're desperate. They're really desperate to get something done here. Eat 'em up goes down again. It is, they're trying to get something done. Naughty's in, looking for something, and they're throwing their lives away, trying to find something.
Yeah, this is what I was really scared of on the side of Penn State. You don't want to kind of lose your head. You definitely want to make sure you're coordinating, paying attention to how the enemy team is playing. You know, Virginia Tech kind of cleaned it up a bit, and I think the pause maybe gave them a little bit of time to just refocus and talk about it. Although Paper gets a quick kill onto Baron, who was very low, kind of aggressive by himself, and another kill from Penn State. This is now good for them, a third kill, and even though there's an aggressive Uber happening from Penn State, they got 3 and they're able to take the point. Well, he didn't get the force.
Recovery, that's what you need to do. Even if you are pushed back, pushed away, you can recover. You can make this come back around into your favor. Penn State got to hold this point for a while. Quapples goes down to Jones, but Jones will fall in the same. It is Eat 'em Up and Naughty taking down Rabid Squirrel, trying to back away now. Naughty in danger, but will take down Baron himself. Able to back away, only a little bit of scratches on him.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a lot better for the side of Virginia Tech because they knew this was coming. Although, that was a bit of a mistake. Umurf just walks out forward and is going to get forced inevitably here. Aggressive bomb from Cal, and Phone League actually gets caught by Cal.
Oh,
and
no.
The rest of the players, huge play there from the side of, Virginia Tech. Penn State is trying to all in now, but even if you all in, and you do get the medic here, which is going to be good. They do have some players spawning, so I thought this was going to be a lot worse than it was. But I think because of how much time it's going to be left, it's going to be an overtime situation, which most likely here in a second.
It is, overtime now. You got to stall yourself out. But look at Rabbit Squirrel hiding in the corner. Finally found. Gonna have to go Rabbit to save himself. Does not. Able to get the point. Penn State is, and now they got to hold. They cannot let this point pass back over to Virginia Tech.
Yep, even one cap, and it's Virginia Tech's around, and they were able to also get the kill on the med with a lot of spam. I think the med just went too aggressive. Phone League just went too aggressive on the point. Jones gets a little aggressive by himself, gets picked off.
No.
Paper does as well. That's down 2 on the side of Penn State. Here comes the all-in from Penn State. A bunch of damage, but that's the round. That was
3-2.
Yeah, very solid on the side of Virginia Tech, and we'll see how Penn State decides to adapt in this next round, because they're now down on this first map.
Match point going the way of Virginia Tech. One more round, and it is theirs. But it has been a very, very close set of rounds right now. So it's they're not out of it yet, right? That round was a bit brutal, though. You gotta reset it. You gotta forget about it for now if you are Penn State, because Penn State's coming back in. Paper back on the demo means some damage going back their way. Paper putting some damage in, but Naughty's the first to go down. Ham gets him, but Cal goes down. Eat 'em Up gets eaten up by that crossbow. And look at the side, though. Ham's looking for the med, and med takes a bit of damage, but is able to slip away. Looks like Virginia Tech's going to take the first cap, but Jones picks one. Is Jones going to get the other? He's getting the couple of meat shots in, but not able to finish a kill for himself. And the point, while Virginia Tech's control, looks like Penn State's trying to come in, but Rabbit Squirrel gets one air shot, not able to finish off a kill on the phone. Bleak, though. Rabbit Squirrel goes down to the sign.
Wow, crazy fighting here. Cal is going to be able to get the kill, but Naughty is in on that left house because there's no soldier watching it. Umurf is throwing out a ton of bows. He did kind of save his team right at the start because he got a clutch kill and a bow onto his scout to save his life. But he's losing a lot of heal time, but just going for bows constantly, even when his teammates aren't standing still. Now it's 2 down on the side of Virginia Tech. Even though they have a time advantage, this is going to be tough for them to
Naughty
fight
gets,
as the fight goes on.
That turnaround from Naughty was perfect there. Naughty barely living and able to finish off a kill before he goes down himself. Uber popped, but Murph is able to slip away like a sneaky little snake he is. Uber popped now to come back in. The push from Virginia Tech coming in through the demo, bombing out and getting the medic. 2 gets sent out as Virginia Tech take the point for themselves, try to cap it, but they're looking to stall. They're trying to buy themselves some time before their teammate respawns. Then they cap. Time evened out.
Yeah, but crucially there, they also were just able to get the med. I think Penn State just did not expect the quick counter use there. Here comes a bomb from Naughty. He's trying to get the med. So much damage, and he does get the kill.
He got the kill. Naughty able to slip in there. Naughty boy gets in and gets it done. Ham Raiders blows himself up. Jones is able to get picked off. Rabbit Squirrel falls. Paper getting a lot of damage out, but it is almost a full wipe for Virginia Tech. Cal, the only one left standing, and now he doesn't have legs to stand on. Penn State take it for themselves.
Yeah, but I think what happened there is Penn State got the medic kill, and so Virginia Tech, they were just like, okay, we're going to all in for your med, make sure we get the med. They did manage to get a couple of kills as well, and they did get the med, which was crucial for them. And even though they're down about 30 seconds on time, this could have been a lot worse. Penn State smartly did delay the points, so they got all their spawners, which means this hold is going to be a lot stronger. But here we go. There's a big fight, and 2 kills go in the way of Penn State very early.
Danger. Phone Leak is in a lot of danger here. Rabbit Squirrel got so much damage onto him, but Phone Leak was able to slip away. Eat him up and Jones fall down, but Rabbit Squirrel and Baron also fall down. It is risky now, but Ham looking for a risky kill. The melee weapons come out, but Ham falls down. The pickaxe can't stand to the sign. Virginia Tech cap 1. And it looks like Naughty is in now. Naughty able to get a bit of damage out, but not able to finish up a kill. The demo not really taking too much damage there. Looks like Penn State able to cap the point for themselves, but it's a dance back and forth right now. Baron Arnold up on house here, looking to get onto this point, looking to maybe get a flank around, but it looks like Eat 'em Up's going to try to eat that up. The Uber comes in now, and the med gets dropped. It is a huge pickup now. Virginia Tech looking to get a pickup on this point to get their lead, to extend their lead, but there's 4 down from Virginia Tech. Penn State,
Yeah, that was an aggressive Uber. They were trying to catch off on that small Uber. They did get the medic, but at what cost? They've just lost too many players. I think the team was just not ready for the aggressive call. I think Cal just called the aggressive Uber. Maybe once Murph got the call about the Uber. There is a little nasty trap on this left side here. But it's going to be about even Ubers, even players, but Virginia Tech is at a disadvantage now. Penn State has the point and about a 25-second time advantage. Although Virginia Tech did bust through, it looks like pretty cleanly, so I'm assuming we'll see a fight here shortly.
There's no Ubers in this exchange, though, so they're going to have to go in, and it looks like Murph is going to go into the dirt as his remains are put into it from the pick that time around from Eat 'em Up. And that means the med's also going to go down. Phone Leak's going to go down. Bolt's the only one left standing, and it's Scout v Scout here. Bolt looks like he's going to bolt out of there, go into house, and is looking to get back onto this point. Can he take the fight into Baron? Baron's lower here, and Baron goes down, but Bolt is going to have to get out. Ham's here, and Ham looking to put in some pain.
Yeah, I mean, they did cap the point, but I don't know if I really recommend that because they delayed the spawners on the side of Virginia Tech. And so now, even though Penn State should have a much stronger hold here, you would assume. Although, actually, as I say that, Naughty might be caught on the left side, and Q Apples would stay alive for a long time. And so this is actually favoring Virginia Tech, although, as I say, that Rapid goes in very quickly. A bunch of bombs here from Virginia Tech. Kills going the way in favor of Penn State.
Jones able to take one down, but Jones gets taken down himself by that crossbow. We keep mentioning it, but Eat 'em Up gets eaten up there. Baron takes one down, and it looks like it's 3v4 this time. But Virginia Tech have the point. A minute left on the clock. We're only 13 seconds left for Penn State. They're going to have to group back up again, but the Uber advantage is slightly in the favor of Phone Leak. Slightly, by about 5%. They got to go in now if they want it, and it looks like they're not going in. They are going in. The bomb in from the demo, looking to pick the med, but not quick enough. Down to the ground goes Paper, and now comes in Virginia Tech to hold this point. This point caps fast, so they got to stay on it. But Jones is making sure he stays on the point to cap it real quick. 10 seconds left on the timer, and Virginia Tech's time is running out this time around because they're getting popped, locked, and shut out. This game, this round over, tied up, match point, both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be a big last point for determining who gets this first map. There was some really interesting decision-making there from Virginia Tech. It looks like they were just like all-inning for the med almost. Like they constantly had players on their team going for the medic kill, and Penn State was just more prepared to deal with those medic kills. Now, sure, they still lost their medic a few more times, but I think because they were more prepared, they were just able to get more player advantages, which they used to help them take that round, and we're in the last round. We'll see how both teams adapt.
Eddie and Ham taking a 1v1 on the side, but eat him up. Already gets the med. Cow goes down as well. Paper goes down, but it is a med demo drop for the soldier demo. So, you know, that I feel like that feels pretty good on the first mid. 4 go down for Virginia Tech. It means Penn State's got the momentum, but Barron puts the momentum back into Virginia's court by taking down the med. He's happy to go down if that means the med falls.
Yeah, he stole the pack right under Phone Leak's nose and then caught the kill. Must be brutal for Phone Leak because he knew that all-in was coming after they lost the medic on the side of Virginia Tech. They do have a heal advantage here, which they're going to try to use to bully their way out, although Cal is kind of alone here, but he does get support from Q Apples and his medic, and now his teammates are really pincering. That's another kill into Naughty. Let's see how they keep pushing with this.
They're looking to come in here, but it looks like Penn State's kind of just giving right now. They don't want to push in too far. Phone Leak's alone, though. Phone Leak's in by himself, but he bounces out, barely able to escape there, and is now safe. Looks like the Virginia Tech is looking for an aggressive hold this time around, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, but this time smartly, they don't over-chase for any crazy med kills. Actually, as I say that, there's a big soldier bomb. It does trade in for kills. Oh my goodness, so much damage from Cal. Gets 2 kills. It's now 4v3 on this in favor of Virginia Tech, excuse me. And that's probably going to allow them to secure a stronger hold again. And they're now back in time advantage as well. But the players spawn faster for Penn State, and since there were down some explosives on the side of Virginia Tech, they're going to have to not be able to hold this. Although Q Apples gets a force somehow.
That was an easy force for Q Apples there. Papers in, looking to force the med to pop, and they will pop, not drop. Cow under threat, but Cow gets the Uber flashed onto him. Looks like the med goes down. Penn State in a desperate state. But right now, we've got the medic and the demo versus the scout and scout. Jones falls, meaning the other scout, Bolt, is going to bolt on out of there. Wait for his boys to come back before they take this point. He's not bolting out of there. He's bolted in there, but he gets popped by Cow, and Cow taunts in celebration.
Oh my goodness, he gets another pipe to eat him up. That's going to secure the kill. Q Apples is going to juggle Naughty, who was trying to go in for another kill. Naughty 1 HP behind, not able to get that kill. And now it's just a 6v4. Penn State has to back out. Rapid Squirrel's in, trying to go for an early med pick. Maybe a little overzealous there, but I think Virginia Tech is doing very well. I would have said that this was like maybe awkward because they keep losing their scouts in these Ubers, but somehow it just keeps working on them in terms of their explosives are doing so much.
It really does keep working out for them, you know. Right now, Penn State looking to push in, though. This point caps fast. It looks like they're trying to get in. But Phone Leak, again, is by himself. They're trying to, you know, get back to his boys, but they keep separating themselves. Back and forth, the spam comes through, and Penn State's at about 2 minutes down, just give or take 2 minutes. It is hard for them to push in.
Yeah, but they have a small Uber ad, and Cal really wants to use it. He does use it, and they catch Phone Leak and another kill. The kills are definitely decently even, but it's now a 4v2 in favor of Penn State. Now 4v1, and they have the med advantage. This is going to be huge on the side of Penn State, for Virginia Tech. They're able to cap the point. They are going to be down, I believe, a soldier who is spawning, so they might not be able to get a strong forward hold here, but they have a minute 45 time advantage here and a 40% Uber ad.
It is dangerous right now. Virginia Tech got 30 seconds left before they take this first map, and this first map, you know, the momentum center we said before, but Ham is in looking for some damage, but Ham, it gets forced out. Jones falls, eat him up, goes down right after, and it's a 4v6. But they have to push in here. They're going to lose the round if they don't. Papers in, looking for the med. Does he find him? He does, and pops up. Gets the entire team explodes. And there's just body parts everywhere.
That was absolutely insane, but I think crucially for Virginia Tech, they did get the medic kill, which means there is no medic Uber advantage. Although the med did spawn, this does give Virginia Tech over 2 minutes to try to bust through and take this fight. They're going to have to probably break through a forward hold here. It looks like Penn State is actually taking a while to set it up because the med was a late spawner. They might not get a strong hold set up. Eat 'em up is trying to go for kind of a gamble bomb. Aggressive bomb from Rapid actually gets a kill to Naughty and a second kill early. This is looking really good for Virginia Tech and bad for Penn State.
Already gone for Penn State. They got to hold this point, though. If it goes the way of Virginia Tech, the game goes the way of Virginia Tech. First game of the set going the way of Virginia Tech. Map 1 in their pocket.
Yeah, big win there in favor of Virginia Tech. This was Penn State's map pick, and Virginia Tech were losing at first. It was it was at first they lost the first round, then they lost the third round, meaning they were down 2-1, and they did end up losing the sixth round, meaning it was 3-3. But now we're at the final scoreline for that first map, 4-3, and I'm looking at the logs, and I think it's exactly what I expected. Cal at the top of both the damage dealt and damage taken for his team, because he's taking a lot of heals, but he's putting in a lot of work at the same time. But the rest of the team on the side of Penn State is a lot more even.
I mean, right there, I think on this next map, if you're Penn State, I would not be discouraged. This went to the maximum round that it could have. You know, I wouldn't be discouraged. This is an even set. We just that last round, we gotta refresh. We gotta focus back up and we gotta win this next map. This is their map, correct?
Yeah, I believe the first map was actually the pick of Penn State, actually. So this second map is actually going
No,
to be.
Virginia Tech picked Bagel. I'm looking at
Oh
it
no,
now.
you're right. You're right. My
Process
bad.
is Penn State's pick, which is the map we're going over to right now. Is process Penn State going to the quote unquote home field advantage this time around? We're even. We were very very close in that one. Now we got the map we want. Let's take a win.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking for. Then, yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised by this outcome, just because of how, like, I don't know, miscoordinated they seemed, and how, like, they still didn't like put that many like that many heals into their scouts. Like, I'm looking at the heal percentage. Cal got 35% heals from his medic, and considering how much bowing was going on, Elmerf just somehow has like 4,000 more heals given out. Although I guess that makes sense because Phone Leak actually died 8 more times, and med deaths are really huge, especially because Phone Leak had 4 drops compared to Elmerf only having 2, and both drops and med deaths can be very important.
You know, that you're absolutely right there. But I think at this point with all these, you got to play a bit more protective of your medic. I think Foam Leak. I pointed it out a couple of times. I think is that he kind of separated himself a few times, and you gotta. I think the team itself has to play a bit tighter, but Foam Leak has to watch his own pathing too, because he's walking into corridors and then just gets spammed out, and then he can't path the way he wants to get to his team quicker. So I feel like we gotta tighten it up a bit if we're Penn State.
Yeah, well, oftentimes when things like that happen, you have to also remember that if the enemy team is using a lot of spam to kind of like try to prevent you from going through one door, remember that they don't have infinite spam. Eventually they'll be running out, and oftentimes you can, at least if it's just a little bit of spam or your team doesn't need you like that second, you can potentially just bait, let the spam go out, and then just wait for the spam. Once the spam is gone, then you can just walk through the doorway a lot safer. So I think Phone Bleak just needs to be a little bit more assertive in terms of being willing to just decide to bait a little bit just to keep himself alive, and then also needs to be making sure he's coordinating more with his combo scalpel, making sure that he's able to keep himself alive, because you want to make sure that, although this is process, so it's not as big of like a super flank map as the last map, Bagel is very notorious for tons of flank pushes just due to how close everything is in proximity in terms of the distances and everything, and how just losing one house can potentially just instantly cause a fight to not go your way anymore. But it's going to be it should be, I would assume, a lot less like that on process, so it makes sense that this is Penn State's map pick, and I would assume that Penn State is maybe slightly favored in this map, considering how much chaos that Virginia Tech was trying to make, just targeting the med down on Bagel.
Yeah, I do think so. It's gonna be, a bit easier for them to, I think, play with each other on this map than it would be on to Bagel. But I mean, we gotta wait for everybody to get ready, get into the map. And I think now we can throw it to a quick break as we wait for everybody to get prepped up.
And while we say that, just real quick, we also want to shout out the Fireside Physgun LAN. That's happening in, I believe that's May 24th, May 26th. So just a few weeks now. That will feature some of the best teams in North America, and both the best team in Europe and the best team in the Australia, New Zealand area. So that's going to be a lot of great international competition there. Can't wait to see that, only just in a few weeks. And don't forget to check out that Fireside merch, of course. And besides that, I think we'll be preparing for this second map show. We might be throwing it to a quick break. We'll take a second and we'll let you know.
And welcome back. Sorry for the quick delay there, but I'm not a Valgame, joined by M17 for map 2 of the CTF2 Spring Grand Finals. We're on process this time around. It is Penn State versus Virginia Tech. Last round, or last map, was incredibly close. If you missed that first one, I would definitely go back and watch. But we were discussing how we feel like Penn State could, play a bit tighter with their medic. Their medic sometimes was getting caught by himself, having 8 more deaths than the other medic on the other side. But again, I still think that that's more of a product of the team as a whole, not just, the phoned leak's fault, right? But I also feel like you mentioned again that a lot of the heals going into Cow does hurt the aggression of the scouts on the side of Virginia Tech. But I mean, Virginia Tech did win map 1, so I mean, something's working somewhere. But it's just the adaptation. Do you think Virginia Tech got to change it up? Do you think Penn State has to change it up, or do you think that we gotta stick to the plans?
I mean, as much as sticking to the plans, definitely. I mean, it probably will at least help some of the teams. I mean, Penn State did lose map 1, so they probably want to change it up a little bit. Making sure their med doesn't get caught. Doing those quick adaptations just to make sure your med doesn't die. Having him bait a little more so he doesn't take a ton of damage. Making sure he's always with the scout at all times. You want to keep a scout in between you and any enemies if you can, because a scout is really just the best protector for your medic and your demo as well, but definitely your medic, because that's the important person we're talking about here. And in response to that, Virginia Tech will probably want to be just a little bit more careful with going super crazy for these sacks in on the flanks. But if they keep working and Penn State aren't really able to hold these flanks well, then Virginia Tech will want to keep abusing it. But if Penn State is able to adapt properly, then Virginia Tech would not want to continuously go for flanks. Although one thing you can always make sure you're doing is when you are attempting to flank, sometimes you can just cancel the flank if you know that, like the push on the flank, if you know that the enemy team is looking at you. Oftentimes just paying attention to what the enemies are aware of and what they're looking at, because there's tons of things going on oftentimes in the game. So if the enemies aren't paying attention, it's a great time to get in. But if the enemy team is more aware, and especially, after all the med deaths on that map 1, I'm sure they're probably going to be a little bit more aware on this map 2. You might just not want to do that push, and you can just cancel. And even just putting a little bit of pressure and then backing up can potentially be enough to cause more weaknesses in the enemy team, which your team can then use to exploit to then win more fights and just get more advantages and continue to snowball and get rounds. But we'll see how both teams adapt. I'm curious if there's going to be like Virginia Tech trying to adapt first, or Penn State just making sure they're trying to adapt, and then Virginia Tech trying to adapt to their adaptations. It's going to be a lot of back and forth adaptations, I would assume, if both teams want to win this.
We were talking about adaptations, but I asked you this on the first map. On this map, off classes. I know it's a bit more common on 5CP maps, especially on last, but do you think there's going to be any off classing this time around, or do you think there's going to be like exclusive to last?
There's obviously, like you said, definitely on last, there will be off classes. Having an NG on your own last is so important because it's essentially just a 7th player, because the NG can just build the sentry gun, force the enemies to kill it first, and then after that, you can, then your NG can just switch off to scout or sniper. But other than that, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of sniper or something like that. I'm not 100% sure which team or, who feels more comfortable with that. But we are going live into the second map, but I don't think we'll see it for at least a couple minutes. But we might see it after like 5 or 10 minutes. But here we are. We're going into map 2. 1-0 lead for Virginia Tech.
1-0 lead for Virginia Tech, which means they've got the momentum coming into this map. But the momentum sends Ham into Penn State right now. But looks like Jones wants to get aggressive. But it's a lot of damage going back and forth. Ham is in a lot of danger here. Eat him up, and Ham goes down. But Jones follows right after. Both taking so much damage, and they gotta back up. It is Penn State having to lead away the rest of it. Demo and Men live, but everybody else leaving the scout back to Cap, going to second.
Yeah, crucially, the medic phone leak was able to get out, which is going to mean this isn't as bad as you might think, but as much as I said that, Phone Leak has not been able to build well. I think he's been separated a lot, so there's unintentionally going to be about like a 30% Uber disadvantage on the side of Penn State. I don't know if Virginia Tech will be aware of that. We will see. They're already poking and prodding a little bit, just seeing what they can get. But I think because of how long they're taking and their player spawning and whatnot, they're not going to be able to go off of that. Although Cal does get an early kill onto Naughty, and Rapid Squirrel gets a kill to eat him up. That's 2 down on the side of Penn State. This is going to be really bad for them.
But the sentry gun does take down Quaffles, and Cal falls down to Paper, which means there's 2 already down. The sentry falls, but the Uber's popped, doesn't have anybody on him, but now he finally gets to Baron, and Paper is in danger, but Paper is the danger, popping Baron, and now the Uber is here. That Uber we were afraid was going to be too much of an advantage comes back around right in time, meaning second point is under threat, and it looks like Virginia Tech is trying to put up a fight, but Natty's in. Natty falls.
Yeah, Naughty was just maybe a little over aggressive there. Phone Leak really aggressive. Maybe he's gonna get caught. Nope. I think he's gonna get out in the. Wait, he might actually get caught here. Nope. Okay, excuse me.
He's out.
He's going to be out safely. That was very, very insane. But there's actually a lot of early pressure
Oh!
here. Cal gets a kill with the pipe onto Phone Leak long range. And there's just fighting going on, even though there's 3 low players on the side of Virginia Tech.
Naughty's back up, though. Naughty's on the med. Naughty's on the med. Is he going to be able to finish it? He won't. But the med will finally go down to the heavy. Bolt comes around the corner as the heavy and the off classes are coming in. They're coming in spades right now. Paper trying to put down Cal, but Paper not able to finish Cal. Cal's trying to jump on the point, but finally Cal goes down, and that is a soldier and med. And it's looking for the med, able to finish him down. Finally, it is. Ooh, that was a brutal last defense.
Yeah, oftentimes going for the med early is a little bit scary because you don't want to then spend all your time going for the med and not killing players who can actually do some significant damage, but luckily it works out for the side of Penn State. They're able to retake their second. It's only about a 10-15% Uber ad because I think there wasn't really any building going on, just healing the demo. So it's most likely going to even out here, although there's actually 2 players in sewer on the side of Penn State. We'll see if they decide to do anything off that. It looks like actually Naughty is just going to hide. Baron is going to get killed by Eat 'em Up. I believe that's in, IT. And so down 1 and a 20% Uber disad. We'll see what happens here.
IT is a dangerous place to play if you're a scout, but Naughty goes down to Rabid Squirrel, meaning the med could be under threat here. Bolt and Jones are both sitting over here, but we still see that in sewers we have the Rabid Squirrel waiting to come in Rabid, but we're coming in with an Uber charge. And Paper's going in, looking for the med pick, but Rabbit Squirrel's still behind. They gotta pay attention to that. They don't know Rabbit Squirrel's still there, I don't think. But now Phone Leak takes a sticky going up into the air, and Rabbit Squirrel's here, trying to get Phone Leak down. Phone Leak is staying alive, being able to stick to his teammates here, but it's only so long. Pick after pick after pick fall. Virginia Tech in shambles right now. Phone Leak able to hit a crossbow shot on a Naughty. And he's got to protect his medic. But his medic goes down. Naughty unable to save him. But the chase down onto the med here is here. Both soldiers are looking to chase him down. Cow dangerously low, but not able to get picked off. The med's here on the heels. And it looks like Naughty's going to go down.
Yeah, that was a crazy fight there. They took that small Uber out. I don't even know if they realized it was a small Uber. They might have thought it was bigger, but, Umurf just was able to back up. Cal decided to use backhand. It was a really nice surf from Phone Leak to get up top, which potentially won his team down.
Yeah, that was really clean.
Yeah, but I think they just had a lot of, miscoordination, and looked like just the fight and the DM just went in favor of, Virginia Tech. There was just way too much miscoordination, as now we're on to the last of Penn State again, but this time there's a big Uber ad, 30-40% on the side of Virginia Tech, and we'll see how they elect to take this into last.
It is a kind of you just gotta go sort of situation here, and it looks like they're just gonna go. The sentry goes down, and the demo, Jones gets picked, the demo under threat, the med goes down, Paper in danger here. Paper goes down and leaves the 2 soldiers versus the 4 of Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech taking game 1, going their way.
Yeah, that was supposed to be really bad there for Virginia Tech because they lost their combo scout in the Uber right at the start. So you would figure that, you can't really clean anything up, but Cal was able to get the gun, get the NG, and then combine with Ham for just so much damage, Ham and Rapid Score for just so much damage on clumped up players, that it just ended up working, and they were just able to clean up the players who were already low. So that's the first round in favor of Virginia Tech as we're on to the second mid here.
Second mid this time around. I'm watching Rabbit Squirrel specifically because this guy went absolutely nuts this last time around. Ham is in danger though. Ham at 22 HP was able to save himself. Slip away. but it looks like Paper and Eat 'em Up are both taking quite a bit of spam damage themselves. Paper literally standing still for his medic to shoot a crossbow at him, but he finally gets the healing he needed. But Baron and Naughty going down. It is a back and forth mid again. Jones is in danger though, soaking a lot of damage, looking for some more damage, and 3 go down. Rabbit Squirrel falls, but Penn State's gonna have to back away.
Yeah, that looked like it was just player trade after player trade there with isolated players, but Ham hit a crazy air shot, which was able to secure his team another kill, and that is going to get them mid. It's now 5 versus 4, but I think since 2 players on the side of, on the side of Virginia Tech are spawning, they're not going to try to go in for any crazy early pushes. Ham did attempt a sack, but he kind of got juggled by those stickies, so he's just going to cancel, he's going to heal up. The players of Virginia Tech are going to most likely get healed, figure out how they want to do some sort of sack. Paper is setting up an aggressive sticky trap in sewer. Oh my goodness, they could get caught here. This is very scary.
Looks like Paper does get caught there. Cow takes him down. Naughty goes down as well. Looks like IT and sewer fights are both lost now. And we're going to have to, be very scared on this defense now. Bone Leak is trying to hold this Uber, hold it on for his life, but finally pops it himself. Trying to chase them down, force them away. And the red med is able to slip away, but the medic is in. The medic's in by himself trying to chase. Only sent up into the stratosphere. Bolt goes down as Penn State are going to lose their second.
Yeah, that was just really well executed in terms of team coordination and good tactics from Virginia Tech. They saw the demo and soldier in sewer. Cow trapped him out. They got the picks, and then they just used their picks, their player ad, to pressure, make too many difficulties, too many like areas of distraction and damage that Penn State just couldn't fight. They couldn't handle it, so they got early force, and then they were able to milk their entire Uber. They now have an 80% Uber ad, and they're going to walk right in on last with it.
This is an easy walk-in for Virginia Tech this time. We're going to need a miracle. Jones unable to provide that miracle on the Pyro, and it is now a 3v6, 4v6. No, it's not 2v6, 4 dead, and it's picked up by Virginia Tech.
Yeah, and on that last hold, I think they were just too close on the side of Penn State. I don't know, it's like they didn't realize how fast Virginia Tech could go. They just had an Uber ad, and Penn State didn't really respect it. And then Virginia Tech was just like, okay, we're just going to get the free picks, have a big Uber or a player ad, which we can use even after the Uber ends to win the fight. And now we're into the third map. Aggressive soldiers here. But oh my goodness, you know what the skybox that he's going to find, Baron.
That is rough. Cal had such a faster rollout than Paper did, and I don't think Eat 'em Up expected it, which is what took him so much damage. But now Rabbit Squirrel goes down. It's a 2 for 2 this time around. 3, Ham goes down, and it looks like Penn State are finally getting a mid for themselves.
Yeah, well played from them, and Virginia Tech is just going to have to back out. They do have both scouts here, and since there are too many spawners and Bolt has to cap, I don't think there's going to be any crazy pushes right now. So it's going to be about an even Uber, even player situation here on second, we would expect. Although Naughty is already in IT and Baron was peeking it, they do both just end up backing up. Nobody really wants to get too aggressive. Rapid Squirrel in sewer by himself, but there's no demo in there. He's a little aggressive here, but there's a lot of players that choke, which Cow does have trapped off, but here comes the double soldier bomb attempt on the sack.
It's a bit dangerous, though, right now, because you see the scouts on in behind. Bone Leak forced away and forced to jump, get popped. And they're going to have to rush in with this Uber. Jones is running in, but Bone Leak, it's a complete scuff. They got to walk away. But the cutoff comes in from Ham, and Ham looking to go Ham, but gets put into the wall, made into Ham. Add the demo bombs in, looking for the med pick, gets the med pick. Cow puts him down. His food brother is avenged as Paper goes down. Jones falls after. The 2 soldiers are the only ones left running away, but being pursued by Rabbit Squirrel. Look at these guys go. They're flying around, but this time Rabbit Squirrel able to use his escape plan to slip away.
Maybe a little crazy from Rabbit Squirrel there, but yeah, like when that sack happened, Penn on second or on mid to second, Penn State had everybody watching choke, and so Baron was just like, I'm just gonna walk through IT for free. Nobody's spotting it. He got the free force, and then they were able to kite the Uber. Virginia Tech was, and they just didn't even have to use it. Just had such a better push with the players or whatever, and now they're just able to use their Uber in on last. A big 78% Uber out of the Q Apples goes down early again.
Q Apples goes down, and the sentry gun goes down, but now we're looking for a defense here. The heavy comes out from Bolt, meaning they're looking for the defense. Jones is on the sniper, trying to get something done. They're looking to try to get some picks, but they're able to force them off last. It is, you know, we're looking to get onto the second point. It was super awkward, that push in and that defense, but the awkwardness of the defense really, really worked out.
Yeah, and that was, again, what you expect. That there was what you expect to happen when your combo scout goes down at the start of the Uber. Almurph has got to make sure he doesn't lose his combo scout in these Ubers. You want an explosive and a scout in almost every Uber. Baron is going to get caught in sewer here. But yeah, you want a scout and an explosive in pretty much every aggressive Uber when the enemy team doesn't have it, because the explosive class does the damage, does a bunch of damage, and the scout can clean up the kills. It's a passive hold here for, for Virginia Tech because they're down one player, but it's actually even Ubers. An aggressive bomb in, and Ham gets the drop on the phone leak.
Phone leak goes down, which means they want to drop the mid on the side of Virginia Tech, but they're playing it super safe. Pushing them away, but look at Bolt. Bolt's trying to zip in from the side. Do they know they're in sewer? I don't know if they do, but Bolt's in on the med here, and the Uber is forced away, meaning that they now have to get away. Bolt, you got to get out of there, brother. You got it, but you're probably going to die for the cause. You're able to stall enough time, but Jones goes down. Baron falls to Bolt, and Bolt hops into sewer trying to find his way to the health pack. The Jukes are there, looking to jump onto the soldier. Ham in danger. It is very close.
Yeah, Bolt is still behind. He's going to try to cause some nuisance, and Q Apples is going to decide that he's not going to chase. But yeah, even after they got forced, I think just Virginia Tech got the early force, and they were just a little too over-eager here. Naughty tries to go in early. Q Apples and Naughty are going to trade. Bolt is now in from behind, but here comes the spawner from Baron. He's trying to hold this off, and a big bomb from Rapid Squirrel is going to try to delay. It's now very much in favor, of Penn State. It's just on the side of Virginia Tech. They're going to have to work their way out and actually...
He's trying to catch Baron. He's trying to catch Baron. He won't get it, though. It is... At this point, right now, you're not really caring too much about the Uber. You're trying to get as many picks as possible to stagger their deaths. But look at them. They're stuck in this spawn. They're stuck in this spawn for now. And they're holding. They've got one person on this point. They're waiting for their own respawns. But the demo is trying to hold them there. The demo and the med. This is a little awkward here. And it's demo alone now. They're trying not to, sack the demo. But demo's trying to hold. This is super awkward.
That's normally... Oh my goodness, nice air shot from Eat 'em Up, and he's going to get enough damage so that Jones can clean up Rapid Squirrel. That's normally where one of your scouts in forward swaps to Pyro. They can spam Reflect to deal with those stickies so that you can try to get players out of the spawn. But yeah, as you mentioned, Ham has decided, I'm going to go for this. Even though we're down one, I am staying in forwards. And I don't think... Yeah, Penn State just does not know, and there is 2 down on the side of Virginia Tech, so they can't really hold last, and Penn State is just walking through the 5 door here, and they're getting a lot of space.
They are getting a lot of space. That's because Ham is not here, and will Ham be here in time? Looks like Eat 'em Up's looking to eat up this medic, but Ham is in. Ham is able to stall some time, but there's only 3 that go down, 3 up. Cow is up, and the medic is able to save him with the Uber for now. Eat 'em Up goes down, but it's not enough to stop Penn State from taking one back. They're revived and back in this.
Yeah, when Penn State was super aggressive there, I think the only chance for Virginia Tech is to take an aggressive Uber exchange, because you have to not let them get all through the through all the doors for free and spread out, because they got a bunch of kills, and then you're just down 3 players in the Uber, and so once the Ubers are over, you just have such an almost unwinnable fight there. As we're now into the 4th mid.
Virginia Tech is so much faster on these rollouts than PSU is, but right now, it's a back and forth again on these mids. Some spam going their way, but, it's, Naughty and Eat 'em Up are both in danger. Eat 'em Up goes down first, but, it's a bit awkward now, because Baron goes down, and we're looking, kind of staring at each other. A bit of damage going into Rapid Squirrel, and Rapid Squirrel rapidly goes down. It is a 2-4-2. Eat 'em Up and Rapid. It is... Oh, Ham goes down. It's back and forth. Uber is popped. Phone leak is behind on the Uber. And this time around, we're talking about these meds getting split off. And this med will not get split off here because he will live. Cow falls.
Oh my goodness. Crazy nice direct from Eat 'em Up. Murph is on the overdose, not on the crossbow? Interesting. But that was a crazy aggressive Uber on that small ad, and... with the soldiers on Virginia Tech just bombing directly into scouts looking at you, it can make it really difficult for you to do stuff because you can get juggled here. big attempted bomb onto them as they tried to walk in through choke, but just was a little bit mistimed there. And now Q-Apples is very low. He's going to go down. It's down 3 on the side of Virginia Tech. And Penn State is only down 1, and they have a nice 75% Uber ad that they're going to be already walking their way into last with, I think.
Oh, they are walking in right now. Paper's in, phone leak on the tail. The med goes down, but that I don't know how much of an impact that will make. We'll see how the rest of the classes do without their healer. Right now, you see Jones is in, but Jones taking quite a bit of pain. There's a really awkward push in here. It's only 3. We don't have everybody here, which means this push is really not going to go well. Q-Apples goes down. The med's back alive. Look at Naughty, though. Naughty on the side. Trying to get some poke out, but it looks like there really isn't anything going to come of it.
Yeah, it's just going to end up being, you know... Well, actually, no, as I say that, because they have 2 players down, they're actually just going to walk their way right back in. They do get a soldier in through the side, and that's going to pick up the kill into if that was her...
But the point's free! The point's literally free! They're just letting them walk in. The soldier able to jump back in, but now the demo, they're panicking to get onto this point. There's 2 on it, and the scout is literally disintegrating people. Bonked him on the head with another, but there's only 2 left standing. 1 left standing, and that is able to run on to this next point. The entirety of PSU wipes.
Yeah, that was... They went for the point, but the rest of the team, like, a few players went for the point, but the rest of the team was already, like, trying to fight the clumped up players. It was just a miscommunication there on the side of Penn State, and that's going to allow, Virginia Tech to take back their own second. It's going to be even Ubers, even players, and I expect we'll see some sort of, some sort of attempted push or stalemate or something, although Ham gets a kill into Jones early as there's a lot of fighting going on in this IT area.
This IT area is a very, very contentioned area right now, but it looks like they're backing away now. Ham kind of able to dissuade them away. But they're going to go through choke, it looks like. Because you see the way they're posturing. They're holding right now, but if they're going to push in again, actually, they're looking at sewer. At least Naughty is. It's kind of a back and forth.
Yeah, that one pick didn't end up doing anything. There was an attempted counter-sack, I believe, but that's just going to turn into another even Ubers, even player situation, although there hasn't been great building here on the side of Umurf, so they're actually down 20% Uberad. Umurf is back on Bow, but actually Rapid a little too overextended by himself. He's going to go down. That's 2 down on the side of Virginia Tech. That's going to allow a bunch of bombs. Eat him up very low. Paper going in very aggressive. Umurf doesn't have Uber yet, and Cal is going to go down as well. Umurf's so low, he's going to get his way out. But with the full Uber now on the side of Penn State, they're going to take a second, and now is back onto a last hold situation. But we're going to have to delay a little bit here because 2 down on the side of Penn State means they're going to wait for their spawners. Ham does get a kill into Jones. I think they were trying to catch an aggressive player in lobby, but nothing too crazy there. Q-Apples is going up on that gun, and we're going to see the standard even Ubers, even players situation on last here. Baron is very aggressive, trying to look like go for a counter-sack, but he decides better of it. Ham is trying to spam, look for something, nothing
Jones
really
is
there.
sniper.
Oh yeah, and importantly, Jones is sniper. We'll see what he just elects to do with this. He's on the Clayner's carbine, or oh no, he's not. I thought he was on the Bizarre Barkin, but excuse me, he's just on the normal, sniper rifle. Gets a quick headshot, but we'll see how they elect on the side of Penn State to do stuff. Because they need to get some picks with their sniper ideally.
Realistically now, if you are on Virginia Tech, you gotta watch where the sniper is, and once you see him, you gotta make sure to not, check too hard on that point, on that pathway, because the sniper is gonna be watching this main hallway now, and we gotta make sure we're not peeking too hard into the sniper, because that is just asking to get headshot. Eat him up, and Baron taking trades on this main hallway side, but Baron's gonna back away. Sentry gun level 3 now set up for Quapples, and they're looking, they're posturing, they're going through this main pathway.
Interestingly, Jones was, I was about to say, he was very passive here. They get a quick kill into Baron. That's going to make this a lot harder for the side of, Penn State to, or for Virginia Tech
Ham
to hold.
goes down.
Ham goes down. That's down 2. This is going to be crazy
They're
difficult
in now.
for Penn State.
They're in now. Paper makes that sentry gun look like paper. The Uber is forced by Naughty, and Naughty able to hop away. The Uber comes down from phone leak, and that is a push in. Penn State keeping them in the base, and that means the point's going to go their way. Tied up the set. 2-2. Penn State take one.
Nice headshot there from Jones right at the end, and that was just getting early picks on that left side, and Virginia Tech they're losing players early there on those holds. And, you don't want to lose players because then You know, that allows the enemy team to just pressure from too many doorways. You don't have enough players to hold down. Normally, you want to just back up, get to support from your teammates, and then just hopefully hold. But we're into this next mid here.
Again, the rollout for Cal's got this rollout down on lock. Phone leak already taking tons of damage. Getting poked out, eat him up, taking even more damage, eating up all the damage this time around. But again, this mid trade is very, very even. Ham gets put down. Bolt, I say it was even, and then he gets put down. Eat him up falls, but Jones is very, very low here. But the med on the side of Virginia Tech is very low. This time around, Phone Leak has an uber advantage. Give or take about 10-15%. But Naughty goes down, 2 for 2. This time, it looks like Virginia Tech's trying to pack away a bit. But again, it's kind of just, yeah, no, they're giving, right?
Yeah, it looks just a little sketchy from Virginia Tech because they just never got high ground, and Penn State eventually just took high ground. Bolt and Jones have been getting on and off that high ground, but just having anybody on high ground later in the fight when there's not as many people alive is just so important to winning fights at the end, and that's going to force Virginia Tech out. Baron and Eat 'em Up kind of doing a little poking and prodding into her, but Baron's just going to back up. I think it looks like he's maybe trying to say he just goes for the pack. I think he's eventually going to back out. He's just looking for a little bit of spotting. And we'll see how this second hold transpires.
It's at this point is always a little bit awkward to defend, I feel like, because you have like so many ways in, but it looks like Rapid is gonna go down. Ham's looking for a way in, but might get sent out. No, he's got to be able to walk out. That crossbow shot going his way. You mentioned the overdose before, but he immediately swapped off of it as soon as you mentioned it. And Naughty goes down, and it is a. Now you're kind of just staring at each other a bit. Baron gets picked by walking a bit too far forward. You see this fight off on the side. Jones falls to Ham, and Ham's looking for a wraparound this time. I think they know it's coming, so they're looking to push in sooner rather than later. Again, this is super, super awkward. It was dropped because Cow came around and made him drop right there. They're trying to milk that Uber time just a little bit longer, but you know, Cows know a bit about milking right there. So he goes down, able to pop it, and that means midpoint going the way of Virginia Tech. And Bolt, oh, that was disgusting from Rapid Squirrel.
He gets out somehow. That's absolutely absurd. There's going to be a big Uber ad and a player ad that I believe Virginia Tech is planning on pushing with.
Headshot from
gets
Jones.
A nice headshot onto Rapid, so they're probably gonna maybe use. Let's see what happens. Baron trying to take some space here. Sniper is kind of alone. Does have Naughty with him, but not too much protection. Eat him up in from behind, but here comes the aggressive Uber right at that time. Was gonna get the kill onto Jones, and this fight is gonna turn into a lot of chaos here.
Eat 'em Up is in such an awkward spot now too, because he has to heal up. There's somebody respawning. That would be Rapid, and that is a. You know, Eat 'em Up is trying to get in. He's trying to get something done, right? He gets a pick on the Baron, but he's probably going to fall down soon as well. Was able to run away with that escape plan, and is able to slip away. Actually able to get out. But now it is a 5v5 here. Jones on the Pyro this time around. They're looking to set up for something. Eat 'em Up, throwing some poke their way. Right now, the Uber, phoned leak, has the advantage here. Do you think they're going to look to push out, or are they going to stay in?
Definitely not after a demo pick. Curapple's just like AFK on the point and let his teammate die. That could have been a potential push in to last here from the side of... Oh my goodness, Jones tried to swap classes and he doesn't have the settings swapped. He's now down. That's 2 down on the side of Penn State. That's going to make this really tough to hold. Virginia Tech already going to flood in. We'll see what happens.
That is a skill issue if I've ever seen one myself. But right now, the point is getting pushed into, and we got to get them off of it. Phone leak forced to pop early. And that is now we got to stall. Jones is in. Jones is back from his cardiac arrest. They come in looking to defend this last point. And they're able to stall it. Rapid Squirrel goes down, meaning they're looking still. The Devil Man's in with that katana, trying to slice up what he can, but everybody goes down. Q Apples, you got to keep him away. He gets popped away. Somebody's got to stay here while they hold this point. They go for a push. But look at the side. Baron's looking to slip in. Baron's looking to get some damage off, maybe, but he gets put down himself. We got to cap this next point.
He was trying to go for that back cap. Definitely a little overzealous. I think, yeah, Virginia Tech just went way too fast there. They had the 2 players, and they just, like, they all were like, ooh, we're all going to go in at the same time, rather than all pressuring from different doors and taking their time a little bit more. And so they then, even after they got the slightly earlier force, like, Murph just had to use pretty quickly. Like, he used quickly, and then that Uber advantage just turned into nothing. and that was just really clumsy and not well done from Virginia Tech. Rapid Squirrel is going to go down, getting isolated in sewer, but it is a big Uber ad on the side of Penn State, and here comes the aggressive Uber.
Aggressive Uber comes in from Penn State. They're looking to get this midpoint themselves. Q Apples goes down. The med goes down. Everybody goes down. Ham's the only one left. And we're looking to cook some ham. He craters into the dirt. We can't cook that anymore. It's disgusting. We get the midpoint, and Rabbit Squirrel immediately goes down because paper covered it.
Yeah, covering the forwards. That was just... Virginia Tech just was not keeping track of Ubers, and then Penn State saw them too overextended, and they punished them for it. Paper is already in on last. He's by himself here, though. He does kill the gun, but going down forward is going to mean his team is in a much more awkward position here. They're still trying to push in. This might be a little overzealous here after your demo goes down, but they do manage to back their way out, and I think Virginia Tech does not really want to push this, it looks like. It looks like they're just going to cancel, and it's going to turn into an even Ubers, even player situation here on last, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the NG. Yep, there's Q Apples going on to NG, and we're going to see that inevitable process stalemate situation. Although Baron, crazily enough, trying to take a fight in lobby by himself as a scout, definitely a little scary. He's very aggressive here. I guess Ham is pretty aggressive here in the rollout. I don't know if they're trying to go for some early play while there's no Ubers, but both teams now have Uber, so it might be a little crazy to go aggressive by yourself. Aggressive Uber in from, from Penn State.
Penn State is in, and Penn State drops the gun, meaning they drop another one down. Baron falls, but Naughty goes down. It looks like right now Rabbit Squirrel falls down, and it's just a 2 for 2. Even trading so far, but the one who's on last is Virginia Tech. Bolt falls, Jones goes down right after Paper. Trying to stand on this point. The Uber is much, much later from Virginia Tech, meaning it's up in time. Paper pulls out the sword and try to go for a warrior's death, but is denied that by an explosive this time around. And it looks like Phone Leak is in danger. Phone Leak trying to stay with his boy, and Naughty, unfortunately, unable to save his medic, and Naughty's going to look for something else. Maybe look for a back cap? No, he will not. He will get put down. That is a retake.
Yeah, there's still an aggressive fight in here because of low players, and the players on Penn State are just continuing to fight this, but I think this advantage is definitely going to be, I was going to say in favor of Penn State, but so an aggressive bomb from Paper is going to try to help it out, but yeah, he's just going to go down very quickly. Q Apples gets a few kills, and the point is going to go in favor of Virginia Tech, but yeah, there, I think they were just way too, I don't know what the use in aggressively on the side of Penn State was. They did not have an Uber ad, so I'm not sure what they were thinking, but there's now a big 50% Uber ad on the side of Virginia Tech, and they're working their way back into mid.
Paper jumped in and took like 7,000 damage and then died. Like, that's all that happened there. Naughty, though, under threat, but there's a lot of threat onto Q Apples. Q Apples falls. Cow able to get the pickup on the Naughty, but Paper's in. They're holding this midpoint. Eat 'em up goes down after eating a few bullets. Cow getting forced away a bit. Ham behind this rock stuck. Not able to get in just yet. Now with a bit of healing trying to get in, trying to get some poke onto this medic, but Phone this time around is staying with his boys, is able to protect himself, has been juking so much better. This med has been difficult to drop, but now the Uber advantages are almost dead even now. Phone Leak and are both in the Uber charge zone. We'll see if they pop or drop. A Ham goes down and a pop comes in from PSU, and now Penn State gonna have to hold this point from the counterattack from the Virginia Tech with this Uber in, but it looks like Virginia Tech have taken much more land. Rapid Squirrel have come down, but it looks like this midpoint is going their way.
Yeah, but Paper gets 2 big picks. Oh my goodness, right onto the combo. Q Apples and Baron are also going to go down full wipe on the side of Virginia Tech. That was so poorly played. They had a big Uber out. I think they just weren't, or Virginia Tech did, and they weren't like keeping track of it. They could have just used it aggressively, flashed a bunch of players, gotten a few picks, including the medic, or even not, just won that fight. But they should have been able to win the fight, probably even catching the med, because they had the Uber ad, and they just didn't use it. And now we're going to go into, it's about to be 30 minutes, so we're going to continuous overtime, which means the round win limit is no longer 5, it is now 3. First to 3 wins map 2.
Boned League has about a 40 or a 60 advantage, 60% advantage, which means we're gonna have to use it to get in. We're using it to get in. Paper's looking to take down the sentry gun. Paper will take down the sentry gun. We're getting in, getting involved, eat them up, gonna eat a ton of damage, but put out a ton of damage. We're on the last point. The sticky trap gets detonated, But the only thing that's ending this time around, you take the map. Process goes in their pocket.
Yeah, that was looking so good for Virginia Tech at the start, but I think they just started misplaying some stuff, and Penn State kind of cleaned up their act a little bit, and they were able to secure that map. Very well done from Penn State. We're going into the third map here, which is going to be, if I remember correctly, third map is going to be not Process, Snakewater. This was Virginia Tech's pick, or Penn State pick Process, Virginia Tech pick Snakewater. We will also be seeing Koth Viaduct or Product, but we're not 100% sure we'll see Sunshine at this point. Yet to be seen, but we will be seeing a fourth map guaranteed here.
Yeah, guaranteed fourth map, which means we will be going to Product right after this one. But Penn State, the start of that map was, rough for them. And then they kind of just took it. They took it as they needed to, and they went back for it, and they were able to turn it back around. I love the fact that the med. We were talking a lot about how his positioning, how his pathing was a bit, left a bit wanting. But that time around, I felt like it was fixed.
It was definitely a lot better, for sure. It was a lot better. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a peek at these logs, and they definitely look a lot better. There was 3 more deaths on the side of Phone League, and he did have 2 more drops, but it looked a little bit better and just a little bit cleaner. Not even just with Phone League, but also just I think the team in general looked a little bit cleaner, and they were punishing the mistakes or just the crazy over-aggressive fighting from Virginia Tech, and I think that just led to them winning the map. The damage is still about even from both teams. The kills slightly went in favor of Penn State, maybe, and the damage was very, very slightly, only about 500 damage of Penn State, but it was pretty even across the board, I would say, in terms of that map.
I mean, yeah, I think that map was really good indicator that these teams both have fight back. There's no like huge advantage from either side one way or the other. They both are super super close, super super even, and these are the kind of stats that I as a caster love to see because there is a high likelihood that we are going to 5, right? It is entirely possible that we will be going to 5, and that is, especially in a game like TF2. I just there's so much action, there's so much on, and it's hype all the way through. And I am super excited to see what these two, Penn State and Virginia Tech, can bring out. Virginia Tech on the redemption arc, by the way. Second place last time. This time they want the gold for themselves.
Yeah, and something important to note, you had mentioned off classes, and we saw a little bit of sniper from Jones, but Snakewater, and of course, fourth map will be Koth Viaduct or Product, and I can almost assure you that because Penn State picked that, we're going to be seeing a lot of sniper. We might even see just a full-time sniper from Jones on map 4, but we'll probably be seeing some sniper from Jones on map 3, Snakewater. There's a couple of really nasty angles on this map that sniper can really abuse, and that can be very difficult to work with. So sniper can be very oppressive and powerful on this map in particular, just because of a few nasty angles that you can really use and punish enemy teams who are just very scared or just don't respect the sniper way. So I'm curious if that's going to potentially favor Penn State here, because these next 2 maps are a lot more sniper favorite, I would at least say, at least definitely compared to Bagel. Snakewater and Product are definitely sniper favorite compared to Bagel. Virginia Tech wants to make sure they can keep that sniper in check if they want to get to map 4 or, if they need to on map 5.
This time around, you said you're more familiar with the Virginia Tech players, right?
Yeah.
So are any of them known for off-classing? Obviously, the med and the demo don't off-class, right? But are any of them known for off-classing? Or I've really only seen Jones and Q Apples be the ones that have been doing it. But, do any of them Q Apples has a mean sniper, has a really good spy? Is that anything that sticks out, or is it just, they could snipe?
I don't know anything about, I don't know enough about them to think they would be crazy confident. I think Q Apples is more of a sniper than Baron, though I don't really know Baron well, but just taking a little quick peek, I don't think they're crazy into off-classing on the side of Virginia Tech. Whereas if I'm looking at Penn State, I have a feeling that just based on what we've seen tonight, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot more off-classing. I mean, just looking at the hours, it's not actually that big from Jones, but I'm looking at a previous game, and yeah, Jones was on full-time sniper on Pro Viaduct on another game, either a score or a different. It looks like it was maybe the semifinals. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that when we get, or a full-time sniper when we get into map 4. It doesn't look like there was maybe much sniper on Snakewater for Jones, so I don't know if that's something he's going to do, but I think on Pro Viaduct, I wouldn't be surprised if we see. It looks like I'm going to be expecting Jones to just be on full-time sniper once we get to Pro Viaduct, but we might not see that much sniper here on map 3, so
Maybe.
we'll see.
I'm just on Snakewater. I know there are. You said it before yourself that there are some pretty disgusting angles for a sniper to use, but I feel like I have, maybe I'm misremembering. It might be a different map, but I feel like spy is somewhat common on Snakewater. I could be misremembering though. Again, I've been out of the F2 field for a long time, so it's correct me if I'm wrong, but is spy a common thing you see on Snakewater or no?
I mean, I'd say Spy is probably pretty even in terms of CP maps, I would say. Like, it's pretty evenly spread. I don't think there's one map notorious. Like, unlike Sniper, I think, or even Pyro, I think Spy is pretty evenly used. Although, um, you can always use Spy on pretty much any map. Obviously, you don't want to use it too much because the more you use Spy, the more obvious it is to the other team and the more they're going to be expecting it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Spy, especially because there's a very difficult to break hold on last, and if one of the teams has that hold down, a common strategy to break through that is to do what's called a sap and sack, where normally one of your scouts is going to go spy, and then one of your soldiers is going to, stay soldier, obviously. Your spy specifically decloaks just to sap the gun so that your soldier can have a good sack in on the enemy medic. It can often be difficult to break through this hold, especially killing the gun. We are going to be going live here into map 3, and I don't really see any, there's no real crazy off classes, doesn't look like any crazy loadouts or anything like that. We haven't seen any crits. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see crits for the entire game. But here we go on to map 3, 1-1 score in terms of maps, and it's the first mid here.
First mid, this time on Cow starts it with an inaugural sticky, as it looks like Ham's in trying to get a pick, but it gets picked himself, falling down, and nobody's really hurt for it, except for Ham. Now, it's a huge disadvantage for him getting picked this soon already. Natty's in, Naughty's in, but it looks like Baron will go down. There's a lot of damage going into Cow, and will fall. That is 3 going down for just the 1. Looks like Virginia Tech's got to back away, but Jones is behind. Is Jones going to get the med? He will get the med pick.
Yeah, big interesting mid there from Virginia Tech. Eat 'em Up is going to pick off Q Apples. Rapid Squirrel is trying to go in for a sack, and actually Ham is just going to try to combine in on it. Not going to get the force or the ult because Phone Leak actually didn't have, so it's actually harder to get the med kill than it is to just make the med think you're going to kill them and get the force. But 3 down and an Uber is going to make this incredibly difficult for Virginia Tech to hold.
Uber is in already, the heavy is in, but is no longer in, he is gone. The point is being capped, but the soldier jumps in to try to defend it. This map has absolutely gone off the rails this time around. Bolt gets the med pick, but that's not exactly who you want to go down just yet. You want to get everybody else, but it doesn't matter. That is a clean, fast PSU pick.
Yeah, just the late deaths there on the side of Virginia Tech especially, and they just all out tried to go for the medic there, but oftentimes, like, unless you can guarantee the med, just securing your own last hold is better because it's just such a hard chance, it's so hard to get that medic kill, and Ham has been doing a lot of bombs, interestingly, I'm noting, where he kind of lands directly in front of them, but if you land on the ground in front of the enemies, you're very vulnerable to getting just absolutely mulched by things as soon as you land, so we'll see how that impacts on this second mid here.
You saw Paper immediately took a ton of damage, having to soak up more heal. Eat 'em Up and Ham to blow each other up. That is disgusting. They land on each other and just shoot a rocket right into each other's mouths. Q Apples goes down to the demo. Paper taking quite a bit of damage, though. But it looks like Rapid Squirrel goes down, and this is, looking again like the first mid. As long as Jones doesn't get in for free and kill the mid, I don't think we're watching the same gameplay.
Yeah, but Cow is very much ready, and so is Baron. Baron actually just walks in and takes a 1v1 with Jones, but he wasn't even full health. A little bit of a misplay there. Jones able to get that kill. He's still causing chaos in behind. He's in the enemy team's lower, in their last. He's looking for something, but Q Apples did see him, I believe, and they do know he's there. And it's going to just turn into an even Uber, even player situation. But there's no sentry gun on the side of Virginia Tech. So this isn't going to be like a super easy hold. They're finally getting the NG up now to try to set up a sentry gun, but nobody's really watching lower. Ham is kind of a little bit aggressive, but by himself and left. This is going to be a little sketchy on the side of... Oh my goodness, never mind. Cal just gets 2 kills, including the demo, with a nice trap.
Disgusting. Right there. Absolutely disgusting. It's going to force them back away immediately. They've got 2 who are left behind. Jones and Eat 'em Up. But Eat 'em Up looks like he's pretty happy to jump in here looking for this point. He's against the wall, which means he can't be seen by the gun, but does get put down by the engineer. The engineer able to save that last point, meaning mid is under threat now from Rapid. Rapid got there very, very quickly.
Yeah, Ham is still rolling out, so I don't think there are going to be any crazy pushes here. It's going to be an attempted sack here shortly once the players of Virginia Tech get themselves healthy. Penn State just got their Uber, so they're getting in their nice, solid hold, ideally, for them, although nobody's really watching lower, and here comes the pressure from Virginia Tech in through lower, and a bomb from Ham, but it does fail.
It does. It doesn't seem to go too well for them. Ham was on the first few sets getting bangers with these jump ins, but Q Apples Eat 'em Up paper phone leak this time around gets put down, and that is, I don't even know who got that pick, but now it's a 2v3. No healer up though means the med is under threat, and they're literally just standing in front of each other, standing still, and putting down the demo man.
Yeah, that was Ham in with a second bomb. They had the idea there of pressuring lower, especially when nobody was looking on the side of Virginia Tech. They were trying to pressure lower, but they just executed that really poorly, and then ended up getting forced early, and then everybody was like, oh, we're going to all in for the medic, but on 5CP, all in for the medic is not as good as it is on Koth, because you then often just lose 2 points rather than just losing 1. So now Virginia Tech is back on their own second, and they're at a 30% Uber disad. They should be able to hold this for now, because Penn State doesn't have Uber, but there's an aggressive 6 versus 6 fight happening.
Already 3 go down for Virginia Tech, which means it's going to be much, much easier. Make that 4 now. That means we're going to keep pushing. Eat 'em Up, though, trying to get a bit more damage out, but it's just the med and the demo, meaning Jones is looking to come in here, looking to get some damage down. Cow falls, and we're looking to pick up the medic. We don't even need to. We're taunting on the point because we know this one's ours. PSU take the second game of this map.
Yeah, that was just some crazy picks from paper. He was able to get 4 on demo, which is not something you often see. Demo is normally the least of, besides medic, normally the second least for getting like picks, but he was just able to get 4, and that's absolutely massive. And Virginia Tech just like all landed on the ground. It was really awkward. Like, you don't want to just collapse in on the, like, land on the ground, because being on the low ground just in front of the enemies is kind of asking to get destroyed. But we're in on this next mid low. Initially some players on both sides, but it looks like it's slowed down a bit, and we'll see what happens.
Very slow, very passive is this mid. I say that, Naughty gets in on a Rapid, and Rapid's going to crater. Rapid does crater, but Naughty goes down as well. It's a back and forth now, as it looks like Eat 'em Up's jumping in. Jones is in as well, but Ham gets a nice arrow right to his face to heal him right back up. But it's a 2 for 2, now a 3 for 2. This is a dangerous zone for PSU, because now their medic goes down. We got to back up.
Yeah, killing the medic, and that's going to be enough for the rounds. Cow and the Virginia Tech side, and the Virginia Tech medic, Murph, has to be very careful, because you don't have a scout right now to protect you, so you just have to be cautious you don't get bombed. Eat 'em Up is by himself, he's going to go down. Bolt is in on the flank. He's right in on Murph, but he is going to get the pack. Q Elvis is going to get that kill early. That's now 2 down and a big Uber ad on the side of Virginia Tech. This is going to be tough for Penn State to hold. The only grace they have, or like, you know, little like saving grace essentially, is that the players, 2 of the players from Virginia Tech were spawners, so it took them a little bit of time to get here, which means the players for Penn State are going to be all up. And here's the aggressive Uber through the shutter.
Aggressive Uber in means Virginia Tech have the momentum. The sentry goes down, and that is going to be an easy walk in. These 2 scouts are already on it. They're jumping on the point, and PSU is actually holding. PSU is able to save it. Rapid Squirrel's the only one up, and that is, it's a save. the soldiers are able to take it themselves. Rapid Squirrel's hiding in the corner. Does he know? He didn't know. He didn't hear it. He didn't hit him. They're jumping in now. They're looking for it, but a soldier was covering the option. Eat him up. Gonna eat that one up. And that is a save right there. We got to cap this point before we move off last. Look at Ham.
Push attempt there. Yeah, that was so weird because, like, they just all went for point, and Ham got absolutely destroyed. He got air shot and then just, you know, just shot it on the ground. But that was just such an awkward push attempt. Like, they just all went in, like, at the same time. They didn't give their combo time to, like, take space or choose where they wanted to end, and they didn't coordinate or collapse. So that was really awkward. 50% Uberad on the side of Penn State, and they're going to aggressively use. Cal got an early kill, but Paper's going to get the med.
Med dropped, meaning Paper falls, but he's happy with that sacrifice. Hopping in now. Ham looking for a way in after getting that health pack, but it's a 3 for 2 now. Ham's in. Jones goes down, and so does Phone. Both meds fall, but midpoint actually still under threat here. Eat him up is the only one alive, and he's looking to get away.
Yeah, I think what happened there was the scouts on the side of Penn State, they just completely left their medic alone after they got the med kill. You just got to be very careful. Normally when you get the medic kill, just in general on the team fight, you want to then play around your heals. You can take a much longer term fight with your own heals to, you know, then ideally just keep pressing your advantage with heals. But both Rapid and Q Apples, I think, tried to fight second by themselves. So they do get killed. Naughty is aggressively in on Saw, and we have a pause, but this is a 2-player ad here push from the side of, from the side of Penn State. So this looks very favorable for them, but we do have a pause. So I wonder what that situation is. Maybe attack here? We'll see.
Awkward. They're kind of just staring at each other. That's always so awkward because everybody's just staring at each other, ready to go in. So people start discussing, like, I'm going to do this, and then nothing goes the way they plan it. Anyway, on a serious note right now, like you said, it's about a 9% advantage, give or take, on the side of Virginia Tech. So you've got a small window if you want to make an opportunity happen, but you've got 2 down right now. So you probably have to give this mid. I mean, you could try to put up a defense. Ham has been super, super aggressive this time around. Do you think he's got to, like, chill out a bit, or do you think he's just got to keep going? Because they're 2 games down.
I mean, it's not even just Ham. I think just a lot of the team on the side of Virginia Tech is just trying to, like, maybe make too many, like, hero plays, or essentially something like that, where you're just, like, trying to do too much rather than coordinating with your team. This is a team game after all, and if you do your own, things, oftentimes it's just not going to work out well. In fact, it's often said that you want to, even doing something like not like that optimal, but doing it together is better than doing like 2 like decent choices and doing them separately. You really need to have the same game plan as a team and not try to fight by yourself or try to do too much by yourself. I mean, at this point, like, I would have said that, you know, they're going to have to try to back out, but this looks like a really bad position currently for the side of Virginia Tech. Almurph is very aggressive. Jones is coming in from one side, Naughty is coming from the other, and the combo is coming in from lower. Here comes the unpause, actually.
Unpause out, which means this mid fight's going to happen. Baron and Cow both fall down, which means Virginia Tech's on the run, and the med falls. Ham goes down. That is a almost full wipe now. Only 2 alive. Paper on the chase. Rapid Squirrel trying to wrap around, trying to get a med pick of his own, possibly? Trying to get a pick of something. Look at him. He's going to walk onto this point, possibly? No, he's not. He's just walking back around. Point 2, going the way of PSU here. Rapid Squirrel's looking for something, though.
Yeah, he is behind, but you don't want to go in by yourself. You want to kind of catch out a single enemy player. He does somehow get a kill onto Bolt, which is better than nothing. And he does almost get the kill onto Phone Leak, but he's just going to go down. It's a big Uberad on the side of Penn State, and they're probably going to be pushing in shortly. A bit of spam here. They actually just walk in right for free. Nobody on the side of Virginia Tech was able to hold that, and they're going to get a late use here. Phone Leak gets absolutely skyboxed. Apples and Cal combined for a kill, but it's just definitely kills going in favor of Penn State, and it looks like it's going to get cleaned up here. Actually, it's turning out a lot more even than it probably should be, but Rapid Squirrel gets a kill. It's just Paper, but here comes the spawner on the side of Bolt. He's going to get that last kill, clean it up, and that's 3 rounds up for Bolt, and I'm assuming that's where the pause happened. It was just a bit of a tactical thing here. They need to make sure they, on the side of Virginia Tech, they don't want to keep feeding players. They want to make sure they're coordinating, not trying to go too much by themselves or anything like that. We'll see how they adjust on this 4th round. Maybe the pause was enough to, you know, reset their mental and make sure they're staying focused on what they have to do, because I think they've lost all 3 of the mids. I don't remember for sure. No, they did win the most recent mid, but
yes,
they lost the first
they did.
mids, so
they won the most recent mid. We'll see if they win this next one, because they're getting gone on here, and look how low the med is. He's able to pick up that health pack. Is it going to be enough to save him for now? He was disconnected from his teammates for a long time. He's even lower now. He's in a lot of threat now, but Ham is able to get a pick. No, he's not able to get the pick he wanted. He wanted the med, not able to get it, but the mid advantage seems to go the way of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, that time, Murph was just able to get a big a big kite, He was able to kite away the bomb, and then the kills just went in favor of Virginia Tech because they were just more clumped up players on the ground on the side of Penn State. Even Uber's even players here, so we should be expecting a sacrifice play coming out shortly. Maybe there's another dry fight attempt from Virginia Tech, but hopefully for them it goes better this time. Although actually, Phone Leak was, I think, trying to potentially use an aggressive Uber in, but Naughty is killed early, so I'm curious what's going to happen here.
Naughty going down is a little rough, especially for like the pushback in. They were trying to. Naughty's been the one who's been going around get picks off of that. Sticky Trap covering the option 4. The possible rotation around. Rapid Squirrel going down, and Eat 'em Up going down. So soldier for soldier, but it looks like the Uber was popped. It was popped by Phone Leak, but the Uber back in means that Virginia State is coming back through, and they're going to be able to possibly get more kills. Phone Leak goes down, but it's a 3 for 4 now, 3 for 5, and now Naughty under threat again, and Ham, with the backup of his boys, able to take that one. It's last point, and there's only one up.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be able to push because the spawners are already alive. There's just not enough time. But that was really odd. That could have been a lot better on the side of Virginia Tech, and after they got the force, but then they were trying to use back in. They realized how caught they were, but then they dropped both their scouts, and then Cal and Ulmer were kind of left to fight by themselves, and with the support of Ham getting a bow, they were finally able to get all the kills and win the fight. But that could have been a lot better for them. There's a 40% Uber out here. There's an NG as we expect on last, and Jones is sitting on, the right spawn on Sniper. He's scoped up. We'll see if he's going to do anything. Normally you see that on the left side. Paper's a little bit aggressive on this left side, and there's a big Uber out on the side of Virginia Tech. Here comes the aggressive Uber.
Finally in comes Virginia Tech, and that's the demo and the scout running in, running through. But Q Apples is the first of all. Phone Leak falls right after. Low members, but dead members on the side of Virginia Tech this time around. And it looks like the fight going the way of PSU. Cal goes down, forcing everybody away.
Yeah, on the side of Virginia Tech, they lost Baron because he was also trying to go in with the Uber. I think just too many people in on that Uber. And then they also just were all shooting at different things. Oftentimes you want to trap up the spawn and then call one thing to focus, probably the demo. The demo is the most important player on last to kill, unless the medic is close to Uber, because demo can just trap off the point from a distance and never have to go stand on it to put himself really in too much danger. But they were just all shooting at different things on the side of Virginia Tech. And here's an attempted push from Penn State, even though they're down on Uber %, although Cal gets a kill into Naughty quickly.
It is, that pick is actually really, really important. Because Naughty is the dissuading factor, right? Because Naughty's been like the wraparound guy. He's been the one sneaking around, especially on this map specifically. It looks like Q Apples is able to get a pick for himself. And the soldier is in, looking for Phone Leak, and Phone Leak will go down. The entirety of PSU is going to go down, and Naughty just respawned, meaning this last point is the only thing keeping them from losing this round. Naughty going to stand between. Ham going to not get picked just yet. Naughty falls, and that means the point going the way of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Virginia Tech definitely cleaned up on that round. There's just so much less feeding, so much more coordination. Penn State definitely wants to see if they can encourage more of that feeding, make sure they keep catching out those isolated players, and Virginia Tech wants to keep up, making sure they're staying coordinated. And there was a really big bomb at the end there from Rapid to catch out the enemy team and do a lot of distraction. Even though he didn't really get any kills, he put out so much impact there, which was really able to help his team. And we're on to this 5th mid fight here.
This next mid fight is important. Q Apples goes down, which means an important player is already down, but See, right now, it's a bit of a back and forth, even though they have that pick, but in goes Rabbit Squirrel, and down goes Phone Leak and Paper. But it looks like PSU still win this bid because 4 fall at the same time. Who just went absolutely nuclear?
Yeah, I think that was just, it looks like Cow's going to go down, and shortly Baron is going to go down. He's stuck in a 1v2, and Bolt is going to clean him up as well. Full wipe on the side of Virginia Tech. But yeah, Q-Apples just like ran at Paper, definitely way too aggressive. Normally if the demo is aggressive, like really over-aggressive, like on the point, you can get pretty aggressive and get a ton of damage, maybe get the kill. But oftentimes, oftentimes you can't, and Q-Apples really wanted that demo kill. He went down early. The soldier flanked, which actually caught off the med. And then the 2 soldiers on the side of Virginia Tech were just like, we're going to commit for the med. And they did end up killing the med, which means it's even Ubers here. But they essentially gave up the mid by doing that. But then since the soldier was lost track of in lower, that just allows the soldier to get the flank kill onto the medic and even things out on the last of Virginia Tech. And we'll see a sack here shortly once both teams get Uber, I would assume, although Baron is alive in lobby and low player on the side of Virginia Tech, but...
You know, I knew Eat 'em Up was a bit too quiet this set. Finally, he makes some noise. Baron goes down, though, which means you've got a player advantage. But the Ubers are soon going to be even. You've got 15% separated the two. The Med's got to go in now if they want this Uber advantage to maintain, to stay. But it looks like they're still waiting. Ubers are now even. We've let them charge up, so... We're in now. We're waiting for our respawn. I assume if we're, Virginia Tech. We're waiting around, though. We're kind of dancing at this door. Paper kind of leading the charge. It's a bit awkward, though.
Yeah, this is what we expect. A standard last, even Ubers, even players hold. Penn State didn't really think they had an advantage, so they didn't want to push it. Paper goes very low. He's going to go down. Naughty did decide he wanted to go in. He gets juggled by the sentry. He somehow lives, but Ham does get the kill in the end. Because Eat 'em Up got the gun. Eat 'em Up does go in, and Jones gets killed too. That's 3 down on the side of Penn State. That's going to prompt the push in here from Virginia Tech. And Penn State isn't even holding, and Rapid Squirrel tries to go in for an aggressive bomb to catch them out, but he's not going to be able to get anything. So it's going to end up, I believe, evening out here on mid. But the forward spawns were actually denied. I don't know if Penn State or Virginia Tech is going to realize that Penn State's forward spawns were denied, but I don't think they really want to go off of it anyways. They're looking for something potentially aggressive, and it looks like they're just going to call it off. Yeah, they are going to call it off, and it's going to even out here on the second of Virginia Tech, although Cal does get a trap kill to eat him up.
Yeah, that is a pretty important pick now, because you have this denial area that you had with the spam. There's so much spam going their way. Looks like Ham's got to get away. But Cow now, trying to get some spam out. We're talking about spam, but, it's a back and forth sort of game right now because of just how many picks just keep happening. Ham gets a ton of damage going his way. Jones goes down. Rapid Squirrel falls right after, but the Uber is popped, which means it's time to run away if you are Virginia Tech. Bolt puts himself another kill, getting that killing spree going. Ham trying to leap away. Naughty's in, and Naughty takes down the demo before he falls himself. Med alive, and Med is popping at 1 HP. Literally 1 HP. Q-Apple's on the run with his Med, trying to escort him out of there.
Yeah, when you just don't have enough players to get those kills at the end, you kind of have to leave, because if you stay, you're only maybe going to get like 1, maybe 2, but you're almost assuredly probably going to get 1 and then just get collapsed onto the rest of the enemy team. A big push attempt in here from Penn State. They're going very fast, and they get an early kill and a big collapse, but Cal gets too early and does go down 4-on-4.
Cal got 2. Phone Leak goes down trying to fight for his life with that Uber Saw, but Baron gets the pick for himself, and it means Baron able to help Ham turn that around, and that is only but 1 left for PSU, meaning there's no PSU actually able to save the point because Naughty came in surprise attack. Baron goes down, and now we gotta wait.
Yeah, but it was actually a drop there on the side of Phone Leak. I think it maybe was he got an Uber Saw? I'm not 100% sure, but it was a drop there. There's a big attempted refight here in from Penn State. Ham gets a kill, but oh my goodness, Murph is so low, and he goes down and
gone.
Yeah, big fight here.
Gone he goes, which means we do lose the point, but it looks like we're going to be able to push right back in. Even though we're down 2 ourselves, there's 3 down, which means we have the man advantage. We are getting this point pushed back in. So with this big Uber advantage, do you expect that? I feel like they're slowing down a bit too much. They were super fast paced. Now they're slowing down a bit too much with these Uber advantages.
I mean, I think sometimes you do have to take it slow. I think it's just been maybe, I'm not 100% sure what they've been doing. I think they've maybe just been, Virginia Tech has just been playing a little bit more smart, and there's just some overextended players maybe doing a little bit crazy aggressive rolls. But Paper is in lobby. He gets an early kill, but he's kind of alone in lobby. But he actually baits in Rapid, gets a kill. Ham does get the kill, but 5v4, this is going to be tough for Virginia Tech to hold.
We still have about a 60% Uber advantage on the side of not Virginia Tech, disadvantage on Virginia Tech.
Gun spot.
But that is a very awkward gun spot, but I think what it does is that is a awkward gun spot that they have to respond to. Now moving away, see, Naughty sees where the gun is, and probably has called it out to his team that's behind the crates right here. But again, you've got a kind of awkward sort of situation now, because you want to push before this Uber's up. Ham goes down, Baron falls right after. Heal up the boys and get in there. We gotta see something. You gotta get active.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough for them because the other side is not being held well. Cal does get the kill to eat him up, but eat him up gets an early force, and that pressures enough space off the gun. And this is really good for Penn State. They're going to come in and have a much better Uber. 3 down on the side of Virginia Tech. Yeah. Very tough.
Easy peasy right here. The Uber was forced. The Uber was easy to pick up. PSU take it 4-1. One more game. They're on match point now.
Yeah, it's going to be map point here. Again, it's 1-1 on this series. It is a best of 5, so first to 3 map wins. So nobody can win the series here, but getting a map advantage can be so big. As we're going into this, I believe this is, yeah, the 6th mid fight here.
I said match, not map.
Yeah, but that was just some 2 players dying on that left side by the shutter for Virginia Tech caused their entire hold to crumble. We'll see what happens on this mid.
Ham, though, looking to make somebody crumble, but he's crumbling himself. Does get a good heal, though. Good crossbow shot from his medic there. But the Ubers are dead even right now. Paper in danger. Paper is dead. And now we have Ham falling down. That is not a fair trade just yet. We see Rapid Squirrel going, getting to pick himself. Meaning, I think if you're PSU here, you gotta back away.
Yeah, you are down a player at, but Q Apples is not paying attention. Naughty just walks in on the flank. And he's staying alive, but Hummer somehow does some nice dodge and gets out. And actually, at the end there, Rabbit Squirrel got Jones and Phone Leak, which means that's a big Uber ad. Although we do see Jones is right back up on Sniper, and he's going to decide that he wants to scope up, probably try to catch this medic before he can use Uber with a charged body shot or a headshot. Takes a shot so they know the Sniper is there. Umrf has to make sure he doesn't get forced by the Sniper, and here comes the pressure from Ham. He is going to juggle and pressure out the Sniper. That's normally the trick. You want to at least juggle the Sniper so he can't take 3 shots. Eat him up goes down, but there's a nice big Uber out on the side of Virginia Tech. We'll see how they elect to take this in. They've already capped 2nd, so they want to take this in pretty quickly. Ideally, if you know they're all pretty aggressive on this left side, you can just use into them and get a bunch of kills here. Umrf walking with his bow out first. It's a little scary, but here comes the aggressive Uber.
Here we go. Finally in is Virginia Tech. Q Apples takes down 1. Cow takes down the other. The sentry gun and 3 members is all that's standing their way. Natty is in there. The engineer getting stuff done. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Getting done. Eat him up, eats up that damage, and now the last point is going the way of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, good punish there from Virginia Tech. They did finally realize that pretty much everyone is clumped up on that top left. They used, and if you have a bunch of invincible players versus non-invincible players, and they're all like pretty close together, you can generally assume who's going to win that fight. It makes a lot of sense there. So we're going into the 7th mid here. Last time, I think one thing that keeps happening is Cal is like missing a bit too many stickies here on these players on the side of Penn State on the height, but Virginia Tech also has players that somehow just go too aggressive by themselves and get picked off. We'll see if either team is able to properly adapt and start winning these mids more solidly, or at least more consistently. Yeah, and both teams are spamming. A big trade kill here. Nobody's going too crazy aggressive here. It's still a 5-on-5. Jones is on the height, which is going to help his entire team take a lot of space here. Paper is going to get a kill into Rapid Squirrel. Q Apples is low. Many low players on the side of Penn, or on the side of Virginia Tech, and they're down a player.
Cow, though. Cow is in a lot of danger now, but so is the med. The push back in from Penn State is able to save them. and they're able to push them away. It is, man, that really looked like Virginia Tech, and then all of a sudden, it just was Penn State.
Yeah, that was very interesting there, because it looked like they had that advantage and they just lost players. Players, I think, went a little too antsy, got a little over-aggressive. There's a big fight from lower here. Q-Apples gets a big kill onto Jones early. Naughty goes in for a bomb.
Bomb in!
Kind of gets juggled, but does not get the kill, and we're paused again.
Man, that really kills the momentum on commentary, doesn't it? Oh, my goodness. Unfortunately, we are paused, but right now, it is a even Uber on both sides, and we have an unpause now. We're back into it, and a bomb in. He's back into it. Eat him up. Let's eat up some damage here, and we do get the Uber to pop.
Yeah, and there's already going to be a walk-in here from the side of Virginia Tech, but Penn State, I believe, still has their Uber. Yes, they do. Yes, so they're going to come in. They do lose Bolt, though, which is going to make this Uber a lot worse. They're really not getting any picks here, it looks like, with this Uber. They do finally get Baron, but that's not what you want. You want a bunch of picks, and here comes the collapse from the side of Virginia Tech.
Looks like there is a bit of a collapse here. Virginia Tech looking to put this momentum in their favor, and the jump in from the soldiers means the momentum does put them in the dirt. And they do get a pick off, but the med being down and about the same respawn timer means there's going to be no real Uber advantage. It's really awkward.
Yeah, but at least getting the last point is going to mean they have pretty much 4 minutes to take anything, get some sort of advantage and work their way into last. They have plenty of sack opportunities. Q-Apple's also on a 7K. Very well done from him. And it's, again, like you said, going to turn into that even Uber, even player situation. Ham and Rapid Squirrel going very aggressive. Jones gets the kill early and onto Rapid Squirrel with Sniper, and Eat 'em Up gets a kill onto Ham. 2 soldiers down. They might try to push on the side of Penn State, although they do have a Sniper and an NG, so they probably won't push unless they get a kill. Oh no! Cal with the trap kill onto Phone Leak! No! It was just on the left side near the barrel.
That is disgusting that he was able to get that trap, sneak it in, and pop it onto the med. That is gross, meaning the Uber advantage now about a 50%, a little bit more, 55% going the way of Virginia Tech, meaning their momentum is back in their favor. They were 3 rounds down, but all of a sudden it's looking real bright. The light forward, the guiding light forward is looking real bright for them. But now we're still waiting on this last point. The sentry's up, the dispenser's on the build. Again, look at Eat 'em Up though. He's looking for kind of an angle in.
Yeah, and Jones is still on the Sniper, very aggressive on the left side. He's kind of gambling this, but if Virginia Tech realizes they can just use it aggressively, they just end up using in through lower, an early kill into the gun, and Bolt's kind of caught on NG. That's not good for them.
That is not good for them. The medic goes up into the sky and splashed down into the ground. Everybody's low on PSU, and everybody's in the dirt in PSU. Another round going the way of Virginia State.
Yeah, Virginia Tech just keeps getting some really solid Ubers in on Penn State, and Penn State just doesn't have like a great hold. They're not really spotting any of the doorways really well. They're very clumped up on especially the left side, and you can get really punished by that, which Virginia Tech is really abusing. We're going to see this 8th mid come in here shortly as the teams both roll out. Like you said, I think normally, yeah, Cal was, actually it looks like it was about the same speed. So it wasn't any too crazy rollout advantages, but we're into this next mid.
We are into this next mid, which means the jump in is there. Ham, again, on the same side, looking to get active, but it's really a lot of active damage onto Jones, a lot of active damage, a lot of active death onto Jones. You see the med on the side of Virginia Tech is in a lot of danger here. Ham has literally 10 HP. Natty goes down, but again, this med taking a lot of damage, but it looks like Penn State's going to force themselves away.
Yeah, that was just, like, right at the start of the mid, both soldiers and one scout for the side of Penn State took so much damage that they just could not win the fight. They were just permanently down. An aggressive push in here from Virginia Tech. Q-Apples gets an early kill. Baron goes down, but it's an aggressive fight. Probably an Uber coming in here soon.
Uber is popped, and now we see the red team Uber is used right now. Virginia Tech has a bit of an advantage on this Uber, but they are flashing it to a lot of players, meaning they can slow it down a bit. Jones able to scrab that pack, but gets put into a pack right afterwards, folded like a lawn chair right there by that scattergun meat shot, as the rest of his team's got to run away.
Yeah, that was looking bad for the side of Virginia Tech, but Penn State had 2 players going behind, and Virginia Tech smartly just said, okay, well, we can just use the rest of our Uber, come in and just kill the 2 players, and now we have a player ad because we have a full demo instead of your team. It was a 3-on-2, and they just, forced the rest of Penn State out, and now they've taken control of the second point, and now Penn State is back on their own last. Jones is, of course, back on sniper. We've seen a lot of it. We'll probably continue to see it. I think Barron does spot the sniper, so I think Penn State definitely knows about the sniper. The rest of the team is playing safe. They've got soldiers and nice spam angles trying to prevent any crazy sniper peeks. Using the corners is really the trick against sniper, because you can kind of shoot around the corner and make it very difficult for the sniper to hit you at all. And it's now even Ubers, and we'll see Virginia Tech try to bring in their players in through the lower lobby, so you don't have to worry about that sniper. And they're going to try to get some sort of pressure to get some sort of sack going.
The Jones sniper seems to be rather infamous at this point. They're trying to get something done, eat him up on this engineer, but a lot of poke going into Jones means he's a bit, under threat still. They're very, very aware of Jones on the sniper. More poke going his way, but they're looking to, check him. Say, can you hit the shot? You can't hit the shot. Can you hit the shot? You can't. You can't. But it looks like a push may be coming in soon.
Yeah, there's just a bit of spam here. They tried to kill the gun, weren't able to get it, so they're probably gonna try again. It looks like, they're bringing both soldiers in lower with the heals. It looks like they're about to try to re-spam that gun in from lower, I think is their plan. And once they get the gun down, they're gonna try to get some sort of sack off. Jones is also scoped up on lower, so I think they do see the sniper angle there, so they're going to try to just peek out through top left, get the gun, but oftentimes top left is not really a great place to get it. Cal actually gets a pipe kill onto Naughty, and they're still trying to get the gun, but they do have the NG just fully repairing it, and normally you need 2 explosives to really kill that gun, because the NG can just tank it, so... And there goes
Cal gets picked by Jones.
Picked by Jones, yeah.
Oh, that is disgusting. That is what you want to see from your sniper, and it looks like the sniper is going to see that demo's head and take him right down. The push coming in now from Paper. They're getting some good damage in, but you got to be careful. Ham has been known to, get very, very aggressive when he needs to be. But the Uber is in both sides' hands. They got to be able to use it, though. Sometimes these mids have dropped, not popped. They got to pop, though. Looking to get in his Ham, and Phone Leak taking a bit of damage. They're being a bit careful, though. Jones trying to get away here. He gets caught on the door on the corner, but is able to pick up Ham on the way out, on his way out, into bits onto the ground.
Yeah, and it's just going to be still an even players situation here. Jones died on scout, so there's no sniper for a bit. Somebody could swap onto sniper, but I have a feeling Jones is just going to swap right back onto sniper as soon as he respawns. The gun is still up solidly. There's only a minute left, and something important that we didn't mention is that it's been 30 minutes in this map, so we're at the continuous overtime, but it was already first team to 5 rounds anyways because Penn State already got the 4th round. So that's what we expected, and it's still just going to be first team to 5 rounds. With Penn State does have an advantage, but Virginia Tech only has 40 seconds to break this hold. Otherwise, it stalemates and resets back to mid. Barron going down is not going to help that at all, although very low on the side of Phone Leak, but not going to go down. He's safely with this safely tucked away with his team to get healed up.
Naughty gets popped right there. Jones is looking for a pick to pop somebody down, but that is a dangerous situation for Naughty. Naughty getting picked there really, really hurts because that push could have happened. But Naughty going down means they got to back up again to last.
Yeah, but it's only 10 seconds left. They are down 1 player, so here comes the aggressive Uber. They're probably going to be able to kill the gun, but you don't want to lose your NG, though. They do end up using on the NG. They do have to get some cap time. The players are actually going in favor of, Virginia Tech here.
Yeah, and Virginia Tech taken. Tied up the rounds for the map, 4-4.
Yeah, you just don't want to let so many players be in that Uber because the Uber exchange is coming when they have 10 seconds. They don't really have any option for that, but the more and more players you have in your Uber, the shorter your Uber lasts, and so you don't want to be caught in that Uber because then your medic has to flash you, and also your medic can't flash a ton of people to save them with the Uber, so it's just going to turn into such a difficult situation. They all clumped up on the side of Penn State, and that's going to lead to the round. As here's a big bomb from Naughty early, gets the medic.
Naughty gets both the med and the demo. Disgusting, and the entirety of Virginia Tech is getting wiped right now, but Phone is alone. Phone needs help. And Phoned is under so much threat. Nobody's near him. Somebody help my mans. He needs some help. Ham has him in the corner. Can Ham get him done? No, the health pack's picked up. Somebody's got to help my boy. We're just leaving him to die.
Oh.
Finally, though, Q Apples. The med gets picked again? They went all the way to spawn?
Paper just...
Are we in a pub right now? We literally just sat in front of their spawn and then walked out to the... That is so tragic. Man.
Yeah, they just could not consider that trap spot, and some insane dodging there from Phone Lake. Had nobody with him, was able to dodge so many rockets, got the pack. He secured his team a huge Uber advantage, especially with that kill, the 2 kills early. Baron might be caught here in lobby. He does manage to get out, and even though Paper went down, because they have such a big Uber ad, they're going to be able to have plenty of time for Paper to respawn, roll out to get to his team, and there's going to be an Uber ad push here shortly. Once everybody gets set up, there is a gun here on this right side. It's still only level 1. You generally want a level 2 gun. There is the level 2 gun, which is enough to really stop soldiers from like jumping. Nobody's really watching lower, but here's the aggressive Uber from Shutter.
Uber's in, and that means Paper's in. Now, we're going in for the slash point tech. We're going to try to put us onto match point, onto set point here if we're PSU, and literally an inch away, and an inch of their life was Rapid Squirrel going down, and that puts PSU onto set point going into this next map, 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, crazy situation at the end there from Penn State. They just really punished Virginia Tech for being way too clumped up. When the Uber happens, when an aggressive Uber happens from your team, the way you want to do this is, or handle that, is you want to do what's called kiting the Uber. You want to basically run away from that Uber. Make sure you spend as much time as possible, or make the enemy team, spend as much time as possible chasing you, rather than fighting you while they're invincible and you're not. But they just kind of kept fighting on that left spawn, the same side that Virginia Tech was fighting on the left side, the same side that Penn State came in on, and so they lost 2 really early, and then a lot of players on Virginia Tech all kind of like, I guess, got a little nervous or flustered, and many of them went to the point at the same time, when normally you just want to have one soldier dedicated to stopping the point first, so that you don't all clump up on the point and die exactly like they did, and that's going to lead to that map win. We are going to be going on to this 4th map, King of the Hill Viaduct, but it's the pro version, so Pro Viaduct, or product as it's called. And I'm taking a look at these logs, and Cow was absolutely doing a ton of damage, but besides that, the med deaths are much more even this time. Phone Leak only with 1 more death than Murph. He still did have 2 drops, so Penn State doing a good job still punishing off the fact that there were those 2 drops. But besides that, I don't think I see anything too crazy with these logs.
No, nothing outstanding, really. I mean, Jones played 4 classes, but that's about it. You know, it is a... Man, especially when your map is taken from you by the other team, I feel like that's a real hurtful for your mental. But Virginia Tech has been here before. You know, they lost last year's. They're looking for the redemption arc, and if you're gonna do a reverse sweep, you got to do it now, right? We're going into product. We're going into we're going into this King of the Hill map. They won the last King of the Hill map. There was 2 5 CP in a row before this one. The King of the Hill map is now here. So we gotta... we won the last one. So let's just win this one again and move on to map 5, and let's take this. We're going home with a crown this time around.
Yeah, and like you were saying about Jones, we saw a bunch of classes out of him on map 3, but on map 4, on Pro Viaduct, I've been taking a look at those logs, and I have a big feeling that he is going to be on Sniper. I can honestly almost guarantee it. I would be incredibly surprised if he's not on Sniper in these maps, like just perma Sniper instead. So because there's a Sniper and one of the scouts is not going to be on Scout, the thing you really want to do is abuse the soldier bombs on the side of Virginia Tech. Bombing soldiers can be really difficult to just create some pressure and, just make sure the sniper can't just headshot or charge body shot your med or headshot any of your players ideally. And the other thing you want to abuse is the fact that because they're down, a scout or soldier, they don't have as many players really holding down one of the flanks. So oftentimes the flank, whichever side that the sniper isn't playing on, often that side is going to be a lot weaker, which means Virginia Tech has to make sure they abuse those 2 things to win this 4th map and deal with the sniper, because I have a feeling we're just going to see perma sniper. Sniper's really powerful on this map because of angles. Just, I mean, all around the cliff, the China, the Porsche area, all those different angles are super nasty for players to deal with, and it's very common on sixes, even in sixes, to see a perma sniper on this map.
You think we see the Frenchman at all, or no? To try to beat out the sniper if it becomes too unbearable, or no?
I would say normally not. Normally you either double soldier or you bring out your own sniper. I mean, we do see. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's phone leaked on it in the pregame, so he won't be on sniper, but or on spy, excuse me. But
On the wrong team.
yeah, my bad. But oh, he is on the wrong team in the pregame. That's why I was confused. Anyways, but I don't think we'll see spy. I think the big thing, especially because we've seen crazy aggressive bombs from Ham and from Rapid Squirrel, I think the big thing they need to make sure they're doing is they need to stop landing on the low ground with your bombs. When you do, you let enemies who are either on the same ground level as you or higher fight you, and it just makes your shots harder to hit and their shots easier to hit. And the other thing is the soldier is the second slowest walking class in the game. So when you're landing on the ground like that, you are a very massive target when there's multiple enemies right there who are just going to shoot at you. And sure, you'll be able to put out decent damage, but you're basically putting yourself in like a 2 or 3 or even 4 versus 1 in those situations. And you ideally always want to be taking advantageous fights in this game. You know, why give your enemy the advantage when you can take the advantage?
I mean, yeah, why fight at a disadvantage when you can have an advantage? I mean, there's nothing
Exactly.
there's nothing better to say than that. I mean, right now, I feel like we have to, especially with the sniper changeup with Jones. It's proven that Jones is going to want to go to this, right? If we've done our research, we've done our homework, right? Jones did this the last time they played on this map, whether it be a scrim, whether it be a set, whatever it was, right? He played this last time. So we have to be prepared for it. We need to know our response for it. And if we didn't prep a response for it, what are we doing? Right? But they definitely did prep a response for it. They've been in this position before. They won it this time around. So we're ready. Right? I would not be surprised to see you mentioned the bombing soldiers. We need to play with the bomb. That's when we're going in. We're bombing the sniper, and that's when we need to go. Right? We gotta go for that sort of situation. And we got to play to our advantages. You mentioned the advantages to it before, but the wraparound from the scouts are entirely possible. The sniper is going to be a focal point for both teams, and I think that how does that change your play style if you are on the side of PSU here? Like, how hard does that change the play style?
Well, it definitely changes the playstyle because oftentimes, like I said, the biggest way to deal with Sniper is to either, like bomb him or to really pressure the flank. So the players on the flank for Penn State have to make sure they don't get like isolated, caught in 2 versus 1s. And then when you have a sniper, you don't just want to like leave him alone, because if you leave the sniper alone, a sniper versus a soldier bombing you is not really in favor of the sniper. Yeah, it's generally a dead sniper. So the way you often want to handle that is have a couple of players, or at least one player, sometimes a soldier or a scout or something like that, be in a really good spot to protect your sniper somewhere on the height where you're near where your sniper is playing. And then what happens ideally is the soldier probably bombs, and your sniper has to surf the rocket away or something like that. And then the player who's protecting the sniper ideally does enough damage or gets the kill onto the player dying for the sniper. But the other thing to that is you don't always have to like kill the sniper to make sure he's not a threat to your team. Because if he's, mid-air surfing or whatever, the chances that he's gonna like hit a headshot on your medic, I mean, first of all, his shots are gonna get knocked away. He either stands there and just dies to the soldier because he's not surfing the rockets, or he's going to, have to surf away. But so his scope he's going to get unscoped naturally. But if you somehow, like, the chances of you then, after getting forced to be unscoped after surfing the rocket and then rescoping and hitting a crazy headshot like on the medic while you're midair, those are incredibly low. Now, granted, sometimes crazy sniper shots happen. There's probably going to be maybe one situation, at least on this map, I wouldn't be surprised, where the sniper just hits a shot and there's just nothing you can do. Sometimes that just happens. But even like doing your bomb on the sniper, you don't have to necessarily commit your life to kill the sniper. Just shooting a couple of rockets at him to make sure he surfs or dives to the rockets, and then trying to like kind of strafe away, air strafe away, so that you can not get caught by the the player projecting the sniper, and you can potentially live, delay, try to distract, and during all this time your teammates are going to be walking forward. You can imagine all the chaos that can cause, and how many different scenarios could possibly happen. So generally, when that's happening, there's a lot of chaos, and it's just a big team fight going on with the soldier dealing with the sniper. So it's going to be a big back and forth, and that's often the battle. Is like how much can you let the sniper, how much can you let him take shots, versus how much do you have to worry about overcommitting and then losing your life just to kill the sniper, or potentially not even get the kill on the sniper. And that's often the battle that you really are worrying about.
I mean, yeah, that is. Man, I can't add anything to that if I tried, and if I did try, it would sound significantly worse than you just put it. I mean, it changes everything, because you are playing, but it looks like we're still waiting to start up. But it is, I say that as the countdown begins. Soon we will have this on set point. They are game, one map away from taking the set for themselves. That is PSU, Penn State University, against Virginia Tech this time around on product here this time. And on the mid-fight already, Paper is in, putting some damage back and forth their way, but the sniper is in and out, putting some shots in. Are we going to get a pick, though? We do get a pick on the Rapid Squirrel. And we're still going back in and forth. We have to play it back, though. The sniper prevents us from being as aggressive as we want to be. These lineups, though, we're looking in. Ham goes down, but so does Eat 'em Up. He eats some dirt. It looks like they're backing away.
Yeah, I would have said this would have been bad because the soldiers kind of just landed on the ground early, but they were able to get the demo kill on the side of Virginia Tech, although Baron just ran in with his melee out low, so he does get killed by Naughty. And so now that's going to, I think, nice direct onto Q apples from Naughty. Paper cleans that up. Down 2 scouts. I think that's going to secure the pick there for the first initial fight from the side of Virginia Tech. Although, as I say that, a big bomb comes in.
Goes
Jones
down.
does get the kill onto Cal, but there's an Uber force that happens, which is definitely not as bad for Virginia Tech. But Baron is going to go down. Rapid Squirrel is hiding on Cliff, which I don't think they know. Rapid Squirrel is actually hiding. He's going to cancel. He's going to decide better, but Bolt does spot him, so he's going to go down late. And now they've got a lot of stuff set up on this left side. But remember, since a lot of players are on this left side, the right side, and maybe even the main door, should be a lot more free. So we'll see how Virginia Tech likes to take this, especially because they have an Uber at here.
Again, you mentioned these flanks before. The flank has to play this very, very well. They have to cover their options very well because of the sniper. Right? They gotta watch with this sniper. Where the sniper is now is on this corner. Paper takes so much damage this time, and Paper falls down. It is dangerous now, but we are firing back. Rabbit Squirrel goes down, Q Apples goes down, and so do most of the members of Virginia Tech. Headshot, bang, bang. Jones takes down 2. We're looking for the med, but we don't even need to. We take her down with the headshot. Med gets put down. Jones with the triple kill for himself.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think that was actually, it was a triple kill there. He had an initial kill. I think it was maybe a little bit crazy to use in on the demo on the left side, because sure, you got the demo kill, but then the rest of the team can generally clean that up. There's an aggressive 4-man attempt here. 3 kills go in the favor of Penn State. Here comes the 4th kill. They tried to, I think, go for the force because they never ended up getting it originally, and they are just really struggling to break this. Virginia Tech is going to have to figure out a better strategy if they want to beat this Parma sniper, and there's already that reset up with the sticky traps on the cliff side. But if you have an Uber ad and you're trying to use in with your Uber ad, you generally want to use closer to the med so you don't have to spend like a really long time chasing the med, because by the time their Uber was already over, and Cal also got juggled by the stickies in the doorway when he used, by the time their Uber was already over on the side of Virginia Tech, their medic was like still nowhere even close, so they had enough time. But it's now even Ubers. Rapid Squirrel goes down to the trap on Cliff by Paper, and here's the aggressive Uber trade, but Q Apples goes down early too.
It is an aggressive Uber, and they're trying to get something down, but the Uber is popped right when the one fades on the Cow, taking Cow down. The medic using the handsome dude to try to save himself, but Bolt is able to get picked down. The medic able to live. But again, there's no pushing. 40 seconds left on this timer for PSU. Eat 'em Up's in, Eat 'em Up, trying to get something. He's going to hop out and will get taken down by Rapid.
Yeah, Naughty gets a kill onto Baron, which is going to make this still even harder. There's still a sniper. Ham is going in very aggressively trying to deal with this sniper, but here comes the soldiers from both sides. Jones is going to get another body shot onto Rapid Swirl. That's 2 down. This is looking very tough for Virginia Tech. 3 down. They're just getting absolutely pincered on. No answers for the way that they're playing.
Slaughter. Absolute slaughter this time around. This sniper has proven to be what it is. Baron Arnold gets sniped down. It's a 5-kill streak on that sniper rifle right now. And that is PSU taking the first round of this. Again, this is set point. They have to win this map, and then they become the champions. Grand finals this time around. Next mid 2. What do you want to see change?
Well, I first of all need to see soldiers doing a little bit better bombs. You want to get deeper on your bombs, but if you're going to not bomb the sniper, then you can pressure the flank as well. That is an option. You know, the flank is very open here. An aggressive bomb early from Eat 'em Up, and we'll see how that works out. They just go for the med early. They somehow get the kill, which is very early. Now they could just play around their heels, hopefully, for them, for the side of Virginia Tech. But they want to be careful about overextending too much and chasing too far for the sniper, because then the player protecting can get the kill.
And double kill for the player protecting. I mean, technically a double kill. Ham kind of died on his own accord, but, you know, Jones is able to get out safely. Cow looking to chase down Jones. Jones will fall to a pop sticky. And this time around, it looks like the point is going the way of Virginia Tech, but they're holding the point. They capped it a bit too soon, extending the respawn timer of Q Apples.
Yeah, Cow did finally pick off the sniper there, but the early med kill I did not expect, especially when Penn State has a sniper. You generally want to play a little bit safer, give your sniper time to take shots. Aggressive bomb from Rapid Score, actually aggressive Uber, and they're trying to catch the enemy medic out. Enemy med very low. They do get the demo. The sniper gets a kill. Baron tries to go in for the medic, doesn't get anything. It's a humongous collapse. Naughty is in on the medic for for Virginia Tech. It's a big collapse, and the picks are just going the way of Penn State. It's just, it's just Murph, and he's gonna die. And that's a full wipe on the side of Penn State. Virginia Tech at least got the point, but they now, they're down 70% Uber, and they have to break through a forward hold. This is going to be tough for Virginia Tech, especially because they were struggling last time.
Very, very difficult to break through this forward hold. Like they said, last time you said, they barely could get through it last time. This sniper has been a very good pinpoint. Looks like they're trying to bomb it out again, but phone leak goes down, Jones goes down. They broke through it this time. They're looking to push back in. You see how Rabbit Squirrel gets picked off there. Ham goes down, and Baron Arnold goes down. So this is a 3-for-3 trade this time. The medic and the sniper are respawning now, which means he's going to get some healing done, get that Uber building already. So their push-in was good, and then it wasn't, and then it was good again. So now it's kind of evened out.
Well, I think that was their plan. They were trying to do a 4-person sack there, yeah, to try to get it. Jones gets an early kill into Baron. That's not good. They at least did break through the hold, and they got some cap time. There's an aggressive bomb or push-in from Bull. Does get picked off by Q Apples. It's now 5-on-5. There is a big Uber ad on the side of...
Ham gets dropped down.
Get killed, excuse me.
That is Ham dropping down, but Cow's able to push in, get the medic himself, and the medic is pretty core to the push back in. You see how Rabbit Squirrel's trying to chase out, but the headshot on the Q Apples is clean from Jones before he falls. Last shot real quick, saying sit in the chat to make sure he knows who is the owner here. That is a bombing from Natty, and he dies. Naughty dies from blowing himself up accidentally. Ham able to pick up one for himself.
But finally, in this game, Virginia Tech has the advantage. They're finally in the driver's seat. 5 players climbing up this cliffside, or 4 players on the side of Penn State. Big bomb in from Ham is not going to get the kill onto the medic, and now they're down one. This is going to make it harder to hold. They do have an Uberad, though.
Rabbit Squid going to take down Naughty, but Baron Arnold's going to fall. Rabbit Squid right after. Eat him up is going to fall down as well, but it's a 3v4 this time around. Jones is scary, though, but you see Q Apples is behind. Jones is alone, and Jones needs some help real quick. He does get popped by those sticky bombs, but it is the SMG that takes down Q Apples. Bolt walking in, trying to get some damage done, but Bolt gets popped by those sticky bombs that time around. And this is now 60 seconds on the point for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a lot better for Virginia Tech, but they're just kind of like lucking into these kills, and Jones isn't hitting enough shots onto key players. Ham gets an early kill onto Eat 'em Up, And Ham is still very aggressive. Another aggressive bomb. Baron is behind, gets an early force as well, but it is 3 down the side of Virginia Tech, so they have to back up. But it looks like they're going to get forced by this aggressive overbomb, yeah.
They are in, though. The bomb is able to force the Uber, but we lose Natty, we lose Phoned, and now we're going to lose Paper as well. Bolt goes down, Paper falling down. The sniper here is looking for something himself, but isn't going to find anything just yet. CQ Apple trying to get around this corner. He's trying to wait for the sniper to take a shot. Baron goes down, but the sniper falls right.
Yeah, that was just an absolutely big clutch up from Cal and from Q Apples. They cleaned up absolutely everything, and the players on Penn State clumped up. It is looking like, though, the picks are going to go in favor of Penn State because they do have the spawners, because they didn't have the point, so their players spawned first. But, you know, it's just one time that Virginia Tech has to cap. One singular time, and they win this run. Actually, Jones swapped off of Sniper. He's back on Scout this time.
They probably aren't expecting Jones to be on Scout this time, which is pretty funny that he's not expecting that. But Jones is in on the Scout this time around. Looks like he's trying to loop around as the soldiers on the chase, but the Scout's on the point. ×3 on the point means they got to get him off the point. Rabbit Squirrel goes down. Jones falls on the side as well, but looks like Virginia Tech is getting absolutely slaughtered. We're going to need some new technology if we're going to win this one out. Ham goes down, meaning we got to back away completely.
I mean, it looks like it was like maybe an attempted foreman. It just looked very clunky, but it is going to be even Ubers here shortly as Virginia Tech just gets their Uber up. There is a sniper, which means that this forward hold is not as solid as it might appear because you're down one of your scouts or soldiers. They all try to walk in without even using through the same door, but it's not really a strong enough forward hold. Cal goes down early to Naughty, but that's an early pick. There's going to be a bunch of fighting here quickly as an Uber comes out. The Ubers are exchanged.
Ubers are exchanged now, and we're going to have to dance around this point, but the Uber's going to last a bit longer. It might actually be the same time. No, a bit longer for PSU this time around. We're looking to focus down. This Scout, we get him, but it's only the medic and the Scout. We got to get some help here. The sniper is back from Jones, and Jones takes a pot shot. Looking for some more shots, but isn't going to find anything. Taking too much damage from these explosive boys. Explosive boys are in. We're trying to hold on for our lives here. Natty comes in. Naughty comes in. Naughty goes down, but the demo's in. Paper taking a bit of damage himself, trying to hold. He stops moving. He stands still. He knows it's over. Round done. Going the way of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, not as clean as Virginia Tech would have liked it, but a round is a round, and it doesn't matter how small you win it by. As long as you win the round, it is now 1-1. They definitely cleaned that up a lot, or in terms of like they actually had some advantages and they used them to finally work it through. Definitely very sloppy though in terms of actually dealing with the sniper, but Jones is right back on sniper, and this time he's on the concrete grass side with the rest of his team. We'll see how Virginia Tech adapts to that.
Looks like Rapid Dog is in a prime spot to get headshot, but we'll see. Because we're waiting for them to dance around. Nobody's in the line of sight just yet, but Naughty goes down, Baron goes down, Cow's at 12 HP, finally falling. He craters. Unfortunately, Ham goes down as well. We have advantage on this point, meaning we might get a pick here. We're looking for a pick on the sniper, pick on the med. We can't decide who we want. Rapid Squid falls, and that is a dominant point for Penn State.
Yeah, Virginia Tech has to make sure their bombs don't just use like a single rocket. You want to do 2 rockets so that you can get a lot more speed and height, and you can't really get denied by the scouts. You can land behind them. Ham is already in aggressively. He's going to go down to fall damage, and the soldier doesn't even go down. So they do bust through the hole, but they're already down one. This is going to be hard for them to keep the pressure up, especially when a sniper is going to, start pressuring them back.
You know, it is a bit dangerous here from the sniper threat. Boned Leak falls down to a bomb. Rapid Squirrel will fall for his crimes, but Paper will meet the same fate. It is awkward now because Naughty goes down, and that is a 3v5. We do get Q apples, but eat 'em up, eats it. Now we're gotta run away if we're Jones. Jones is probably not getting away here. We're trying to fight for our last breath. Bolt's in danger. We're trying to delay these respawns, maybe, but no. Bolt gets the kill, and that is we're getting some cap time finally.
Yeah, and they are down a minute, but they at least have Uber, and they were able to kill Jones, who has swapped off of Sniper. Let's see how this fight ends up going. It's just a bunch of spam, and there's no Sniper this time. So, wow, actually, the side of Penn State is walking up this grass concrete side, very, very susceptible to spam and getting clumped up. Low medic already. Phone League had to back up.
But it looks like they're trying to identify the sniper, I think, and then they realize they don't have a sniper. They're backing up now, trying to heal up a bit. Naughty goes down, which means they have a player advantage, but Baron falls right after. It is an Uber advantage and a player advantage now. Because we're looking, Jones has to run away. We need to back up, regroup, maybe pull out the sniper again if we're looking for it. But it looks like Jones is looking to get some scout stuff done. Getting some poke in, some chip damage, but we got to regroup.
Yeah, interestingly, they didn't decide to use in with their aggressive Uber, so now it's even Ubers.
Look at Ham.
And Ham is hiding in that area. They don't know, and 5 players are going here. Here comes the humongous ball from Ham. So much damage and a drop. Oh my goodness.
He's pulling his bomb out, and he got it. He got that original right there, blasting right into that medic's mouth. And that was an easy pickup right there. Med dropped. Paper falls at this point. Under contention finally. But it's, you know, that med falling down is really, really big because that Uber was almost up. And now the point, you got no heals for it. There's an Uber coming in if we do get close to the med. It's just, oh, it's brutal. But PSU pick up the point for themselves.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a fight here. There's an aggressive Uber coming out. I think it was just a force on the side of Virginia Tech. 1 kill goes down. Jones is still on scout. He's going in very aggressively, but he's taking a 1v3, and he's going to go down. And Virginia Tech is going to retake this point, and they do have 2-player ad, but it's going to be probably about even time because there's going to be enough time for Penn State to just start retaking. Rapid score very low. He's going to get juggled out. He is going to get saved by his medic, and it's now going to be an attempted pressure on the side of Penn State, but they're really all clumping up to one side oftentimes. Finally, eat-em-ups on the other side, but they're clumping up a lot, and that's it makes you susceptible to spam and getting bombed if you're clumped up.
Jones decided to stay off the sniper for now, as I believe we have a quick pause. The sniper here, I guess they feel like it's not working as strongly as it was before. It looks like Virginia Tech has adapted to it and is now, you know, not fallen victim to the same sniper tricks that they have. So now we're playing the more traditional 6v6 game, right?
Well,
we don't have to respond to the sniper, and we don't have to, you know, keep checking our soldiers, our shoulders.
Yeah, but you still, even during that situation, you have to be careful of these Ubers. It looks like, so currently Penn State has a 40% Uber ad, and based on the way Paper's playing, it looks like he wants an aggressive Uber in on onto Ummerth, who is actually maybe a little caught. Oftentimes you want to be a little further back, so in case that Uber comes in, you have enough time and space to safely get out so that you don't die as medic. But he's maybe a little caught here. He doesn't look ready, although as I'm looking at the way Phone Leak is positioned, he's not looking at Paper. I think he's still healing up and they're still coordinating it. There's actually a pipe headed right towards the medic and scout. I wonder how that's going to work out. And there's stickies right there. Maybe there'll be a little bit of juggling.
It is a freeze frame on the pipe perfectly.
Yeah.
Little bomb. I think it's going to hit the ground before it hits the med. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know the trajectory of it. So it's like, oh, maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this plays out because, oh, here's the unpause.
Oh, we're on the unpause here. A little poke back and forth. It does not hit the med, but the Uber is popped. That is a hit the med button right there. Looks like is looking for more. Trying to hold this Uber out for a little bit longer. Trying to make sure he doesn't pop it too soon before he can push back in. But it looks like the point is almost in the favor of PSU. And we got a bit of, now that the point is on our side, we have a bit of time to stall.
Yeah, well, that's actually great for the side of Virginia Tech because they didn't have Uber, they didn't lose their med. They now have a full Uber and they have enough players because the players spawned in faster because Penn State took the point, so that means your own players spawn faster when the other team has point. So now they just retake the point for absolutely free, and they got the Uber out of the side of Penn State. So Virginia Tech really liking this situation. They have 10 seconds less, and they have all their players up. Although their soldiers are very low, they got to get healthy. I think they're going to lose both of them. Jones is back on Sniper, and Rapid goes down to Paper on the right side. But they do have an Uber ad. Let's see if Virginia Tech realizes and they just use in.
They are looking to try to get in here, but now they're in. Finally, the Devilman jumps in and takes down 3 people before going down himself. It looks like we're chasing out Jones, and we're looking to chase out this victory on this round. Because Naughty's in, able to take the med, but it's not going to be enough. We got 5 seconds before the round ends, and it looks like it's over. Round going the way of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Cal just went absolutely nuclear at the end. Do I see that right? Yeah, Cal has the most kills in the server on demo on his team. He's absolutely going nuclear. 28 kills already just in 16 minutes, so that's very, very crazy from him. Jones is back on that sniper right to start off the round, and there still hasn't been really a great answer, although luckily Jones isn't in too many crazy shots. We'll see if Virginia Tech actually has a solid answer this time, although the players on the side of Virginia Tech who aren't with the sniper are very low, and Paper actually looks like he's going to go down. He is.
Yeah, and you know, it is it's Devilman is an explosive expert this time around, but you know, Jones able to get a headshot expert on a ham right there. Natty goes down, and it is a Virginia Tech all the way for this midpoint.
Yeah, Jones is still up on that sniper. We're going to see how... It looks like he's already working his way out through Cliff. There is a trap set up, though, from the side of Cal, so... Penn State just decides better of it. They're going to go out the other side that that eat 'em up had already cleared out for his team, and it's even Ubers, even players. But the point is in favor of Virginia Tech. But there is a sniper, so I'm expecting to see maybe an Uber exchange while the sniper happens. Well, I'm curious to see what happens. I'm curious to see it. Actually, it looks like they're just peeking with their sniper. Yeah,
They are looking, and they get a headshot on the Rabid, and that is a... There's 2 down now. They do have everybody up, but the Uber was forced from phone there, and we're looking to push them away. The Devilman and the Scout are both in. We're looking to pick another one. We take another one down. We take another one down, and we're going to get this midpoint pickup. Now, Paper all the way forward.
Yeah, but at least for Virginia Tech, they were able to get Unmurph out safely, which means they have a nice big 70% Uber ad. Ham is already pressuring with Baron. Baron goes down early to Naughty. And this soldier is actually a little low. Ham has to back up, but the soldier somehow gets out on the side of Penn State. Really good for them. Jones is still up on Sniper on the rock. They do have an aggressive Uber. I think Virginia Tech is, yeah, they're looking to use this Uber. Here comes the aggressive Uber.
Jump in from the Devilman and the soldier looking to bomb him out, but they're able to save it. Cow takes down Phoned, though, and that is not looking good. Paper taking a ton of damage and falling down. Eat him up, eats that sticky bomb, and gets blown up. But they will trade out. Naughty will trade out with Baron, but you know that's a consolation prize for what really happened there. And that is a taken midpoint by Virginia Tech.
And Jones dying late is really going to help out Virginia Tech. Cal just he used 2 stickies with the Uber and stayed in the air so long, and Phone Leak had no idea, so Cal just trapped off Phone Leak's exit, and that was all she wrote for Phone Leak's life. Gonna have to respawn. It's still even Ubers here because I think there wasn't that good building on the side of Murph for Virginia Tech. But they do have a point in about a 45-second Uber or time advantage, so Virginia Tech is still happy about that.
They really are happy about that because they've got this huge advantage to hold. And the way they're posturing, they really can deny the sniper here. Unless Jones gets a pick onto the med here, I feel like it's very difficult for them to, you know, push into this. You see, Jones's positioning is very, very important. They're looking from this below area, trying to get a snipe.
Yeah, but smartly, on the side of Virginia Tech, they actually pressured the flank, got a kill, which helped. Jones gets very low. Rapid Squirrel does get the kill, and it is even Ubers. And even though Virginia Tech is down an extra player, they have a 1.5-minute time advantage, and the early Uber comes out, and Q Apples gets an early kill. Great for Virginia Tech.
Ubers are exchanged, and the point is not being exchanged right now because Virginia Tech is keeping them off, keeping them away, and trying to keep their advantage, extend their advantage because they take down 5. Jones was already dead by that point, but we're looking to get active here. Jones cannot get active on the sniper. He's just kind of have to watch, wait for somebody to walk forward. But now, Baron almost just gets put down by that body shot. That's brutal.
Yeah, but Cal gets the trap kill onto Jones. That's going to be huge for them. They're going to be holding it off. Naughty goes down early, but you don't really want to go in by yourself on these bombs. Going in by yourself is kind of asking for nothing, but, I mean, they are in a desperation situation. Only 10 seconds left. They're going to have to go in now.
They do have to go in now, which means the soldiers are bombing in, and the game paused.
Oh, no. I think this is a technical one, because I feel like, based on the time and the players left...
We're in. They did. It's Virginia Tech won.
Yeah, I think that was just a player who crashed and then rejoined. I have a feeling, but we'll see what happens as we get into this next mid. I thought at the start of this map it would be really bad for Virginia Tech, but they figured something out. Jones is not able to get shots. I think he's just not able to take enough time, and he's like the team on the side of Virginia Tech isn't really peeking too much into the sniper, which is really helping them out. Let's see how this mid goes.
Paper takes so much damage, it gets put down. Phone Leak is not looking too healthy himself. Naughty gets put down, and that means we're going to have to get some safety here. But we do pick 2, and the med goes down to eat him up. He eats that one up. He eats that charge right up before falling down. It's a 3v2 right now, and it looks like we do have the point if we're PSU.
Yeah, because the players on Virginia Tech were so low, some of them had to back up, and the scout Q-Apples just went in by himself and got killed by the scout medic. And now it's just going to be a secured point, about a 50% Urad. And important to note, Jones has swapped off the sniper again. He hasn't been on it for a while. They may have decided, like, okay, the sniper clearly isn't working. Let's try something else. And here comes an aggressive bomb from Rapid Squirrel and a few people. And here comes the aggressive bomb from Cow as well. Looks like they're trying a 4-man. Phone is going to go down right at the last second. And Ham is still alive. It's actually a 5-person sack, interestingly enough.
They all went in for that. They all looked for something, and they did not get anything for it. It looks like that the point now has gotten a pretty significant advantage. 40 seconds about to cross over now for Penn State. So we got to set up some traps. We got to set up our hold, and we got to be careful here. We don't want to be too over-aggressive, especially if we're Jones, but it looks like Jones did exactly that.
Yeah, and even though there's a minute time advantage now, here comes the bomb from Eat 'em Up, by the way. He's just going to get absolutely destroyed. Everybody on the side of Virginia Tech was absolutely ready for that. But Virginia Tech is only down a minute, and they are going to have about a 40% Uber, so this isn't as bad for them as it might seem. It's kind of evened out a little bit more. It's still, I'd say, slightly favored for Penn State, but it's definitely very even. This round could go either way, especially. And we've also already seen over 2-minute comebacks on this map on Bagel on round, like the first or second round, when maybe the third round, where Penn State just had like a over 2-minute turnaround on the advantages. Although Naughty goes down early to Cow.
Looks like they're trying to push in with this Uber, and they will push in with this Uber, trying to get some picks, trying to get something done. Maybe force the Uber themselves, but the counter pop is here while the Uber falls off, and it looks like Phone Leak goes down. Jones is going to fall soon. Eat 'em Up gets eaten up, and that is a point held by Virginia Tech.
Yeah, but there's still an all-in from the side of Penn State. They're trying to get that med kill, but very smart from Umar. He's playing a lot safer. He is not really dying very often. That's really helping, but Phone Leak is dying a lot more on these 4-mans. Koth is going definitely favoring. Oh, there's actually still a fight here from the combo. Phone Leak goes in again with Jones, but they both go down. It's like a 4-on-2, maybe an unadvisable fight. Paper's in by himself as well. He's going to go down. Really want to avoid those disadvantageous fights, and you know, Virginia Tech just says, okay, thank you, we'll take those free advantages. Now they have a 30-second time ad and like a 70% Uber ad. They're going to get healthy. There's still no demo, so Cow is setting some aggressive traps. They're not going to do a full-fledged forward hold. There really hasn't been a full-fledged forward hold since the first round, but they at least got some aggressive stuff set up, and Virginia Tech is definitely happy about this.
They're pretty happy right now, especially with this big lead they have. Paper gets popped by the damage from Cow. Baron falls, but Eat 'em Up goes down right after. This is PSU's desperate. They're trying to get in too quickly, and it's kind of falling apart for them.
Yeah, it's definitely... Jones is back on the sniper. He's already getting bombed by Rapid Squirrel, who is going to trade him out. And it is now even Ubers on for both teams. Let's see. Yeah, nothing else really crazy is going to happen, I would say. Although Jones is going to spawn sooner, so we're going to see a push here soon. Although, as I say that, Cow and Q-Apples both get early kills.
They do get it, but the Uber comes in now. We got the pop and pop from both sides, but the blue Uber is going to run out a little bit quicker, I think, than the red Uber. It looks like they run out at the same time. Paper falls, and it looks like 30 seconds, 20 seconds is going to be all that's left. But we still have trades coming back and forth. We have PSU trying to come in here, but Natty goes down, which makes it difficult. Eat 'em Up, jumping in, trying to get a bomb in on this med, trying to get a bomb in on somebody, kill somebody, take him down. Will get the med, but is it going to be enough? We're chasing in now. Bolt is the only one here to prevent his team from losing this game, this round just yet. Paper's back. Paper's here trying to get the point. The point will not be capped just yet. They're holding to keep their medic up. They're holding for now, and now they take the point.
Yep, and even though they did get the point, they are down almost 2 minutes and they're in overtime. This is very tough for Penn State. Jones does go crazy aggressive. He gets the kill into Cal and the kill into Rapid. Q Apples does clean up Jones, but this is still very difficult for Penn State, and they're on their last round chance here. So we'll see as they're actually going aggressive here on the side of Virginia Tech.
They're looking to get aggressive because they want to just get this point and take this map so they can move to the next one, I think. They are not looking to play around any longer. They're looking to get this done. But, they don't want to be too quick.
Yeah, they really don't. We're seeing just it's still about a 30% Uberad on the side of Penn State and still about a 70-second time advantage. But actually, Virginia Tech gets a ton of cap time, so oh my goodness, they have to just rush to the point on the side of Penn State, and that's it. They just let them cap the point way too freely, and that's the map in favor of Virginia Tech. We are going on to a fifth map, which is Sunshine. Wow, I did not think we were getting onto the fifth map based on how the first round went, but Virginia Tech really just took control of Koth, and they won it.
Yeah, that is. Moving on to Sunshine now. This is the last pick. I believe it's Virginia Tech who got last pick. So it's something about these Koth maps, man. It's Virginia Tech has been taking them, and they've been taking them pretty strongly. We got to see how the Sunshine map goes for them. I don't know. It just fell apart after a certain point for PSU.
It really did. They had such a stronghold on that first round, and then they couldn't adapt to the way that, Virginia Tech adapted. Cal 43 and 11 on demo. He was going absolutely nuclear. Did not care about. I mean, he was doing crazy damage, but oh my! Actually, he was doing. He had 460 DPM compared to 300 taken. That is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that guy Cow puts in some numbers.
Yeah, and Sunshine was the decider. Looking at the other points of the logs, Phone Leak had double the deaths and still 2 drops. Yeah, we thought that Phone Leak had, Penn State had a lot more control of Phone Leak dying, but clearly not on that map. He was just getting caught out way too much. And Jones he had a good damage ratio, but he was not really able to make the sniper work, and he was trying out Scout. It wasn't working too well either. So I wonder if there's going to be more crazy adaptations. We could see some sniper here from Jones, but I have a feeling there's maybe some lost confidence there now that they lost 4-1, because I think normally Penn State was feeling very comfortable with product. I mean, they picked it after all, and they just end up losing it, which can definitely be demoralizing, especially when it looked like from previous logs they were dominating on it. So I wonder if that'll factor into this third map, but it's going to go back to 5CP, which is where both of the maps for 5CP in this series were won by Penn State, and the 2 Koth map wins were from Virginia Tech. So I wonder if that then is an advantage for Penn State. We'll see.
I think mentally it is for sure. Because we won the other CP match, we can win this one. We've got the momentum from the other CP maps, but the momentum is definitely in the court of Virginia, right? Virginia Tech is the runner-ups from last season, last year, whatever it may be, right? It is, they want this. They are hungry. They were hungry last year. They're hungry this year. It is the redemption arc that they are looking for this time around. And will they make the story come true, But you also got PSU, right? They are, they've got the underdog story coming in, right? Well, you've got the people who've been here before, right? In the form of Virginia Tech. But what if we beat these people, right? Put them in second place, keep them in second place. You got second place last year. Let's keep you there. So both these teams, you could tell both these teams are hungry.
Yeah, no, you can definitely tell that these teams are hungry. I'm curious if Penn State want to win this, since they're now on the back foot, they need to make sure they reset, figure out what's going on, figure out how they can adapt. Yeah. And I did just want to triple check, but yes, it was. It was actually, I believe was this right? It might have been the exact same team from Virginia Tech from last collegiate season. They lost to Cal Poly Gold. with maybe a little bit more experienced players on the other team from last time, but this time it looks like they're fighting for their first place and they really want it. I wonder what's going to happen.
You would know better than I do because I have no idea who played last time. But this time, I'm here for this one, and I'm excited for this one because we're now in Game 5. Penn State versus Virginia Tech. CTF2 Grand Finals this time around. 2-2, the set is tied. 2 maps to 2 maps. We are on the brink of finding out who your next champion is going to be. And, who do you think in this set, the playmakers, who do you think it's going to be in this game? Like, what do you want to see? Who do you want to see step up and make stuff happen?
Well, we know based on the way that based on the way that Virginia Tech plays, it's clear that I can pretty much almost safely say that Cal is calling on Demo and he's calling for his team and he's like the leader of his team. So you want to make sure your soldiers then step up for Virginia Tech and they don't, die too often, and the scouts are able to definitely like successfully protect your medic, especially, and your demo as well if Cal's going to be the leader of the team. And for Penn State, you just want them to overall be a lot more, how would I say this, like a lot more coordinated, not getting too much in their own heads. You want them to make sure they're, playing the advantages properly, when not getting caught out by, anything crazy, and not letting Cal like use his a little bit more experience, I would say, to, get too much of an advantage in terms of calling. They just need to play their own game, make sure they take control, maybe potentially get aggressive and just coordinate better. I'm not 100% sure what they're thinking, but they really just need to overall coordinate together, not get in their own heads, and play their own game, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Right? You can't, especially at this point, you can't let yourself, you can't, even if you're like the leader, right? You can't let your teammates, you can't let yourself get in your own head. You got to focus up. This is another set. This is just another game, right? Win this one, and we got it. Don't think about the prize just yet. Think about what we got, what we're here, how we're going to win. This is another set we have to win. That's all we got to think about first. We'll think about the other stuff later. What we're gonna do after we win? Are we going to get some drinks? Are we going to get, we're going to get something nice to eat? What are we doing afterwards? After we win, boys. That's just right now. I gotta ask, who are you rooting for?
Oh, who am I rooting for? Oh gosh,
I know
that's
it's
a
a
tough
terrible
one.
question. I know it's
That's
a
a
terrible question for the
Oh
casters
gosh.
to ask. Casters curse,
Uh,
but
well, also, I don't want to feel like biased or anything. Ooh, I guess I gotta say, the main thing I really want is a nice close game that isn't too stalematey. Is the big thing I would say. What I'm looking for. I mean, obviously we'll get what we get, but I'm just looking for a nice close game that isn't too crazy long, but isn't too stalematey, but is really like back and forth and seems close and very fun. I think maybe I'm potentially slightly rooting for Virginia Tech. I mean, maybe that's also just because I'm a little bit closer to Virginia than Pennsylvania personally, but I don't know. I mean, I don't. I'm really okay with either team winning here. I just want to see a really good map 5, to be honest. But I guess maybe I'd say Virginia Tech.
that is a W answer right there. I'm gonna be honest. Both of these teams have played very, very well. Right? You've seen improvements from game to game, but you've also seen, some mistakes, but they've cleaned them up. It is both these teams played very, very well. I personally, I think I gotta just be the opposite of you for this one. So I'll put my vote in with Penn State for this time around, and we'll see which one of us is right this time for literally for all the money. And by all the money, I mean absolutely nothing. But you know, between us, I don't know what the winning is for this if they get anything, but it's a man. This set has been so exciting.
I believe there is a little bit of a prize. I'm not 100% sure. I believe there's some keys in on the line, but something you mentioned, which I normally didn't think of, but you're actually totally right. Like maybe you could go out for drinks or just go out and celebrate after you win this because they're all nearby each other. They're all going to the same schools or whatever. So they actually could. Whereas normally in a game like TF2, you're in different parts of the country most of the time. Maybe some of you might be nearby, but most of the time you're all in pretty separate areas. You can't really meet up very easily except if you go to LAN, which, speaking of LAN, there is the Fireside Physgun LAN. That is coming up in a few weeks, May 24th to 26th. That's going to be the best teams, some of the best teams in North America, including, Tech and G6 are going to both be there. And then also the best European and best Australian teams are also going to be there at Denver, May 24th to 26th, I believe. So that's going to be a great land coming up shortly. So, I mean, shortly as in a few weeks from now, but, stay tuned for that. I can't wait for some exciting matches then. But this is still, I'm hoping for a good game tonight, but, stay tuned for that and keep an eye out for it.
That is super exciting. Though I will not be able to attend that event. I wish I could. It sounds like a blast. It sounds super hype. And if you are a TF2 fan, obviously you're a TF2 fan if you're watching this, right? But check it out. It's going to be amazing. Right. But right now, the set, man, we're on the brink of starting game 5 for this set. And it is the tension I'm sure is on for both teams, and it's just when the nerves, you gotta keep it calm, you gotta stay calm together. Gonna be all right, guys, we got this, just stay focused up and we win this one together. You said Cow's gonna be the one for the one team, and for what you think for the side of Penn State, I saw Jones making a lot of plays, but I also see Paper and Naughty making a lot of plays too. Do you think it's just Jones got to show up more, or what do you think?
I mean, I would say overall a team effort would be good, but I think one thing I'd like to see from Paper is a little bit less like crazy deaths, maybe I'd say. I hate to see that, but I feel like sometimes he's going in really aggressively and dying a lot. I don't know if that's just me, but I feel like he's dying a lot. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just seeing the four-mans and he's like going really crazy with his bombs, but I feel like he's dying maybe a little too much, so having your demo die a little bit less might help. But I think, yeah, like you said, Naughty and Jones would also be nice to step up. But I think really, I would like to see maybe a little bit more Bolt being comfortable taking beam and taking control of the beam as well, and just using it to really punish overextended enemies, isolated enemies, that kind of thing. But we will see as we're going into the first mid of map 5. Remember, winner of this map wins the entire season. So here we go.
This is the final map. This is the first mid of the final map. The first to 5 rounds is the one who wins it all. So we see this first mid coming down. Virginia Tech versus PSU, and the first pick, the first blood drawn. Back and forth right now. Baron's low, Ham is lower. But first blood going Jones. Cow picks it up, but Ham follows right after. Back and forth. A little bit of spam going the way of everybody. But you see a bomb in from Naughty here, looking to pick up this demo and will get it. Naughty will fall in his stead, but Q Apples will go down as well. Back up from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, just those 3 early picks. It looked like it was maybe going to go in favor of Virginia Tech on that first mid, but just the overextended players on the sides really catch them out. Baron actually goes in halfway by himself, almost dies. He looks like he's going to get out, but Umruf has to be very careful to not over-chase to go save his player because he doesn't want to overextend his own life. And there's a crazy aggression here from the side of Penn State because of the down players on the side of Virginia Tech.
And taking advantage of the opportunity right now is the big thing that they need to do, and that is 3 players going down again. They lose Bolt, but that's all they lose. The Uber is forced away from Phone, and the Uber is returned back, but it's only Cow, and it's only the medic on the side of Virginia Tech, which means they're going to try and push in here. They're looking for this last push real quick. The demo's already in, looking to put some damage, some stickies down. The heavy is up, though, for Q Apples, but the final point was already picked up and capped. First round going to PSU.
That was actually holdable from Virginia Tech, but a crucial from Virginia Tech, excuse me. But a crucial misplay. Q Apples thought he could go into NG, but you need time to set up a gun. If he had actually gone to heavy, gone to his medic, gotten the crit heal, which just refers to the fact that your med beam heals if you haven't taken damage in a while, you just respawn. It heals a lot faster. If he'd gotten that quick 450 buff, he could have actually, walked onto the point and held that most likely. But not doing that kind of lost his team the round. But we'll see how this transpires on this second mid here.
The second mid right now for this, taking so much damage, is Paper. Naughty goes down, but we got to see if they're going around. You see how Ham is wrapping around looking for this med. He gets 1 bomb, 2 bomb, takes him down. The bomb is successful, but it's a 3 for 3. Rapid Squirrel is so low right now, but is able to get some healing to him. But the demo falls, and now we're in a lot of danger. PSU's got to get out of here. No,
Yeah, well,
but I say that, but it turns around, and they're able to pick up mid.
Yeah, the big thing you want to do when you have players, or just more damaging players, and the other team is a med, is you either need to all in together or all leave, because if you do like a middle ground play, essentially what happens is the enemy team could just wear you down over time with heals, so that's kind of what they did, and it could have definitely been a little bit better when they went all in, but they did get a kill, and I think Cal just called to back up because he was probably low on ammo and stuff, but they're already pushing in, and nobody's really holding, so they just walk through Cafe for free. They don't even have to use, and they might even be able to take this Uber out on the side of Virginia Tech into second, because the demo is kind of aggressive here in choke. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness, paper had a trap, though.
There is a lot of damage going in their way, but they do get the midpoint, meaning that the PSU has to back away. The Uber advantage is still about a 10%er right now, but it doesn't look like they're going to use it. They have the threat of the Uber, which pushed them away, so that was enough. But it looks like they're giving up the second point too. They're just going right to last. It doesn't seem like they're holding like a hard engage hold here. Looks like they're backing up. It's more of a passive throw some stickies and walk away sort of situation. That's all they're going to get for it.
Yeah, and for now, this is going to be Virginia Tech just working their way into lobby through lower. Ham, Eat 'em Up did get very low. He's going to get out. A lot of damage coming out, but Cow doesn't really get any kill, and Q Apples goes down. Doesn't get any kills, and Q Apples goes down early. So that's going to spell, I would assume, the retreat from the side of Virginia Tech. Actually, there's still a lot of players in lobby. You got to be very careful about staying once you're down players in lobby, because you can get pretty easily pincered. That being said, there is a gun being built by Jones, so there probably isn't really anything crazy. But Virginia Tech just backs out. They're going to wait for their player to respawn. Don't see any off classes. We really haven't seen too many off classes except on last from the side of Virginia Tech. I wonder if we'll see it now. Maybe we'll see. It looks like they're probably just going to try to spam down that gun, figure out where it is first, and then they're going to try to get a sack going. Although Naughty is very low, he dies to Q Apples after getting shot by, after dying of fall damage, after getting shot by Q Apples.
Look at all this. This gun is in an awkward spot for them to reach, but a sticky bomb goes to it. They're able to clear the first one, but the rockets are going its way. It looks like the gun goes down to a couple of stickies. Too many explosives. Means the NG can't keep up, but there's so much damage. Eat 'em Up gets eaten up by the explosive damage, and Jones has to back away. Jones cannot fall down just yet. Jones does not think he's going to fall down just yet, and he's forcing away the boys, making sure they're forced out of this last point.
Yeah, I think Cow just should have been using his stickies there. It looks like he beefed. He could have had a pretty good force and a couple of kills, although Ham gets a nice hide next to the shutter and he gets the force out. Rapid Squirrel does get a kill, and he's going to probably delay enough for his medic to back out to mid. And I think Cow might be maybe a little caught. No, it looks like he's going to be able to get out and reconvene with his team on mid. Jones is still on sentry gun on last, which means he is not there to help his team. He finally does switch off, but that's going to make this a lot harder to hold. I don't think Virginia Tech realizes that, though, but they're going to go fast through Valley. Looks like they're going to probably try to use their Uber ad quickly, but Phone Link is very safe. Eat 'em Up ties the fall damage. Here comes the aggressive Uber.
Finally in does the Uber, and the demo gets launched in. Cow is alone, and Cow is exploded. But there's so many people down now for PSU that the second point is just kind of free for them. Able to pick it up. And while they do delay the respawn of Cow, they are looking for this last point. The heavy is up this time around from Bolt, and Jones is not off-classing just yet. Jones has decided he's not going to off-class. It is just the heavy this time from Bolt, and heavy looking to play it back here. Waiting for the boys to come in, but Jones falls down. That is
an Uber. Phone Leak had Uber, and I don't think they realized. Somehow they get nothing with it, though, besides one kill onto Rapid. That was crazy. Umber should have just gotten killed. Baron does go down eventually, so that's 2 down. But because they had a heavy and an engine, they couldn't really get a really solid push going. Weirdly played there from the side of Penn State. Virginia Tech now has a nice big Uber ad. When you cap that faster as well, you're able to get Cal to respawn with a much more forward spawn, and there isn't really a delay. Oh my goodness, Q Apples just ran in, killed Paper, and he's gonna kill Phone Leak too. Oh no, big Uber ad, full Uber, and that's gonna be probably around here in favor of Virginia Tech.
It is a sentry gun, a heavy, and a scout standing between them and the win of the round. And it looks like it's going to be a pick, and a heavy going down. That's all they can write about it, because the round goes to Virginia Tech. The set is tied up 1-1.
Wow, that was crazy. The teams, like, I feel like they weren't really respecting the Ubers enough, and then they were just, like, playing very separated. It was a little odd. I feel like they were on last and they were kind of just like, oh, maybe going through the motions a little bit too much, but you still have to look for those potential opportunities. They can come in at any time when you're on last, people getting overextended or anything like that.
It looks like this time around Ham is playing this upper roof and looking to, with his buddy soldier, looking for a bomb in, trying to get to phone leak here. But some good damage being thrown in. Cow goes down to paper, and that means it's a big advantage. But Eat 'em Up and Jones both go down. Rapid Squirrel falls as well. Looks like Bolt will go down. And the advantage still in the favor of PSU for at least a little while. The scout separated himself. Excuse me, that's not the scout. That's Naughty. But Naughty gets launched up into the air and put back down into the ground. PSU is to back away.
Yeah, once you get to those low numbers, that's when Scout really gets super strong. And as you get to lower and low numbers, Demo becomes less and less powerful. So that after those, it was down to that 3-on-3, even that 4-on-3, it was pretty much secured for the side of Virginia Tech unless they really threw something away. It's an even Ubers, even player situation here. Cal looks like he's bringing his teams with his heels into Valley. Look, there's 5 people here, which means the other team could just counter stuff, and Eat 'em Up is going for that flank. He's already in. Huge nuke.
Gets the med drop
onto Ummerf. Oh, no.
Pop it, don't drop it, man. That's super unfortunate. But look at Rabbit here. He's looking for a wraparound, possibly. Trying to get a bomb in onto the med himself. 100% this time. Phone getting wrapped around on by Rabbit this time around. But it looks like Phone is not aware of it. He will pop this time. No drop, just a pop. It looks like the Devil Man is all he has to hold on to. But it looks like now Virginia Tech kind of just has them surrounded. They're pincered, they're surrounded. Phone Leaked is trying to escape, but will not. And paper will follow.
Yeah, that should have been a lot better there, but they just really miscoordinated themselves. Virginia on the side of Penn State, and Virginia Tech punished them. Virginia Tech got punished initially because they had all 5 of their 6 players go one doorway. You really want to spread out to make sure you don't get flanked and to come in from multiple different angles when you're pressuring, but Virginia Tech, I think they got stuffed out of last initially, so probably what they're looking for is, I think they're just going to build, potentially look for an early pick, but as soon as they get their Uber, we're going to see an Uber in. Their players are going to get healthy right now. They're figuring out where they want to go. There is a gun set up on the side of Jones. It's in a little aggressive spot, but you don't want to die on NG, so you have to be very careful to not get caught here on NG. We have Bolt up on Heavy, but Phone Leak also, you do not want to die on Medic if you don't have to, because you know, even though you're not doing damage, it's still important to just not die if you don't have to. Here comes the aggressive fight from left side, and the Uber, but gets really stuffed.
It was forced early on and stuffed completely out. Eat 'em Up will eat up all those kills, eat up the kill feed, but Cow get a ton of damage down, but almost the full team wipe. Ham falls down. Rapid Squirrel is the only one left. Heavy's going to stand on the point waiting for this Squirrel to come in, but it looks like we are building a sentry there. We're looking to take down this Squirrel. Squirrel's below. But Phoned, just somebody get on that point, please. It is the final point is under threat now. Bolt is back, and so is the engineer. We're able to defend it, and we're going back to second.
Yeah, they did it again on the side of Virginia Tech. Too many people through one door. You really have to spread out. You do not want to get clumped, ultra juggled, and you also don't want to make your med have to flash 1,000 people, because if you have to if he has to save everybody, he's gonna inevitably lose people or take a ton of damage. Cal gets an early trap kill. Baron goes down early. It's a 5-on-5, but here's the aggressive Uber from the side of Penn State.
Pop is in, and the Demo is trying to get away from the other Demo. The Uber is able to take down 2, take down 3, and that is a lot of people gone. So this point is going to be capped. It looks like Demo's trying to get in there. Excuse me, that is Naughty going in, but unfortunately will be put down despite how deep he went in. That is now we're going to be stalling a bit. We're going to be waiting for a bit of time. We're going to build this next Uber up because of how much of a disadvantage we're at that Uber.
I'm surprised they didn't go aggressive more on the side of Penn State. They had a huge player they could have kept chasing, but instead just one person went in. So that wasn't really as ideal as you maybe would have liked it to be. Here's the push from the side of Virginia Tech. They only have a 30%, 25% now Uber advantage, but it's going to be Rapid Squirrel getting an early kill, clearing out Eat 'em Up, who's up top. Cal very low. Is going to get a nice pipe onto Naughty, but this push is going to go in favor of Virginia Tech because they took their time. Now Penn State has Uber, but it is 5-on-4. There's no soldiers, so Virginia Tech is just working their way in already.
Jones is in danger, and Jones has become the dirt this time around because he gets exploded by Rapid Squirrel. But looks like we're trying to get something done. Rapid Squirrel falls down. The Uber is popped by Virginia Tech, but the Uber is forced away this time by Penn State. And the Demo's looking to get in here, but he misses the sticky jump. So now he's got to chase him down, try to get something done. It looks like they're just forcing out Virginia Tech.
That was really odd. They kept doing that push, even though they had 2 scouts on the side of Virginia Tech capping mid, which generally only you need 1 scout to cap there. But not having a scout in a push can be really detrimental. Scout is just so important to take space and just pressure out, clear traps. Scout is really important on these pushes, but it's actually a 2-player out on the side of Virginia Tech now. Eat 'em up is still spawning, but yeah, everybody on the side of Virginia Tech is going the same doorway, but they do just manage to bust through.
They do bust through, which means they get to bust down this point, and that means last point, once again, will be built up. They're going to bust through a sentry gun and likely a heavy as well. And this is, once again, we're at this last point. Right now, we are at Game 3, the precipice, the possibility of getting another match advantage. But it looks like Cow is in danger, and Cow soaked up quite a bit of damage. Natty finishing him off.
That was a weird decision from the side of Virginia Tech. Oh, Eat 'em Up is going for a crazy flank, and Umurf does get forced by the flank from Eat 'em Up. Naughty also then just goes in at the end. Definitely a little overzealous. Your team already got the force, but Virginia Tech there, they had the demo pick, and he was still dead for like 5 or 6 seconds. They should have really hard pressured right then and there, but instead they just took their time. The demo eventually got up, and they took so long that Cow ended up going down in the doorway. But now it's a big Uber ad on the side of Penn State. They do still have an NG and a player spawning, so it's going to take some time, and that's actually Uber being built. But here's the aggressive Uber from Penn State.
Uber in from Penn State means that there's going to be some aggression this time around, but now it's just the soldier, it's just the medic, and the flash means that the Uber is going to run out. Looks like Ham goes down, Natty goes down, and it looks like we've got Virginia Tech defending their point and possibly taking the game, but Baron goes down, so we've got a bit of safety, we got a bit of measure to keep ourselves safe for now, but it's not looking too bright.
Yeah, that was really awkward. Paper just went too far in with the Uber, gets caught out early, and that medic should have probably been juggled, or at least they could have done something maybe a little bit better. Maybe they could have gone into that lower doorway rather than through the battlements. Oftentimes, the lower doorway is the closest one, so that's the one you want to use through, so you have less time you have to spend like chasing them. Paper gets a trap kill onto Baron, that's going to help, but here's a full Uber ad push. Actually, it's not Uber ad, it's now evened up on the Ubers. This is not going to be great for Virginia Tech, although they do get the NG early.
Yeah, they get the NG early, which means they get to push in with this Uber, but the Uber is popped by Phone, and Phone flashing it between a few players, but Ham is on the point. We got to get Ham off the point. No Ham on this point means we get to take down 3, and we're going to push back in. Somebody's going to have to watch this point while we go for the second point cap.
Yeah, but there's just too many down on the side of Virginia Tech. They're not really going to be able to pressure this out. So it is a 20% Uber ad on the side of Virginia Tech, actually, because Penn State wasn't doing a great job building up their Uber. Remember, if your medic is if the player is healing, your medic is healing is more than 142.5% health. It's a very odd number, but that number, then your med builds at half the normal rate. So, you know, just those little bit of keeping track and just healing the same person up at their max health for a little bit too long can slowly start to create like a big Uber gap. And it is 20% Uber gap, but I don't think Virginia Tech knows about this Uber gap. So it's going to be just a little bit of a fight here going on between the soldiers. Rapid actually gets the kill onto Naughty somehow. And it's now a player ad, so Virginia Tech's going to try to pressure with that player ad.
They are looking to walk in right now. They're posturing for it, but Jones is waiting on this corner. Eat 'em Up gets exploded by Cow. It looks like the soldier jumping in, trying to get some pressure, but Apples gets taken down. And it looks like the Uber was forced away from the med. Bolt is in, forcing away the Uber from Virginia Tech. But now, we get the point, getting under pressure, capped, and Bolt is looping in from the backside, picking up some health packs before he comes through. He's looking for this med pick. He's hunting for it, but can he get there in time? They're aware he's back there. You see how they're watching? They know he's there, and they know he's there now. They're looking for the med, though. Is he going to get it in time? He will. Med gets put down.
And he lives. He's almost 6K. I thought that would have been a little bit scarier for the side of Virginia Tech. But because like the rest of the team on Penn State should have been maybe a little bit more aggressive in like pressuring while they were down players, but they do get the med, but they are down 2 players, which means they're not going to be able to push for a bit. They're going to have to wait, which gives Virginia Tech time to set up and time to get their med into position and get a nice strong hold going. The other thing that Virginia Tech could have potentially done there instead was they could have potentially just backed up towards the cafe area and actually went back and chased the enemy behind, because you don't want to like let yourself get pincered, right? But Penn State weren't really aggressive enough really in pressuring with the fact that their player behind and coordinating with them. But here's the aggressive Uber from Paper.
Uber is in, Paper is in, looking for some more. The scout uses the sticky bombs to launch himself in. It looks like Rabbit will be the first one to go down. We take this point and we go for mid.
I don't know if they're going to be able to go for mid though, because they have Jones still on NG on last. He finally does switch off, but having a 5-on-5 push rather than that 6-on, or like a 5-on-6 push rather than a 6-on, or excuse me, a 6-on-6 push.
We got what you meant.
Yeah, if you're just down a player on gun, it's just not as ideal. But here's the aggressive push from Virginia Tech through Valley, and they have Uber.
They do have an Uber, but they're looking to come in now. Cal launches himself in, but he actually hits the wall. Unfortunate for him, but eat him up. Can eat a ton of damage, and there's so many players going down. We've only got 3 left. Scratch that, make it 2 left. Bolt and now Phoned are the only ones left, and it looks like there's only so much time you could buy, because now Phoned is locked in the base. There's what can he do? He can wait, he can watch, he can get exploded as he becomes confetti. And that is 2 points. We got 3 more rounds to go until Virginia Tech can take the championships for themselves.
Well, important to note here is because these rounds have been a little bit slow, there's been a bit of stalemating. There's only 10 minutes, 15 seconds left on the actual map timer. Once we get past that timer, it goes to that continuous overtime, and the amount of rounds left, or the amount of rounds to win the map changes to whatever the highest amount of rounds currently scored is +1. So if no team has 4 rounds at that point, it's up to 3. But wow, there's some aggressive fighting, and Jones does get a kill into Ham, but Cal gets a kill into Phone League early.
That is terrible for the mid push, and you see how they're backing up already. I say that, but the soldiers are walking in and almost dying. I thought he was going to crater, but they're both out, but the soldiers are on the pursuit on the soldiers. Looks like they will slip away. The medic going down there absolutely kills the momentum completely for the side of PSU.
Yeah, it's now just going to be a cap. There's going to be a big Uber at Rabbit Squirrel in lobby by himself. Maybe a little bit unadvisable because you could get pincered without the support of your teammates here. But luckily nobody on the side of Penn State. There's no second soldier, which is a little interesting. I think they're trying to actually build because they think they have enough time to get their Uber. Eat 'em Up is going pretty aggressively through the flank. He gets a kill into Q Apples, which is really good for the side of Penn State because they actually delay this, and now they're going to get Uber, and it's actually evened out.
It is evened out now, but are we still that concerned about pushing into this, right? We have a bit of a time to wait, right? Because now the soldier is back up. We do know what we're walking into. We're walking into a heavy. We hear the revving, and we know there's an engineer here. So what exactly? We're looking specifically to take down the sentry gun before we head to Uber, but might not have to. They're posturing.
Yeah, exactly. Eat 'em Up gets very aggressive in the top right. He's going to go down. So now for the side of Virginia Tech, they want to get healed and they want to pressure, and Penn State is going to have a very tough time holding, but they need to figure out some way to hold to not let Virginia Tech get a free strong sack, and they're trying to kill the gun. Cal finally does take down the gun, but the soldier is almost up. So Virginia Tech has to get a good sack off now. Here comes the bomb from Rapid, and it does not much.
Rapid, I think, hit the side of the wall, unfortunately, which stuffed him completely. Arnold goes down, and that means we're going to have to back away back to second.
Yep, and it's back on even Ubers here, but because there were players down on both sides, neither team really, it looks like, feels too comfortable chasing, although Paper is trying to set up a nasty trap, but Cal is seeing that Paper is doing it, so that's probably not going to be too effective. Cal's going to call that out, and his team should be able to clear that trap when they get into lobby. Going to be even Ubers again. Paper is re-spamming, gets a ton of damage actually with a pipe, but I don't think he's really going to be able to get anything. Eat 'em Up going in through dungeon, trying for an aggressive peek. He is going to get his way out. The scout is very low. A lot of fighting in lobby.
A lot of fighting in the lobby, but Jones goes down. The NG got picked from the sticky bombs, trying to save his sentry, which means it's go time. Virginia Tech is in. The Uber is popped. Stalling the heavy in time, but it looks like they're backing away. Doesn't seem like they are confident. Both their scouts did go down, so they're not too confident, but Naughty goes down. Paper goes down. And can the med demo do it? They don't need to do it because the soldiers are in on the point. And then the double pickaxe hit. The shotgun comes in from Jones to save it. And the round is saved. PSU holds on.
Oh my goodness, that was a crazy last hold. Yeah, I was a little confused by Virginia Tech's decision to push there, because there, when you have no gun, that's a great time to get a better sack going. You don't really have a huge advantage, though. Huge bomb from Eat 'em Up, getting a ton of damage. Both meds low. Actually, Phonely gets caught out by Baron. Paper
that's brutal.
does get the kill. Eat 'em Up gets killed by Cow. Excuse me. Naughty is going in. Yeah, and there's some cap time. Down 3. Here comes a push from Virginia Tech, I would assume.
They're waiting. They're waiting a bit because they got a little bit of time to, build up this Uber. Their medic is so far ahead in this Uber that they can wait, get this Uber, and then they can run in, right? Because they don't need to rush this.
Yeah, they really don't. At present, is a little bit of building in terms of building Uber. Paper gets a kill onto Baron early, which is going to be very nice. And Jones is a sentry. This is actually going to be a lot tougher for the side of Virginia Tech than they might have initially thought. Although here comes the aggressive Uber.
Uber's in, the demo's in, looking to take down the sentry gun, and it looks like they're. Can they get anything done in time? Good damage being thrown their way. And it looks like some good damage is being thrown onto the medic. Some good damage, and finally, some good cap time. 3-1. Virginia Tech 2 more rounds away from taking the grand finals.
That should not have been that big of a push. I think the big thing that happened is Paper got caught right in the Uber, and you really do not want to let your demo die in these Ubers. Demo is like, besides your medic having Uber, demo is generally like the most important class on last. If you have a demo alive, you can just trap out the point safely, but if you don't have a demo, it's really hard to hold last. But we're going into this 5th mid here.
5th mid indeed, and we're trading blows back and forth. One goes down, another goes down. Quapples and Naughty goes down here, and it looks like Jones will fall, but so does Arnold, and Vaporized Ham goes down, but so does the med of Virginia Tech, followed by the demo getting sent to the stratosphere, landing back down, getting vaporized. This is PSU getting this mid all the way.
A very crucial win, and very crucial job Eat 'em Up just flanking, and he does just cut off the exit of the demo and the medic, which forces them to get collapsed on by him and his teammates. That's going to be a big Uber ad. They're going to be using that to work their way in, trying to get cut down some of the round disadvantage they're working with. They already have Uber. They're going in fast. Here comes the aggressive Uber, even without their teammates.
They're going in now. They're looking to stop the sentry gun. It's level 2, but it's not enough to stop them. They're walking onto this point. The medic is trying to get onto it, but they're not trying to get blown up by those sticky traps. They're not all there, though. Paper taking a ton of damage, trying to put a pain trade onto them, but falls down. See Phone Leak trying to run away, trying to get the Uber saw, gets one hit. Does he get the second? No, he does not. He will fall down finally. And that is everybody but Bolt going down. Bolt takes down 1. That means he's going to get a little bit of an escape time, but he might be able to stall.
Yeah, okay, Bolt is trying to maybe peek, but he's just going to back up and secure with his team. I think Penn State really should have waited for their teammates, because they just didn't have enough players pressuring from the other doorways. They were a bit distracted. Jones went in very aggressively by himself. It was just a bit clunky on that push. But actually, Eat 'em Up is in aggressively in on the medic. I don't think he's going to get it. No, he's not. But besides that, it looks like it's just going to even out even players, even Ubers, I would assume.
Yeah, I would. There's about a, 10% discrepancy between them, not even right now, even with Bolt building with them right now. It's a growing lead, but Naughty gets picked, so that's not looking too great for them. But they're looking to, hold this mid to push into second again. We have about, 3 minutes left now before it becomes whoever wins the next round wins the game?
Yeah, it's, there's only 2.5 minutes left. I mean, if Virginia Tech is able to get one more round in this time, in this remaining 2 minutes, 30 seconds, then the first team to 5 rounds will win. But if they're not, then it's going to be the first team to 4 rounds will win. Big aggressive bomb from Paper, oh my goodness!
Paper's in, and Paper does not get anything. Neither does Naughty. And that is an absolute... That is so disappointing right there if you are on PSU, because you don't get what you wanted. Ham goes down, but so does Jones, which means the push in is going to be much, much easier from Virginia Tech.
Well, it looks like PSU, I think they were trying to go for like a 4-man Zach to try to get the force, and they did end up getting the force, which means they're probably going to re-push here with their Uber out. In fact, here they come all through Cafe, and that's a little crazy of a strat, but they planned to go Cafe, but I think they got spotted early, so they're calling it off. Nope, never mind, they are going through.
They are going through. The Uber is popped, meaning the demo's jumping in. He's looking for some damage, and he gets some damage. Bolt takes down 1, takes down 2. And that is Paper falling down, but the med goes down, leaving only 2 left for Virginia. Ham might meet the same fate very, very shortly, though. He's got 1 HP, and Cow has to back up. That means first point is captured, midpoint, and then what?
He walked in by himself. Oh no, that's absolutely brutal. They had such a good lead going, and then they just lost it. But they did a really aggressive push, and they did it was a good push. Virginia Tech was just not ready for it, and they caught out and got so many picks. That's exactly what you want with your Uber. Just one big blunder can really hurt your chances, because you don't just want to walk into the shutter. There's always traps there. An aggressive bomb from Ham gets a kill gets another kill, a clump of damage. So many low players on the side of Penn State, but not really many kills. The kills are in favor of Penn State rather than Virginia Tech, and so Virginia Tech has to back up to their own last. 30 seconds left before we go into that continuous overtime.
We do go into that continuous overtime soon, which means that one more round win after that continuous overtime for Virginia Tech means the game is over. But we're not there yet, and we're looking. PSU is trying to get in there. Penn State trying to make this wrap around, this return to themselves. After that first round, it's been kind of just a loss after loss for them. This time they're building. They're building their Uber. They're trying to make themselves comfortable here. Get them into this round. But you see how they're setting up on this last.
Yeah, they've got the sentry gun very passive, which is interesting. It's not going to be able to support. They have 5 people on this right side for Penn State. Actually, they get in a very aggressive bomb, and Umberth actually just gets forced. A little out of position, maybe a little overzealous trying to save his teammates. They do actually get Eat 'em Up, who was going for the sack, but Penn State is going to be happy with that. They're just going to back up. They're going to wait for Eat 'em Up to respawn, and they're going to take their 6-on-6 push, I would assume. And we are to note, we are in continuous overtime. First team to 4 rounds on Sunshine here wins the spring 2025 season of Collegiate TF2.
Here comes the push. The push is coming soon. You see them. Uber in, and the Devil Man launched to the stratosphere. They were looking for the sentry gun. They will find the sentry gun eventually. It goes down. There's a lot of damage going their way. 2 go down for Virginia Tech. 4 go down for Virginia Tech. And it looks like we're holding on for dear life here. Q Apple's the only one left, and he's gone. Meaning 2-3. PSU take the next round.
Yeah, Virginia Tech was just too aggressive there on the right side. They didn't respect the Uber, and Penn State was like, okay, sure, we'll just use in on you, and we'll catch you with the, being too aggressive. We have invincibility, you don't, and we're going to win that. And we're going into the 6th mid here shortly. We've got to see, Penn State really needs to win this mid, because, winning mid oftentimes really helps winning the round, obviously. But, if Virginia Tech wins it, it's not a guaranteed win, although Ham goes down early.
So does Naughty, though. Naughty falls as well as Ham. So we got to see Soldier and Soldier down, but so Squirrel falls right after, getting picked by Eat 'em Up, leaving the med alone for a little bit longer, but the Scouts trading away. The Scouts going down, and that means that it's going to force away Virginia.
Yeah, they're going to have to back up to their own second. It looks like it's going to even out here. Both teams don't really want to pressure because they're not in a perfect situation. Even though Penn State had a player, they have someone capping, because someone has to cap, then you just don't have that advantage in the push. So it's just going to even out. Even players, even Ubers, no off classes or anything. So the players on Penn State, they're going to have to figure out some way to get some sort of sacrifice play off to try to get, some sort of advantage that can use to push. Most likely a force on the enemy medic, on Umberth, but could be anything.
Likely, very likely, but I don't. Right now it's kind of weird. Maybe they've done a lot of sack plays with the soldiers, so they might go for that. But it's a bit of a dance now. But the soldier, like I said, the sack play comes in. The sack play does not go well, but it looks like there's a bit of a, they're hesitating now because now that their sack play didn't work, they just aren't comfortable.
Yeah, and some repressure in from Virginia Tech. They're trying to get a counter sack off, trying to abuse the fact that they have a player that they can kind of throw away and not have too much of a disadvantage. So, Penn State can't just like push into them. So they had a chance to do that, but they didn't really find anything. Actually, as I say that, Rapid Squirrel just decides I'm going in for it. A little bit late because now they're down a player. This is going to make it hard to hold on their own second. We'll see if Penn State is able to capitalize off of this.
We'll see if they can, because right now they've been a bit, they don't want to throw it away. They're very, very, antsy about it. They're not sure if they want to go in just yet. They've been holding, but now it looks like they're going in with the soldier bomb. The soldier looking for the med here, but they will not find it. The other soldier looking for the med, they won't find it either. Means 2 go down, which leaves just Jones, and Jones alone means Jones will fall, and that means 3 are up, which means the rest are out.
Yeah, Penn State, like you said, they just have to back their way up, down 3. They're going to have to wait for their respawners. Paper was watching a trap, on point. It's not going to get anything, though. It was smartly cleared by Virginia Tech. And now it's going to even out, but this time on Penn State's second. And Virginia Tech's going to look for the sack, although it looks like Rapid Squirrel is already caught in Valley by himself. He's going to go down, and that's pretty much the sack on the side of Virginia Tech.
Pretty much. I mean, there's not really much else you could do there. I am optimistic about PSU's chances here for this, right? Because we just saw how Virginia Tech turned that around before. And now we have an Uber from both sides, but it looks like PSU's trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were maybe looking for a counter sack or something, but it looks like it's a little too late. I'm not 100% sure what they're looking for, but I'm assuming they're just going to cancel. Yeah, it looks like they just canceled it off, and it's going to go back to Virginia Tech trying to go for a sack. Because remember, if this 3-minute round timer expires, it actually just resets to resets the round, so it goes back to a mid-fight essentially. So that would be favorable for Penn State because they're on their own second. Rapid Squirrel tried to go for in for a bomb, didn't trust it, so he does just back up. It looks like he's looking for a new buff, and he's looking to go right back in.
It does look like he's going back in, and he's looking for this med here. The med pops, which means it's a good force, which means that Virginia Tech just has to wait. But they do lose 2. So now, PSU's looking to push in. They're looking to get aggressive now, and the bomb comes down. They're looking for this demo. They're looking for this med, but the Uber is burned, which means the Uber will be able to be effective for Virginia Tech. That is hot. I don't know if it was that effective. It kind of just kept people alive, but it also didn't keep that many people alive.
Yeah, losing the second player means it's really hard to hold down the doorways. You don't have enough players to hold, which means the enemy team flooded in. They played it really well on the side of Penn State, although as I say that, Bolt just gets picked off. Now it's going to be pretty much even players here. Actually, there's going to be a player advantage on the side of Virginia Tech, so Penn State is going to have to back up. Trading damage here. Eat 'em Up does get the kill onto Cow. Ham gets a kill onto Eat 'em Up. Naughty is very, very much in. He's taking some fights. The picks are definitely going in favor of Virginia Tech, though.
Med's gonna get dropped here. You see how many people are coming together now to try to chase this med down, but the med actually escapes. Demo falls, and almost the entirety is wiped of the PSU team. And now this midpoint will be, defended, and they're gonna probably head over to the second very soon after the team respawns.
Yeah, just ended up into a 2-on-2 with the combo scout in mid. That was something I did not expect. That was a chaotic fight, and it just ended up back in an even Uber situation. Although, as I say that, Cupojo was looking for a sack, didn't see anything. Eat 'em Up is in on Valley. He's going to get the kill into Rapid Squirrel, which is probably going to mean that Virginia Tech doesn't really want a sack. They're just going to chill, wait for Rapid Squirrel to respawn and get back with his team so they can coordinate another sack play. Although, as I say that, Perrin gets caught by Naughty. Very nice rockets from him juggling him. Eat 'em Up is very low. Cupojo gets the kill into Eat 'em Up, but now down 3 on the side of Virginia Tech, so here comes the push.
Here comes the push, and we're looking to use this Uber to get in. The Uber and Ubers kind of stare at each other while they're looking for picks. The chase down onto the soldier as a possible pause comes out. That is very, very awkward.
Yeah, this is weird. I have a feeling Ham is unfortunately very much dead here. The paper's invincible with the still Uber. He's got a sticky coming out. That is a dead paper. In terms of the rest of the team, this is looking a little bit sketchy in terms of, or for Virginia Tech, because Murph is kind of caught in with Cal. I wonder if he'll have enough Uber to get himself out of like Cafe. Choke is probably a little bit far, but maybe he could. I wonder what's going to happen though. Rabbit Squirrel is at at Valley, but it looks like the scout Bolt is going to be ready to stop that bomb. So I don't know if there's going to be anything huge off of that. Foamed Leak does have a little bit less Uber, but he is probably still going to be able to flash somebody. I wonder who it's going to be, but just getting a little bit of Uber time maybe to save Naughty's life or potentially to give Bolt some invincibility. I wonder what we will see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of at this point, it's super, super awkward because you see how separated everybody is from Phoned. It's just nobody is in the range to help him as soon as that Uber ends. You see Bolt is trying to get back to him, but is he going to reach him in time? I don't really think so.
I'm not sure. I'm taking a look and trying to figure out what this pause is. I have a bad feeling. I've been looking at what I see. Oh no, is this really happening? Oh no. Oh no, the server reservation wasn't able to be extended. Oh no. Uh-oh.
What do they do now?
Looks like we're gonna get a new connect info, but oh no. I wonder how this is gonna play out. They maybe should have swapped servers for the last map. Uh-oh, this is gonna be very awkward. I don't even know if we'll be able to see the end of this fight.
Well, they gotta. I don't think we will, but that is super, super awkward.
Oh, actually, never mind. We are getting new production info. We have been pranked. Apparently, it was safely extended, so this is just a tactical pause. Apparently, we are safe. Whew.
Okay, we're fine. Oh, whew. Don't scare me like that, man.
That's what I was told by the production, but then we got new info, so hopefully it looks like
We're in, and the fight goes the way of PSU. Paper goes down though. Paper was still in the chase. Bolt is still getting taken down, and that is a. All right. Well, we've got Baron getting gone on now, and Baron getting taken down now. This is second point going the way. PSU is probably going to capture this one out. Ham is looking for possibly to get aggressive though, trying to get some poke onto the medic, but it doesn't seem to get enough. That means last is going to be under contention, which could mean a tied up round state for PSU.
And Penn State, PSU, they have an Uber advantage. It's about, I'd say, 50%-ish, which means now that they're getting into lobby already, they're going to clear out the traps and hiders, they're going to figure out where they want to push in through, and they're going to use their Uber. There is a sentry gun they're going to have to worry about here. Paper's already pressuring in that left, maybe trying to get an early kill. Some players, both scouts on the side of, a scout on the side of, a couple players low on Virginia Tech. Here comes that Uber.
They're in with the Uber, which means they're in for this round. They're in for this game. And they're trying to clear the point off. They haven't taken anybody down just yet until now. Naughty goes down now. So does Jones, but they're able to cap the point for themselves. And that means it's a tied up set, 3-3, one more round. And that will be your champion.
Yep, it was... Wait, is that right?
Yes.
No, I'm looking at the... No, you're right. I'm looking at the chat, though. It looks like the team that won, Penn State University, paused. I guess they're maybe trying to, like, rub it in or something. They got the pause out of... Or maybe they paused probably because of the extending the server, but we are good. Ham goes down early on the mid.
That is a Ham going down, and there was a lot of damage thrown the way of that group, but they were able to get away from each other to not take all that splash damage. Ham going down is pretty big, but, you know, it looks like PSU is not too discouraged. They're backed up, and they're going to heal up, but they're not going to be giving up their second anytime soon.
I'm surprised they were able to just take mid like that. I'm assuming there's going to be a repush attempt here from the side of Penn State University. For now, though, Virginia Tech is trying to lock this down. Cal's trying to get traps in on this choke. Rapid thinks he's got control of this cafe, although he takes a lot of damage, but he looks like he's going to safely back up. And even though Umurf didn't have Uber, he's going to get it, and I don't think... Oh, no! Rapid Squirrel turned around right at the wrong second, and Naughty just gets a free kill. I was going to say that means we're going to see a sack attempt here, but Now we just gotta wait because they're down a player, and player standing on the shed and not getting some decent spam might help. We'll see what happens.
Right now, they're kind of just posturing back and forth. They don't want to be too aggressive. Now, you said before, if the timer runs out, it goes for like a mid, right?
Exactly.
So the timer runs out, they go for a mid cap, and does whoever caps the point wins, or what is
Oh, no. It just resets. You have to win a round. There's no like golden cap. It's just a resets or mid, just like on all other rounds. But the one thing to note is that nowadays, instead of like in the past, there's a 4-minute round timer, unlike in casual where it's 10 minutes. Because, we don't want like a year of stalemating and whatnot. So it doesn't give you infinite time to work with to just go for infinite sacks. You only get a certain number of opportunities before it just resets. So gotta actually try something serious, make the most of your opportunities. Whereas in the past, you maybe could have just gone sniper and just let your sniper, just take shots for 10 minutes.
Well, it looks like they're trying to take shots right now, but Rabbit goes down here, and now they're looking. They are looking to. They're playing very, very carefully. Eat them up, though. Looking to eat up this medic, trying to eat up that Uber charge. But Baron goes down. They're looking to push in now. Eat him up, jumping in, trying to get another one. But he will be taken down. Ham will take him down. Quapples will pick him up. But now, both Ubers will be popped, chasing him out, and looking to force him into second. Force him into second, they will, and this midpoint will be capped.
Yeah, that was a crazy turnaround. I thought that was going to be good for the side of Penn State. Yeah, but I think they just used way too early. They did not really need to, ideally. Paper does get a kill into Q Apples. Virginia Tech is going very aggressive. Ham gets the kill into Paper. They did trade there. Virginia Tech is going very aggressive. A bomb in from Eat 'em Up, but it doesn't get the kill. And 4v3, I think that's going to allow, Virginia Tech to secure this. Although Jones is going to pick onto Rapid Score, which is going to help out. Jones is trying to re-peek. It looks like he's trying to re-peek in. Bolt just goes very low because of the stickies on the shutter. Naughty goes in. They are trying to fight this nice pipe from Cal, though.
It is dangerous, though, because Naughty falls down, and now we're still looking for a push, though. It doesn't seem like we're trying to wait for the rest of the boys to come through. The medic is low on the side of Virginia, though, so we gotta back away. Phone goes down, and Bolt falls right after. It's falling apart for PSU here. We heal up, and we go in. That seems to be the plan. It looks like we're going in now. We're walking in. Cow is here, and Cow is looking to set this up. They're looking for the big win themselves, and this final push looks to be ending soon. Virginia Tech, they didn't win last time, but this time they're here to correct that mistake. Virginia Tech take it for themselves in a 5-game set, winning it 3-2.
GG's. Very long game. Came down to the last round. Good game to see. I can't wait to take a look at these logs, and I'm also gonna look at these combined logs. I can't wait to see these, but yeah. I'd say maybe fewer deaths this time on Paper for sure, but I think just overall it looked like it was just a bit cleaner on the side of Virginia Tech with those strats. There was this time Phone Leak had no drops, but he still had 4 more deaths than Umberf, which can help which can, kind of negate the fact that Umberf did have a drop. But besides that, I don't see anything too crazy or notable on the stats.
I mean, right there, I think what says more than the stats in that game was, I know this seems weird, but the body language, right? The body language of that set was, at that game, people were antsy. People were trying to get a bit too active, a bit too early. And especially in that last round, you saw how PSU was trying to get a bit too, aggressive. They were trying to make stuff happen when they really could have waited. They could have slowed down a little bit. I understand the pressure was on, but there really was no reason on that second point to get so aggressive.
Yeah, no, I think they were really taking I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they were thinking. Maybe they were thinking that the players were low or something, or maybe they thought they could catch them out with some split up distraction or something, but they just went in too much like one by one at the end there, which really kind of sealed their fate.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, what is fortunate is that Virginia Tech have made their redemption arc come true. Their redemption arc, despite losing last time, they take it this time. Penn State takes second place, unfortunately for them, but Virginia Tech takes their first place prize. They tasted it last time. It tasted good. They needed to finish the meal this time around, and they did. I've been Not a Valve Game, joined by M17. I appreciate you all joining us here on Fireside Cast. Dr. Underscore has been running the excellent production this entire time for us. Once again, I hope you have a great night.